And so Alvin found himself on the outskirts of York, driving through an estate of modern brick boxes. He thought he'd lost his way. It didn't look like convent country to him, despite the twin towers of York Minster peeping over distant rooftops. But at the end of what he feared was a cul-de-sac, he arrived at a wide gateway in a high stone wall. A discreet sign on the right-hand gatepost announced that he had reached the Mother House Convent of the Order of the Blessed Pearl. At the end of the short driveway sat an elegant Georgian house, perfectly symmetrical around a pillared porch with a circular window above it, 3 stories of windows divided into small panes, 8 windows to a side. It was hard to tell how far back it extended, but Alvin had a hunch it was a lot more than 1 room deep. How did these nuns end up with such grand accommodation? Last he'd heard, they were supposed to be all about poverty, chastity, and obedience. Still, as Meatloaf pointed out, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. As he grew closer, he could see his first impression wasn't quite borne out close up. It reminded him of a soap star he'd once met in the course of an inquiry. The distance of the camera lent her a perfection that across an interview room table felt more like a clever disguise. Up close, the flaws and the passage of time were perceptible. So it was with the convent. The paint on the window frames had gone 1 winter beyond its prime. The masonry showed signs of wear round edges and corners that were no longer precise, and he could just make out something surprisingly sturdy growing out of the huddle of chimney pots that adorned one gable. He parked on the tarmacked area in front of the building. His was the only car there, but a narrow drive ran round one side of the building, a sign saying "Private" leaning at a slightly drunken angle beside it. Alvin got out, shaking each leg like a dog that's been confined for too long. He took his time walking up to the door. More Western gunslinger pace than tactical support group raid. He knew he was looking smart enough for the encounter. His wife Esme wouldn't let him out of the house unless he looked enough like the good guys not to be mistaken for a villain. So, dark grey suit, pale blue shirt, peacock blue tie, because a man had to have a splash of colour, right? Otherwise, he'd be just like anyone else. When he'd first said this to Esme years before, she'd hooted with laughter. "Alvin, you couldn't be less like anyone else," she'd said, reaching up to pinch his cheek. As he often did, he remembered reading the opening of Raymond Chandler's The Big Sleep, where Philip Marlowe itemizes his smartest outfit, then observes, "I was neat, clean, shaved and sober, and I didn't care who knew it. I was everything the well-dressed private detective ought to be. I was calling on $4 million. Okay, Alvin was a cop, not a PI, and he'd yet to call on $4 million, but the principle was the same. You respect yourself, it makes it harder for others to disrespect you. He pulled a brass knob and heard an old-fashioned brass bell echoing inside. There was a long pause. Alvin bent down and pushed open the brass letterbox. A black-and-white tiled marble floor was all he could see beneath the internal flap. He stood up and rang the bell again. This time there was a scurry of soft footfalls, and the door swung open. A woman of indeterminate age, in a grey skirt and cardigan, her hair covered with a sort of headgear he was more used to seeing worn at hen nights or fancy dress parties. A heavy silver crucifix hung on a bosom like a solid shelf. "We are at prayer," she said severely. "Psalm 119, 7 times a day I have given praise to thee." "I'm sorry," Alvin said. He held up his ID. She peered at it through gold-rimmed glasses. "I was hoping to talk to the Mother Superior." The woman tutted. "This is the Mother House. You mean the Superior General, Mother Benedict." Oh, boy. Talk about being outside his comfort zone. He gave what he hoped was an apologetic grimace. You have to forgive me. I'm not familiar with how you run things here. Her lips pursed in what might have been a tart little smile. You're right. I do have to forgive you. Come in, Sergeant Ambrose. Vespers will be over shortly, and Mother Benedict will see you then. He stepped inside, the hard heels of his shoes loud on the tiles. She walked away, looking over her shoulder as if to encourage him to follow her. We've been expecting you. Chapter 33. I've read a lot of theories about how to tell when someone is lying. They fidget. They keep preternaturally still. Their eyes go to the top left corner of the room. They sweat. They keep touching their face. The truth is, there is no standard tell. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. The last shreds of Jezza Martineau's composure had vanished by the time he reached a police interview room. Skenfrith Street Station had been extensively renovated in recent years, but a decision had been taken to maintain the studied lack of amenity in the interview rooms. Nobody wanted to spend money on the comfort of the accused. Tony had once tried to make the case for providing a more welcoming environment. Carol had scoffed. What? You think we should get the recording equipment in pastel colours with matching decor? That would make it less unsettling, you think? Ever since that exchange, Paula couldn't help picturing the whole of Skenfrith Street in the palette of The Truman Show. That was far more disturbing than the reality. In truth, she didn't think it would matter whether the interview suite was decked out like a five-star hotel, complete with fruit basket. Once that door closed and the recording equipment beeped, everybody knew what they were there for. Even those who had nothing to be guilty about felt the creep of anxiety in the hairs on the back of their neck. Even, she sometimes thought, the ones who had no hair on the back of their neck. Before they went in, Paula led Steve Nisbet into the observation room. Martineau was constantly shifting in his seat. There's a man who doesn't like being cooped up, Steve said. Stands to reason doing what he does, out in the open in all weathers. He's going to get more and more uncomfortable the longer we keep him here. Not necessarily, Paula said. Some people settle down once they realize there's nothing they can do to make it go away. It's like they sink into a sort of Zen interview state. But I think you're probably right about Jezza. There's something eating him, and we've got to get him to give it up. How are we playing this, then? He was eager, no doubt about that. Jacket off, tie loosened, he had the air of a man ready for a long night. Even his neat little quiff looked more buoyant. He pointed at Paula. Good cop? Then at himself. Bad cop? Paula wondered fleetingly whether working with Steve was such a good idea. No, she said. She laid a palm on her chest. Good cop, then nodded at him. Silent cop. Taking notes, cop. Interesting facial expressions, cop. You can look as menacing as you like, but I don't want you buggering up the tempo of my questions. His face turned surly. But what if I want to ask something you've missed? Don't assume I've missed it. I might be circling round to it from a different direction. If you think there's something significant I've not picked up on, you can tell me when we break, and I'll hit him with it when we go back in. I'm not used to... It'll be fine, Steve. Trust me, I'm good at this. Hand on the door handle. Let's do it. Whoever Martineau had used his one phone call on had sorted him out with a solicitor, not one of the low-paid duties who dressed like drones in an insurance office and always looked in need of a visit to the hairdresser. This young man was wearing a perfectly lovely dark grey tweed suit with a tasteful burgundy silk tie, and Paula was not in the least surprised when the business card he prodded towards her revealed that he worked for Bronwyn Scott's firm. What did surprise her was that Jezza Martineau could afford Richard Cohen. They moved swiftly through the routine of beginning the recording and identifying those present. Thanks to TV, the accused knew the drill as well as the cops and the lawyers. "Thanks for coming in, Mr. Martineau," Paula said. "You didn't give me much choice," he grumbled, expression surly, shoulders rounded. "My client is not under arrest and is free to leave at any time," Cohen clarified. "Indeed, though of course that could change, depending on what he has to tell us," Paula smiled, and not just because of the consternation on Martineau's face. "Can we get to the point, Inspector?" Cohen affected an air of boredom. Paula looked forward to blowing it to smithereens. "Mr. Martineau, you are the groundsman at the convent of the Order of the Blessed Pearl." "You know all this," Martineau said. "I told you already. All three of you that came round to hassle me." "How long have you worked there?" "Do I have to go over all this again?" Plaintive, looking at his lawyer. "For the tape," Paula said. Cohen nodded. "It's irritating, but it's fine. I'll tell you when it's not fine. 20 years. When they shut down the convent, they kept me on a retainer to look after the grounds, so it wouldn't look like it had gone to seed. I bought my cottage off them, and I leased the land where I grow my fruit and veg." "What did your job entail, Mr. Martineau?" "Mowing the grass. I've got a ride-on mower. You need it for a place that size. I supplied some of the fruit and veg for the convent and the school. Not all of it. I mean, obviously, it's not a farm, just a bit of a market garden sort of thing. I looked after the odd jobs around the building, checking the guttering, bits of joinery, repairs, the occasional bit of plumbing or electrics, nothing major. They got contractors in for stuff like painting and decorating and fixing the roof." "Sounds like they'd have been lost without you," Paula said. "You had another job too, didn't you?" He glanced at his lawyer, who leaned forward. "Where are we going with this, Inspector?" "Mr. Martineau's already explained his role in the discoveries that have been made in the convent grounds. I'm referring initially to the extensive human remains that have been uncovered under the lawn in front of the main convent building. Jezza, tell me about those graves." He looked helplessly at his lawyer. "I didn't do anything wrong. I just did what I was told." "You didn't question what they were asking you to do?" Paula persisted. He frowned, uncomprehending. "It was my job. I'm a good Catholic. They're nuns. They're in charge, doing God's work. It's not for me to question them." Steve shifted in his chair. Paula hoped he'd stay quiet. "Was it the Reverend Mother who gave you those orders?" "Not always. Sometimes it was Sister Mary Aquinas. She was kind of Sister Mary Patrick's deputy. You could see it wasn't easy for them when a girl died, but they wanted to do the best they could by them. Those girls, they had nobody. No visitors, no family, no nothing, except St. Margaret Clitheroe's. Sister Mary Aquinas said it could be a blessing when you thought how their lives might end up. Easier to be with God, she'd say, so I wouldn't feel too bad about it." It was chilling to hear the matter-of-fact way Martineau wrote off the dead girls. She couldn't quite work out whether this was the detached attitude of the psychopath or the profound lack of imagination of someone who simply wasn't very bright. "And so what? You'd dig a grave?" He nodded, with another uneasy glance at his lawyer. Paula was mildly surprised at the lack of intervention from the brief. "Did nobody ever stop and ask you what you were doing? None of the other girls?" Martineau frowned. "I did it after dark. The dormitories were round the back, so they wouldn't see the lights. The nuns didn't want to upset the other girls, see? So I'd dig the grave, then the nuns would do the funeral service, and I'd fill it in again." "Just the nuns? Not the priest?" A long moment of silence. Martineau stared at the table, brow furrowed, apparently deep in thought. "No," he said at last, meeting her eye. "Never the priest." "And you didn't think that was odd?" A funeral without a priest? Paula didn't know much about Catholic doctrine, but she was pretty sure there was supposed to be a priest, particularly in a church that paid so little regard to any woman who wasn't the Virgin Mary. "Look, I did what I was told. Reverend Mother, she said it was okay. She said they'd had the proper service in the chapel. This was only the burial." His strong hands bunched into fists. "I didn't do anything wrong. I just did my job." "As my client says. What exactly do you imagine you're going to charge him with?" At last an intervention from the lawyer. "This is a witness interview, Mr. Cohen. Any charges arising? That's above my pay grade." Paula smiled. "Has this been going on all the time you were working for the nuns, Jezza? The whole 20 years? He frowned. She could see the wheels going round. Was it memory or scheming? Hard to tell. At last he said, "I'd been there about 4 or 5 years before the Reverend Mother asked me to do it." "Sister Mary Patrick?" "No, it was before her time. Sister Bernadette it was back then." "How many girls have you buried over the years, Jezza?" Another sideways glance at the lawyer. "I didn't keep count," he said. "It's not like it happened every week or anything. Maybe once or twice a year at the most." Shaken by the numbers as well as his casual demeanour, Paula struggled to maintain her composure. "Once or twice a year? For what, 15, 16 years? That's a hell of a lot of dead girls not to be asking about, Jezza." "Look, if you think something dodgy went on with them, you need to be talking to the nuns. All I did was put them in the ground like I was told to." He scowled at her, daring her to take issue with him. "And we will be talking to the nuns, Jezza. But right now we need to talk about the other bodies." Now the solicitor sat up straight in his seat. "Other bodies? Did your client not mention them when he briefed you? I guess they haven't made the headlines yet. We've discovered a second group of human remains. Not in the lawn. It's early days yet. We don't have much detail, but they don't appear to be young girls. And they're buried in your market garden, Jezza, at the bottom of your raised beds and under your vegetable plots." Paula sat back, watching the impact of her words. Martineau seemed to shrink into himself, shoulders hunched, hands clasped between his knees. Not even his years of training and experience could keep Cohen from looking startled. His eyes widened and his pen stopped mid-word on his pad. "I need a word with my client," he gabbled. They went through the rigmarole of turning off the recording, then Paula and Steve left the room. "You think I didn't push him hard enough, don't you?" Paula leaned against the wall, longing for a cigarette. This was when the old cravings hit hardest. Mostly she didn't miss smoking, though she could tell anyone who was interested when it was she'd smoked her last cigarette, down to the day and the hour. But in an interview, when she was trying to get the better of someone who didn't want to give something up, that was when she longed for the business of lighting up, drawing hard and deep, and feeling that glorious buzz. "I'd have gone in harder," Steve said. "We can't afford to be that bothered about the nuns, even though they were clearly a bunch of sadistic, heartless bitches. We'll never get a cause of death on those kids. We'll be lucky to get assault charges on what happened to those poor bloody girls. I don't see the CPS pursuing conspiracy to prevent a lawful and decent burial. It's not something they'd relish taking through the courts. It's complicated and difficult, and you can bet the nuns will all be hiding behind each other. It's not like these girls have got families screaming for justice, but the bodies in the raised beds, that's a different story. Sophie texted me earlier to say the victims have got plastic bags taped over their heads. That's murder right there, and that's what we're going to hit him with as soon as the suit calls us back in." "I still think—" But whatever Steve thought was lost as the lawyer's head appeared at the door. "We're ready, Inspector." Act 2 got underway without delay. "Not little girls, these bodies," Paula said. Jezza glared at her, his face immobile. "As I said, early days yet. We don't know much about them. What we do know is that they were murdered." Jezza jerked involuntarily. "What do you say to that, Jezza?" Paula leaned in, forearms on the table, eyes not leaving his. "No comment." His voice was cracked and dry. "They had plastic bags taped round their heads, Jezza. I don't think the nuns did that, do you?" "No comment." "Plastic holds fingerprints really well. So does adhesive tape. You'd be amazed how many people leave prints on the sticky side of the tape, usually from the last time they used it before they taped up some part of somebody's body. Are we going to find your prints, Jezza? Your DNA?" "No comment." It was almost a howl. Cohen put a hand on his client's arm, but Martineau flinched away from him. "I never killed anybody," he shouted. Paula shook her head, apparently more in sorrow than in anger. "You see, that's not how it looks, Jezza. Your vegetable garden, raised beds that you built, you've got the shed full of tools, you've got the digger. You've been burying bodies for the nuns for years. You can see why I'm thinking we don't have to look any further for our killer." "You're badgering my client, Inspector. This is purely circumstantial. You have no evidence." He pushed his chair back. "Come on, Mr. Martineau. We are leaving now." Martineau looked confused, but he stumbled to his feet. Paula stood. "Not so fast, Mr. Cohen." She jerked her head towards the door, and Steve moved to cut off the exit. "Jerome Martineau, I am arresting you on suspicion of murder." "It wasn't me!" Martineau shouted, lunging towards her. "It was that fucking priest!" Chapter 34. As we become a more secular society, you'd imagine the numbers of killers claiming religious reasons for their crimes would diminish. I don't have statistics on this, but anecdotally, if anything, it's on the increase. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. Alvin was left in a small anteroom off the tiled hallway. It resembled a police interview room in layout, but no police interview room ever boasted a burnished table with the kind of curly legs he'd only ever seen in antique shops. On one side stood a carved wooden seat with broad arms. On the other, a pair of severe and sturdy chairs. He stayed on his feet, studying the prints on the wall. They looked like the kind of old paintings you got on Christmas cards from people who wanted you to think they were more cultured than you. The door opened behind him, and he turned to see a tall nun in the doorway. The fabric of her habit was so perfectly black it made her look like negative space. On her head was a complicated starched confection that reminded Alvin of the TV adaptation of The Handmaid's Tale. If Offred's headgear had been folded back in a kind of go-faster spoiler. With the light behind her, her face looked austere and unlined. She could have been any age between 30 and 60. "Sergeant Ambrose, I am the Superior General of the Order of the Blessed Pearl." As she spoke, she moved to the ornate chair and gestured that he should sit opposite. "You may call me Mother Benedict." "Thanks for seeing me." Alvin sat down on one of the least comfortable chairs he'd ever experienced. "We are aware of the outside world, Sergeant. We saw the news about the Bradesden house. We anticipated a visit from the police." Now the light was falling on her face. He could see there were fine lines around her eyes and on her forehead. Nearer 50 than 30, then. Delicate features, dark eyes under surprisingly heavy brows. "I understand some of the nuns from Bradesden are living here now." She inclined her head. "Can I ask exactly what you think you have discovered in the grounds of Bradesden?" That was how it was going to be, then. We know we have discovered the remains of up to 40 children and adolescents. We know the approximate number based on the skulls that have been recovered so far. As far as we can ascertain, there are no records of any formal burials at the convent, apart from those of nuns and priests in the official graveyard. And you think this has something to do with the members of the order? It seems likely, Alvin said. He stretched his legs in front of him and crossed them at the ankles, being as how the skeletons have been there longer than the 5 years since the convent closed, and early forensic evidence indicates that at least some of them definitely went in the ground while the convent was up and running. Her hand went to the mother-of-pearl encrusted crucifix that hung on her chest. God rest their souls. But how can you place responsibility for this at the door of our sisters? He didn't think she was stupid, but if she wanted to play that game, he'd indulge her. Well, they were responsible for the girls in the refuge and the school. But you don't know for certain that these remains are any of our girls. I don't think there's much likelihood of them not being your girls. But wherever they came from, they ended up under your front lawn, Mother. And that means I need to talk to the sisters who came to you from Bradesden. She gave a small, sharp sigh. I'm not sure that will be of much use to you. Why not? They must have seen something. You don't have your front lawn dug up 40 times and not notice. Another sigh. Nuns are not like other people, Sergeant. Even in a working order such as ours, we strive to focus on the interior life. Worldly concerns often don't penetrate our consciousness. Did she really expect him to fall for this? Nuns are human beings, though, and curiosity afflicts all of us to some extent. I will need to talk to the sisters. Women become nuns for all sorts of reasons. Some have a very clear religious vocation, an irresistible desire to offer up their lives to the service of God. Some come to us because they see this life as an escape from the modern world and all its temptations and troubles, only to find that their troubles accompany them and must still be faced. Some come seeking the contemplative life, a devotion to the beauty of our daily offices. One thing we all have in common in the Order of the Blessed Pearl is a repudiation of the outside world, and, of course, the vow of obedience. If they were told to ask no questions and put something from their mind, they will have done so. Alvin stared at her in disbelief. You're saying the Mother Superior could do whatever she liked, with total immunity? Just tell the nuns to forget anything dodgy, and bingo, it's forgotten? Reverend mothers are not prone to what you call dodgy behavior. But in essence what you're saying is correct. The nuns under her supervision are obliged to put aside their God-given free will and accept the need to obey in all things. Her expression was placid, as if this were a matter of no account. So they could have been turning a blind eye to all sorts of things. And if they talked about it, they'd be in trouble? If a nun is privy to something that troubles her conscience, she can bring it to her priest. Alvin scoffed. And that's covered by the seal of the confessional, right? Yes. He shook his head. You make the Mafia look like chatterboxes. I'm not being deliberately obstructive, Sergeant, but this is the rule we've lived by for centuries. It protects the guilty. A faint smile. It would be our contention that we are not the guilty, that when we do fall short, we confess our failings and we are shriven. The nuns who came here from Bradesden will not be able to further your inquiries. Their Reverend Mother, possibly, but she is not among us. I'm struggling with this, Mother Benedict. We're talking about the bodies of 40 young girls, girls who were almost certainly in the care of your order, and you're hiding behind an outdated set of rules. He shifted his position, elbows on his knees, his big head thrust forward. There will be a coroner's inquest at the very least, Your nuns will be under oath. They'll have to answer then. They might as well answer now." Her hand moved to her crucifix again. "And the answer will be the same. They know nothing. The sisters who came to us from Bradesden are the most elderly members of the community. 2 of them are suffering from dementia, so you must rule them out immediately. I can assure you that the others know nothing about these matters. If you insist, you may interview them, but their answers will be the same." 3 hours and 8 nuns later, Alvin learned she was telling no less than the truth. The 6 who did not have dementia had as much to say on the subject of dead children as those who barely knew their own names. Whatever they might have known, they'd consigned to a place in their heads behind a heavy door with more bolts and padlocks than he could unfasten. 3 simply stared at him in bewilderment so perfect he began to doubt himself. One couldn't stop talking about the wonderful life of the convent, and the blessing of being given the care of such promising girls, and the joy of being in the service of a nun like Mother Mary Patrick. A 5th refused to meet his eyes, staring into her lap for the duration of the interview, and barely responding in monosyllables. The wrong monosyllables, in Alvin's opinion. The 6th admonished him to judge not, lest he be judged, and refused to comment further except to say, "Whatever happened at Bradesden, it happened under the watchful eye of Our Lady and St. Margaret Clitheroe. They would not tolerate any occasion of sin under their roof." Through it all, Mother Benedict sat, unsmiling, her fingers moving continuously over the glowing amber beads of a rosary. As the last nun left the room, she rose to her feet. "I'm sorry you've wasted so much of your time, Sergeant. You really should have taken my word for what the sisters would be able to tell you." She finally gave a full smile, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "Poverty, chastity, and obedience, Sergeant. And the greatest of these is obedience. Nuns don't lie. We simply train ourselves to forget that which we are not supposed to know." Chapter 35. When we see Freudian analysis portrayed in films and TV, they often make a thing out of the fact that the psychoanalyst seldom speaks. There's a rationale in that approach. Silence is the interviewer's friend. Most of us struggle with the overwhelming urge to fill it. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. Paula rested her head on the steering wheel of her car and breathed deeply. She was hungry, tired, and late for the evening arrangement she'd been looking forward to. But Martignew's sudden accusation provoked one of those sudden flurries of activity that descended on major investigations whenever there came an unexpected change of direction. Paula and Steve had, of course, promptly steered Martignew and his lawyer back to the table to continue the interview. Initially, Martignew had sat hunched over, his head in his hands, rocking to and fro on his chair. But Paula caught a glimpse of him flicking a glance at her through his fingers, and found herself less than convinced by his apparent come apart. "Come on, Jezza," she said gently, not letting her doubt show. "I know this is hard, but you will feel like a weight's come off your shoulders when you tell us what you know. You're not betraying Father Keenan. You're doing the right thing." He looked up, his features squeezed tight in an expression of pain. "He was my priest. He said I wouldn't understand what he was involved in, but it was God's work." He spread his hands, palms upwards. "What was I supposed to do?" "He had no right to involve you in any of this," Paula said. "But we need to get to the bottom of it, and you can help us here, Jezza. And you can help yourself, too. Things look pretty bad for you right now, I won't lie. But if you tell us the whole story, explain to us how you got drawn into it, it'll make a difference for you." He rubbed his eyes, then looked at his lawyer. I'm going to tell them, he said. Cohen patted his arm. That's your choice, Mr. Martineau, but I will intervene if I think you're potentially making things worse for yourself. Martineau shook his head. She's right. I've been carrying this weight around, and I'm tired of it. What did you do? Martineau looked away, twisting his fingers round each other. Same as I did for the nuns. I dug holes when I was asked to, but I never filled them in for the priest. He did that himself. Talk me through it, Paula said. He was shifting in his seat, uneasy and struggling. His manner was completely different from when he'd told them about digging the graves for the nuns. She reckoned he'd known all along it was wrong, but he hadn't known how to make it right, how to stand up to a priest. He came to me, it must have been 7 or 8 years ago. He said he'd been doing a lot of work with the homeless in Bradfield. He gave her an imploring look. It's the kind of thing a priest's supposed to do, right? Help people down the bottom of the pile. And God knew there were enough of those in Bradfield, Paula thought. The back streets around Temple Fields and behind Bellwether Square crawled with the flotsam and jetsam of the city. Spice, the drug of choice among the destitute, had hollowed out lives, leaving human husks to stumble around in a haze. People complained the police were failing in their job to keep the streets safe. But what were they supposed to do? There was nowhere for them to take the street people where they could start climbing out of the pit they'd collapsed into. Go on, Paula said, when Martineau slowed to a halt. So he said that sometimes people died on the streets, and there was nobody to claim them, nobody to give them a decent burial. He said they just got cremated, and their ashes scattered like they were rubbish. He said he wanted something better for them, and since the convent was sacred ground, he wanted to bury them here. Only he'd be breaking the law, taking their bodies away without telling the police or the social services. He gnawed at the skin on the side of his thumbnail, his eyes flicking back and forth like a frightened animal. He asked you for help? Martineau nodded. He said it wouldn't happen often, but it does happen. You must know that in your job. People just die on the streets, and half the time nobody even knows their real name or where they come from. He said when he heard about it happening, there might be times when he'd want to bring them here, so they could have a proper resting place. Steve couldn't contain himself any longer. He leaned forward, getting in Martineau's space. And you didn't think there was anything weird about that? Anything wrong? Martineau grimaced, as if he was fighting tears, but his eyes were dry, Paula noticed. He was a fucking priest, don't you get it? You grow up a Catholic, it's ingrained from birth. The priest can do no wrong. Even when he's wrong, he's right. It wasn't my place to go questioning him. He said it was a kind of blessing, laying them to rest, and all he was asking me to do was dig a hole. How did it work? Paula spoke quietly, taking the heat out of the room. Did Father Keenan just turn up with a body? A slow shake of the head. He'd speak to me earlier in the day, say he'd heard from one of his contacts about a death, that they'd be protecting the body till he could get there. I'd make a grave somewhere in the vegetable garden. There was always somewhere needing cleared out. Then he'd turn up in the evening at my back gate, after dark. He'd drive in, usually with some deadbeat in the passenger seat. I've got an old roadworks lantern. The light just comes out in one direction. I used to put that by the grave so they could see it coming from my place, but you couldn't really see it from the convent side. He paused again. It was an effort to gather himself. Paula waited. Silence could often be the best tool, especially once the accused had broken the seal of their own secret. It was like opening a bag of Maltesers, she thought. Once you'd started, you might kid yourself that you were going to stop, but you couldn't. I left them to it, he said. I never saw the bodies. I suppose they must have been in the boot. Father Keenan would knock on the back door when they'd finished and just say, "That's us done. God bless you, Jezza." And so they leaned on him for another hour. Stop, start. 8 bodies, Martineau admitted, though he wasn't certain about the total. The last one about 7 months before. For even though the priest had moved away, he maintained his work with the destitute of Bradfield. No, he couldn't remember exact dates. He'd given a harsh bark of incredulous laughter at that point. How would he remember the dates? Paula had pointed out his obsession with Bradfield Vicks. Maybe he remembered one of the burials because it was just before or just after a big game. At the mention of the club, he'd become agitated. There was, he insisted, no way he paid attention to the dates. He put them out of his mind as soon as they were done with, because they made him uneasy. Even though the priest said it was okay, it still made him uncomfortable. When they'd started going round in circles, Paula had brought it to a close, leaving Martineau to talk to his lawyer before he was bedded down in a cell for the night. Rutherford had been preening himself all round the incident room, making it clear whose team had scored the breakthrough. Paula was tasked with bringing Father Keenan in for interview first thing. Remembering Karim had been assigned to interviewing the priest, she went looking for him. He was nowhere to be seen, and his interview hadn't been posted to the incident room. She tried calling him, but his phone went straight to voicemail. No reason to be worried, she told herself. He could have had to hang around, waiting for the priest to become available, and worked late enough to feel justified in knocking off for the day. There was no overtime in remit, after all. Really, no reason to be worried. Paula lifted her head off the steering wheel and drove to the family-run Italian restaurant that was close enough to home to be a regular haven for her and Eleanor. That night they'd arranged to meet a third person for dinner. Paula was almost an hour late, but she knew there would be no recriminations. Eleanor and Carol Jordan both understood jobs that required a response to ever-changing circumstances. No overtime for a hospital consultant either. During the years when Paula had carried a faintly flickering torch for Carol, it had never crossed her mind to hug her boss. Now that flame was dead. Now there was no longer rank between them. Whenever they met, it began with a hug. Hugging Carol was a bit like hugging a tree, a slender silver birch, not the thick trunk of an oak, but stiff and unyielding nonetheless. But it was a validation of a friendship. So they embraced. Then Paula kissed Eleanor on the corner of her mouth and sat down, feeling some of the day fall away from her shoulders. "We've had antipasti," Eleanor said, "and I ordered a family-sized bowl of spaghetti alla nonna to be cooked the moment you walked in." She turned and gave the thumbs up to Donatella. "It's on its way," she called back. "Thank you." Paula let out a long breath and reached for the bottle of Primitivo. Only 1 glass gone so far, and the remains of that in front of Eleanor. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the bottle of San Pellegrino next to Carol. Always a relief. "You'll have had quite a day," Carol said. "Eleanor said you were working the bones at the convent. I was surprised. I didn't think it would be remit territory." "It wouldn't be, normally. Not without evidence of suspicious death, which we all know wouldn't come till the anthros have had their way with the bones. But Rutherford wanted it, and he trampled over Alex Fielding to get it." Carol winced. "He may live to regret that." "Annoyingly, it's just as well he did. We've not gone public with it yet, but there's another set of remains that are quite distinct from the original discovery." Paula reached for the last couple of olives in the bowl. "That's weird," Eleanor said. "Do you think they're connected? Like someone who knew about the first bodies, deciding that was a good place to hide their victim?" "Victims, plural." Paula shrugged. "We don't know yet. It would be an extraordinary coincidence, if not." And Carol gave a wry grin as she and Paula chorused, "We don't like coincidence." "It's a strange one," Paula said. "And here comes heaven," she added, as Donatella arrived with a steaming bowl of pasta. The aroma made Paula's mouth fill with saliva. The three women took it in turn to exclaim and serve themselves. Carol spooned grated pecorino over her food and said, almost casually, "You miss Tony at a time like this?" "Not just at a time like this. I'm due to see him soon. I'll see if he has any interesting insights to point us in the right direction." Everyone had their eyes on their plates in a rare moment when discretion trumped curiosity. Eating consumed them for a few minutes, then Carol said, "Bronwyn Scott turned up at my place the other day." Paula raised her eyebrows, a forkful of pasta halfway to her mouth. What on earth did she want? "She's part of an informal group of professionals running their own small-scale version of the Innocence Project, working on miscarriages of justice. They call themselves After Proven Guilty, as in—" "Yeah, I get it," Paula chipped in with a wry smile. "Innocent until proven guilty," she added for Eleanor's benefit. "In one," Carol sipped her water. "She wants me on board." "That's a no-brainer," Eleanor said. "That's right up your street, isn't it?" Carol gave a one-shoulder shrug. "I don't know. I always said you're only as good as your team. I've no idea whether I can cut it as a solo player." "I wouldn't worry about that. Has she dangled something in front of you?" "Oh, yes." And between mouthfuls she told them about Saul Nielsen and Lyle Tate. "No body and circumstantial," Paula said. "Getting a conviction must have been tricky." Eleanor put down her fork. "I guess that makes overturning it so much harder." Carol gave her a considering look. "Is that the sound of a gauntlet being slapped down?" Paula groaned. "What have you done, Doc?" "Carol Jordan and Bronwyn Scott? The last time you two worked together you nearly destroyed Bradfield Metropolitan Police." Carol grinned. "Better run for the hills, Paula." Half a bottle of Primitivo and a complimentary grappa meant leaving the car outside the restaurant. Carol offered to drive them home, but their polite excuses tumbled over each other. "It's out of your way. It's no distance. I need the fresh air." And so Eleanor and Paula walked companionably back through deserted streets, still holding hands after all those years, swapping the inconsequential conversational exchanges of two people who know what the other is thinking and feeling about most things. "It's good to see Carol doing what she's best at," Eleanor said. "I suppose. I was hoping she'd maybe find something else to be good at. I don't like to think of her hankering after the life she can't have any more. She's lost so much, Paula. She needs something to anchor her to her old self while she works out what her new one is. She's clearly trying to sort herself out so she can find a way back to Tony. Before you arrived, she admitted she's seeing a therapist who specializes in treating PTSD. Paula squeezed Eleanor's hand. "That's good news. Let's hope it helps. I thought she seemed a bit more relaxed this evening, and she's not drinking." "Unlike me," Paula gave a wry laugh. "A day like today, a decent glass of wine feels like a lifeline to normality. I was looking at those crime scene pics and thinking, if Torin hadn't pitched up with us, he could have ended up like one of those kids, stuck in some abusive institution or living on the streets. Doesn't bear thinking about." "I know," Eleanor sighed. "I see them all the time in A&E. Young kids, wrecked from drugs and street life. The older ones who are pretty much derelict from drink and homelessness. Some of them come in just for a place to sit and be warm in the middle of the night. Some of them are having mental health episodes, and some of them are too far gone for us to be of any use. Did you know that homeless people have a life expectancy that's 30 years less than the rest of us? If we'd been homeless for the last 10 years, Paula, we'd be at death's door. Before Paula could reply, her ringtone cut through the background city hum. She let go Eleanor's hand to dig it out of her pocket. Glancing at the screen, she said, "Sorry, I've got to—" Eleanor walked on a few steps, and as Paula raised the phone to her ear, she felt an unexpected jolt of love as she took in her partner, long black hair gleaming under the streetlight, the familiar planes and angles of her lovely face, as striking as when she'd first seen them. She turned away as Karim's voice spoke. "Boss, I just got your message." "Where are you? What happened with the priest? Why haven't you been in touch or filed a report?" She rattled the questions at him without giving him a chance to reply. "I came home, boss. It was late. There was nothing to say." "What? You didn't see the priest?" "Yeah, I saw him, but he had nothing useful to say. He knew about the graves, but as far as he was concerned, the deaths were all natural, and he didn't take any part in the actual burials. He denied all knowledge of any abuse by the nuns. Boss, he totally had nothing helpful to say." "It doesn't matter, Karim. You should have filed your report." "What did he say when you asked him about the second group of remains?" A moment's silence. Paula felt the tension released by the wine reassert itself in her neck. "Karim, what did he say?" "I didn't get the chance to ask him." He sounded sheepish. "What do you mean, you didn't get the chance? You were interviewing him, Karim." "He chucked me out. He got pissed off with the questions. He didn't like the implication that bad things had been happening and he'd been part of them. He told me it was over and he just walked out of the room." "And you let him?" Paula's voice rose almost to a yelp. "What was I supposed to do? I couldn't go chasing him through his own house. He's just a witness, boss. I didn't have any power to detain him." "He's not just a witness, Karim. He's a person of interest. The groundsman, Martineau, he gave up Father Bloody Keenan when we interviewed him earlier. If you'd phoned in like you should have, you'd be sitting outside his house right now, making sure he doesn't do a runner." "Oh, shit," Karim whispered. "Oh, shit is right, Karim. So you're going back there first thing in the morning with me, and we're going to bring him in. I want you outside my house at 6 a.m. with a decent cup of coffee and a bacon roll. And meanwhile, get your fucking report filed with the incident room and start praying Rutherford doesn't find out how comprehensively you've bollocksed this up." Chapter 36. Some people discover they have a talent for music or painting. Pursuing it gives them a mission in life. Unfortunately, some people discover they have a talent for violence, and their mission brings misery to everyone around them. Part of the problem is that we all like to have a sense of purpose. It's hard to turn your back on something you're good at. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. It turned out that Matis Kalvaitis wasn't just a good fighter. He was also a good publicist. Writing the draft appeal against his deportation had occupied Tony for a couple of days. He'd done some research in the prison library. It had an interesting, if random, collection of law books, which the prisoner on library duty had described as the DIY section. He'd found what he needed to put together a letter that he thought covered the bases, attaching a note that made it clear what additional information was needed and where it should go. He'd handed it over at the first opportunity and let it slide from the front of his mind, which was by then occupied with writing a chapter on misogyny. The next morning, when he'd returned from breakfast, 3 prisoners were hanging around on the landing outside his cell. He felt the sudden fizz of adrenaline. Had he pissed someone off? Was this a punishment crew? Before he could turn and walk away, one of them called to him. "Don't freak out, Doc. It's not what you think." "Well, not yet, anyway." It turned out that Calvaitis had been so impressed with what Tony had done that he'd told all his mates, who had told all their mates. Not only did the shrink write good English, he had nice handwriting too, the kind of writing that would impress a woman, or cheer up a kid, or make you look like you weren't a complete loser. 3 inmates, 3 demands. A letter to a landlord demanding that he fix the troublesome toilet in the flat where the man's girlfriend and 3 kids were living. A birthday message to a mother, and a bedtime story for a 3-year-old daughter. It doesn't have to be long or fancy, just a little bit of a story that her mum can read to her. Tony was nonplussed. He hadn't written a story since his 3rd year at high school. "I don't know," he said, dubious. "Why can't you read her a story down the phone?" The man's hands had clenched into fists. "If I could," he cleared his throat. "It's fucking impossible to get on the phone at the right time. You know what it's like. No point in a bedtime story at 3 o'clock, is there?" And Tony understood. It wasn't the story that was the issue, it was the reading. He couldn't write a story because he couldn't write. He couldn't read to his daughter because he couldn't read. "I'll try," he said. "What is she like?" "Princesses and space rockets," the man muttered. "I'll pay you in phone cards." Which would be fine, Tony thought, if he had anyone to phone. He wasn't without friends. Paula and Eleanor had become close in recent years. He and Torin were mates, going to Bradfield Vic's and hanging out on his narrow boat together. And then there was Carol. But he'd always struggled with talking on the phone. He felt at a disadvantage when he couldn't see people's body language, gauge the changing messages of their faces. Besides, what could he talk about? "Thanks," he said. At least phone cards were currency. He'd find something he wanted to trade them for. But the encounter made him think. He suspected these wouldn't be the last things he'd be asked to write. As he pushed his laundry basket round the wing, he mulled it over, and remembered hearing about a scheme to combat violent crime he'd read about in a psychology journal. One of the key points where changes in behavior could be effected, the article said, was when violent men became fathers. They longed to be proper fathers, but they didn't know how. Either their fathers had been absent, or they'd been abusive in a terrifying range of ways. The researchers had uncovered the fact that there was a high rate of limited literacy among their target group. In the face of resistance from men who didn't want to be seen reading kids' stuff, they'd worked on teaching them enough basic reading skills to be able to read their young children a bedtime story. It didn't sound much, but the reported effects had been significant. Building bonds with their children had put a brake on criminal activity that punishment had failed to manage. It wasn't an overnight transformation, but it was clear that something had shifted for some of these men. Tony considered how he could use this nugget of information. He supposed he could make an appointment with one of the assistant governors and suggest setting up a basic literacy course for the inmates. He suspected that would get him precisely nowhere. Ever since he'd arrived in custody, all he'd heard was that the budgets were stretched to breaking point. Prisoners were supposed to have access to education, but programs were limited and waiting lists long. Going down the official route was almost certainly a waste of time. But he'd quickly learned that there were unofficial routes to everything in a prison. The library had space. They ran a couple of book groups already. Maybe he could get something going. He'd have to think carefully what to call it. Admitting you couldn't read or write was one of the handful of things that was still shaming, because it was something that anybody could do, wasn't it? Kids could do it, fuckwits could do it, screws could do it, and in prison no one ever chose to look vulnerable. it had to be something with no challenge in it. He couldn't call it How to Be a Dad, because that would suggest they didn't know how to be dads, which was tantamount to saying they didn't know how to be men. Reading with your kids? Or maybe books to share with your kids? That was more like it. Suggestions rather than instructions. Tony didn't know much about teaching people to read, but he did have some experience of teaching. And if they started with basic alphabet books, how hard could it be? The prison library probably didn't have anything like that, but he had a publisher, and he had a phone card, and now he had a purpose. Chapter 37. In crime fiction, the culprit is generally the least likely person. In real life, the opposite holds true. Usually, it's the most obvious person. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. Because 5:30 would come round far too soon, Eleanor had opted for the spare room, so Paula was able to privilege speed over stealth. Hand slapped on the phone to turn off the alarm, quick burst of a shower, towel dry, and into today's maroon polo neck under the grey suit from Hobbs's sale. She was downstairs and ready to roll 20 minutes later, staring out of the window at the street, orange juice in hand, wishing she hadn't given up smoking. Oh, for that first hit of the day, the blessed nicotine hitting the bloodstream and snapping the synapses to attention. Right on cue, a black BMW nosed into sight, and Karim double-parked outside her front door. Paula was down the path and in the passenger seat inside a minute. A bacon roll in a paper bag sat on the dashboard, a halo of condensation around it on the windscreen. A carton of coffee in the cup holder, a wisp of steam escaping from the slit in the lid. "Full marks for obeying one set of instructions," she said, reaching for the sandwich and checking for brown sauce. "But you're not out of my personal doghouse yet. I was nearly worried about you." "Worried?" He pulled away. "Well, it turns out you'd been interviewing someone accused of a series of murders, and you were off the radar." She bit into the roll. That's magnificent. You should have got one for yourself." He rolled his eyes. "Yeah, the classic Musa breakfast. What, you thought he'd topped me?" Chew, swallow. "Not really. On reflection, I thought you were probably being a lazy git who wanted to get back to his sexy new girlfriend before she went off the boil." Karim scowled. "I don't have a girlfriend right now." "No excuse, then." "So what did the lawnmower say?" "The lawnmower?" For a moment Paula was lost. Then the penny dropped with a clatter. "The groundsman?" Between sips of coffee and mouthfuls of bread and crispy bacon, she ran through the interview with Jezza Martineau. "You believe him?" Karim asked when she'd done. "I definitely believe it wasn't Martineau who killed them. But I'm not 100% that he's giving us the whole story. What's he like, this priest?" "Irish. Looks like he hasn't had a square meal in months. A bit full of himself. Not used to being questioned. Got really snippy when I suggested it was hard to believe he didn't know what was going on with the nuns. And then he decided he'd had enough, and he just walked out." He gave a sharp sigh. "What would you have done, boss?" What would she have done? It wouldn't help to say she wouldn't have let it get to that point in the first place. It's a tough call, but I'd probably have waited him out. He'd have to come back eventually. "You'd have just sat there?" "Yes, because my mindset is that it isn't over till I say it's over." They drove in glum silence for a few minutes. Then Karim said, "I've got a lot to learn, right?" "Yep, but knowing that is half the battle." There was no sign of activity in the priest's house. Upstairs and downstairs, in one room apiece, curtains were drawn. "Nice gaff," Paula said. "They do all right, in spite of the theoretical poverty." She rang the bell, stepped back and waited. Nothing. Not even a twitch of the curtain. Another ring. More nothing. She nodded at Karim and indicated the knocker. He grinned and banged it as hard as he could 3 times. "I hope he hasn't done one," Karim muttered, hammering the knocker again. This time the door opened on the chain. One bleary eye and a section of unshaven chin appeared in the gap. "What are you doing here at this time of the morning?" Pissed off, rather than worried, Paula thought. She stepped forward. "And who are you?" "I am Detective Inspector McIntyre of the Regional Major Incident Team." "Open the door, please, sir." "Why should I? I said all I had to say to your colleague yesterday. This is outrageous. I was in bed, asleep, and you come banging on the door." Paula talked right over him. "There are 2 ways to do this. You open the door and let us in, or I call in the local tactical support group, and they arrive with sirens and flashing lights and break your door down. It's your choice, but you have to make it in the next 30 seconds. You should take it as read that I am not bluffing. I got up very early to be here now, and I'm not going away without what I came for." His mouth hung open. Paula doubted anyone had spoken to him like that in years. He pushed the door almost closed. The chain rattled as fingers, clumsy with sleep or fear, fumbled it out of its track. Then the door edged open. Father Keenan stood in his rumpled state, skinny legs covered in thick black hair sticking out of the bottom of a woolen dressing gown over a white T-shirt. He backed up enough to let them in, and Karim closed the door behind him. "You are Father Michael Keenan?" Paula asked. "I am he." Imperious tone, the shock ebbing out of him. "We'll see about that." "Michael Keenan, I am arresting you on suspicion of murder. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defense if you do not mention, when questioned, something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence." He took a step back, horrified incredulity on his face. He raised his hands, palms out, as if fending off a blow. "This is crazy," he protested. "I had nothing to do with those girls. Nothing." He pointed at Karim. "He said nothing about murder." "It's not the girls we hear about," Paula said. "It's the other bodies." He blinked rapidly, aghast. "What are you talking about? What other bodies?" "Father Keenan, I'm going to have to ask you to get dressed and come with us to Bradfield, where you will be formally interviewed. D.C. Hussein will accompany you upstairs to get dressed." "This is madness. I'm not going anywhere with you. You can't just march in here with your nonsense." Karim moved towards him, but he shied away. "I want a lawyer before I set 1 foot out of here." "You can consult with a lawyer at the police station, but right now you're under arrest, and you are coming to Bradfield with us. If you don't want to get dressed, I'm quite happy to handcuff you and frog-march you out to our car for all your neighbours to see. How do you think that'll go down with your parishioners, with your bishop?" Paula sighed. "Karim." He grabbed Keenan's arm and with his other hand pulled a set of plastic cuffs from his pocket. "All right," the priest shouted. "May God forgive you for this outrage." "I'll get dressed." Karim let him go and followed him upstairs. Paula let out a long breath. Was that the reaction of an innocent man, or one cunning enough to have carried out these crimes in the first place? Too soon to know, but she'd get there, one way or another. Chapter 38. However bizarre the sequence of actions undertaken by a serial murderer, they will all have meaning for the killer. No 2 sequences are ever identical, and there is no limit to how grotesque they can seem. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. Rutherford had called just as Alvin was finishing breakfast. Whenever he could manage it, he sat down to eat with Esme and the kids. He'd been brought up in the belief that eating together had a value that went far beyond the calorific. That morning he'd been first downstairs, beating eggs in a bowl and scrambling them with a handful of cheese, spring onions, and a scatter of chili flakes. Thick slices of crusty white toast slathered with butter on the side. "Breakfast of champions," he announced as they sat down together. Esme rolled her eyes, her response as predictable as his words. The kids said nothing, too busy eating. When his phone rang, Alvin automatically got up from the table and closed the door behind him as he headed into the hall. Rutherford launched straight in. "Sergeant, don't bother coming in for the early briefing. I want you to go straight to the lab and see what they have to tell us about the second set of remains. I realize it's early days, but I want them to know we're staying right on top of this. Whatever they've got at this point, I want it. Clear on that?" It was hard to imagine what could be unclear about Rutherford's instructions. Alvin wondered if the man was unconsciously racist or whether he treated everyone as if they were a bit on the slow side. He'd have to check that with Paula. "Clear, sir," was all he said. "I'm on my way." He checked the time. If he dropped the kids at school, it would only take him a few minutes out of his road. A few minutes that nobody would notice, and it would mean starting his day with a better taste in his mouth than Rutherford's patronizing words. He'd called ahead to let Chrissy of Farrelly know he was coming, and she was waiting for him at the reception desk. As they made their way up to the room with the view of the lab, she brought him up to speed on the second group of remains. "They've gone in the first instance to the mortuary, so the pathologists can make their primary findings. Some of the bodies are partially fleshed, so there may be indications of what happened to them before they went into the ground," she said, leading the way and sitting down. "So you can't tell me much about where we're up to right now?" Alvin was disappointed. He still clung to the idea that forensics experts could work magic, and almost instantly. If pushed, he'd have to admit to watching too much CSI. She took off her glasses and polished them on the sleeve of her lab coat. Her face was transformed into something far less intimidating. "We have a real-time link with the pathology suite these days," she said, replacing her glasses and re-establishing the hierarchy. "We hear their findings as they make them. It's very useful to have such a joined-up process." "And?" He looked expectant. "So far we have discovered 8 sets of remains, and we are in the process of recovering them. It's not quite as straightforward as the bones, because, as I said, some of them are partially fleshed because of the conditions of the burials. That means we have to take rather more time in removing them and the surrounding soil. It's not pretty," she added, a faint curl of the lip for emphasis. "It sounds like these are definitely in a different category from the human remains in the front lawn." This was one assertion he felt fairly confident about making, particularly in the light of what he'd heard of Martinew's revelations. A fleeting smile. "You know, we hate to leap to conclusions here, Sergeant, but first impressions are that these body disposals are different in every way. For starters, the wrappings are entirely different. As I told you, the girls' bodies were enclosed in shrouds made from a linen and cotton mixture. The second group had been wrapped in bed sheets, a polyester-cotton mix, so what we've got are bits of dyed polyester, elastic from the corners of fitted sheets, and fragments of relatively intact material. The sheets were sealed with packing tape, which hasn't decayed, so some of the original fabric was sandwiched between bits of tape." "And labels? Sheets have labels, right?" Dr. O'Farrelly smiled. "You're a fast learner, Sergeant. I've no doubt we'll find some labels in the environment of the bodies. Now, most of these bodies are practically skeletonized, so they've clearly been in the ground for a while. Years, probably, in most cases. We do have quite a few bits of clothing, though. Man-made fabrics of one sort or another. Polyester, lycra, the plastic of trainers, metal eyelets from lace holes, rivets and zips from jeans. Elastic from jogging bottoms, other stuff. A couple of replica football shirts, for example, still surprisingly identifiable. One Arsenal, one Bradfield Victoria. She paused, her line of sight drifting up to the corner of the ceiling as if she was searching for the right words. These are without doubt homicide victims. She spoke flatly, without inflection. Alvin sat to attention. You can be sure about that already? Dr. O'Farrelly looked out at the lab where her team was squirreling away at their several tasks. She sighed. They had plastic bags taped over their heads. They will have asphyxiated. All of them? He imagined the struggle for breath and felt sick. She nodded. All of them. The older bodies have decomposed, so what happens over time is that the bodies decay as they normally would. The neck eventually decomposes sufficiently to allow the environments inside and outside the bag to become continuous. Eventually, there'll be no discernible difference in the state of the head and the rest of the body, except that there'll be a taped-up plastic bag over the skull to tell the tale of how they died. Bloody hell, Alvin said. Well, not bloody, actually, as homicide goes. There is one body, however, that is slightly different. My soil scientist colleague put her head together with an anthropologist who specializes in rates of decay, and between them they estimate it's only been in the ground for a matter of months, somewhere between 6 and 8 months. There's reasonably advanced decomposition of the body, so there has been some access via the neck to the head. Inside the bag, well, let me just say there are some things I am very grateful to see on a screen rather than in reality. Alvin took a deep breath. I don't want to hear this, but you're going to have to tell me. The flesh is mushy. The whole head is sitting in what looks like a puddle of slimy vomit, murky, milky pools inside the bag. The skin's slipped off, taking the hair with it. One of my colleagues referred to it as hairy soup with bits of skin like torn-up lasagna floating in it. The smell will have been hideous. Alvin could feel his stomach folding in on itself. He fought the urge to run from the room and find the nearest toilet. Swallowed hard, wiped a sheen of sweat from his top lip. She fetched a bottle of water from a cabinet in the corner and handed it to him. "Drink," she commanded. Alvin did as he was told. He felt the water run down his gullet, its cold passage taking his mind off the nausea. Dr. O'Farrelly waited till he'd composed himself, then said, "Nothing glamorous in this line of work, we both know that. But there is a marginal upside, which is that we should be able to give you DNA on your man fairly quickly." "Your man?" She nodded. "So far, 3 bodies have been examined in some detail, and the pathologists can say with a high degree of certainty that these are the bodies of young men. Definitely not little girls from the convent." "Well, that's something. It's about all I have for you right now. It all takes time, and we never have enough technicians to do the work, and every time you turn around there's something new coming at you down the turnpike. I was at a meeting last week where they were telling us that you can find DNA even after the bloodstain's been washed out of clothing. The chromophores disappear, but the DNA remains. Great, I'm thinking, as if we didn't have enough of a backlog. Now we're looking for the invisible man." She shook her head. "Believe me, I know what that feels like. Is there any possibility of getting the killer's DNA or prints from the adhesive tape?" "Hard to say at this stage, but obviously we'll be looking for that. The bags themselves don't offer any clues. 3 different supermarkets, 2 sports stores, and 3 blanks. Our best chance might be the inside of the plastic bags." Alvin nodded. "When you stick your hand inside a plastic bag to get it to open up. I get you. I wouldn't hold out too much hope, though. the action of the fluids inside those plastic bags. "There's got to be something that nails this bastard," Alvin growled. "You'd think so, wouldn't you? But it doesn't always work out that way." Chapter 39. The art of profiling depends on our ability to see beyond the obvious to the overlooked. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. Even in the relatively short time that Carol had been out of the police force, the regulations about what was permissible for anyone visiting prison in an official capacity had become yet more draconian. When they'd met for Carol to pick up her letter of accreditation, Bronwyn had explained, "Every prison is a bit of a law unto itself, but Strangeways is the worst of the lot. They change the rules from week to week just to get under our skin." "You can still take a bag in?" "You can, but it's not worth it. The only things allowed in are a pen, papers, and glasses, if you need them. If there are any paper clips on your files, they have to be removed. Last time I went to Strangeways, they even made me take the elastic bands and the barrister's ribbon off the brief, because they were potential weapons." "Death by elastic band?" Carol was incredulous. "Could be a thing, apparently." Bronwyn looked scornful. "But really, it's all about power and control. So the basics are no train tickets or timetables, no food or drink, no smart watches or anything with the capability of accessing the big bad internet. Absolutely no phones. Strangeways won't let you wear a watch or any kind of fitness tracker, which is a shame because sometimes you end up walking a long way to the interview room." She grinned. "Just take the minimum with you and leave everything in the locker except for your files, your legal pad, and your pen. Make sure it's a nice new pen, because they'll probably only let you take one in, and if it runs out, tough." She handed over a letter identifying Carol as a paralegal investigator for her firm. "Go with the flow, Carol," she added. "I know it'll kill you, but be meek and accommodating. It's tempting, but don't pick a fight. The most important person in this is the client. Getting yourself kicked out before you've had your sit-down with him defeats the object." Carol raised her eyebrows. "I'm not a novice," Bronwyn shrugged. "You are on this side of the fence. You're used to being in the driving seat. The defense team don't even get to sit in the car." So Carol had played the game, swallowing the contempt of the swaggering officers who had painstakingly inspected her passport and the letter from Bronwyn, then reluctantly pointed her to the locker where she'd deposited everything except the essentials. She'd been patient and pleasant in the face of their arrogance, and her reward was now to walk through the metal detector at HMP Manchester. The prison had been renamed in an attempt to scrub it of its notoriety, but everyone on both sides of the law continued to refer to it by its old name, Strangeways, notorious for its tough regime and even tougher inmates. Carol followed a wide-hipped male officer down a hallway that smelled of aggressive cleaning chemicals, through a sally port and a series of locked gates. Eventually she was led into a tiny interview room with barely enough space for 2 chairs and a table that was wide enough to make any hand contact difficult. The officer left her alone to stare at the wall for more than 10 minutes before Saul Nielsen was led in through a door in the wall opposite the one Carol had entered by. Prison did nobody any favors, and Saul was no exception. He'd lost weight, and there was a dullness in his eyes that she suspected was recent. When Carol introduced herself, he barely stirred. "I'm here because we think your conviction is unsafe," she said. He snorted. "Of course it's unsafe. I was found guilty of something I didn't do. It doesn't get more unsafe than that. I've never been in trouble with the law, not even stopped and searched, which, is kind of unusual for a black lad who drives a nice car. But the jury, they thought a gay black man had to be guilty of something, and it might as well be murder. Carroll nodded. You're probably right that racist attitudes played a part in your conviction, but there's no way to prove it, and proof is what we need to change this story. How are you going to do that, then? His chin came up in a challenge. I'm going to start with the genuine presumption that you're innocent. Please don't take this the wrong way, but I was a cop for the best part of 20 years. For most of that time, I was a detective. I ended up running a major incident team. He scowled. Like that's going to make me trust you. Who do you think put me in here? You can trust that I know what I'm doing, and that I know how cops put cases together. For example, there's usually a period of time between someone being arrested and actually being interviewed on tape. Sometimes police officers claim a suspect said things on the way to the police station and then refuse to repeat them in the interview. He sighed. Being verbaled is what they call it in here. But that didn't happen with me. No fabricated evidence claiming I'd said things I hadn't. It cuts both ways, Carroll said. Sometimes a suspect says something in that unrecorded window that's totally unhelpful to the prosecution case. The officers conveniently forget about it when it comes to the sit-down interview and don't allude to it, so it doesn't appear on the record. In the shock and panic of being arrested and questioned and charged, it's easy to forget about it. If people remember it at all, it's sometimes not until they get to court, when it's too late for the defense to do anything about it. In English courtrooms, it doesn't happen like an American crime drama, where a crucial piece of evidence lands at the last minute and turns everything on its head. Can you remember anything like that? He frowned, concentration knitting his brows and drawing down the corners of his mouth. I don't think so, he said at last, shaking his head. Like you said, it was all shock and panic, not just because of the kind of crime they were talking about, but because I was such a sad fucking closet case, and I realized that the life I'd had was over. Whatever happened about Lyle, I was going to lose my family. Because of your sexuality? His eyes glistened with emotion. Yes, and I was right. My father hasn't spoken to me since the day I was arrested. Neither of my parents visited me when I was on remand, or since I was convicted. My sister writes to me, but she doesn't visit either. I lost everything, and all over something I didn't do. His pain was obvious. She knew that feeling, loss and anger, and nowhere to put it. Carroll knew better than to rush to judgment, but what she thought she recognized in Saul Nielsen was an innocent man. Maybe we can fix at least some of that. I don't see how, unless some new evidence fell out of the sky. Not yet. She opened the file of papers she'd brought in with her. I've been reading the files relating to your case, and I've been reading them in a particular way, what we call walking back the cat. I don't know what that even means. It means tracing something back to its dubious origins and figuring out the steps along the way. In this instance, it's about looking for what's not there. He scratched his jaw. How do you look for what's not there? And if it's not there, how do you know you found it? It was a good question. What was that poem Tony always quoted at them? Yesterday upon the stair I met a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. Oh, how I wish he'd go away. But the only way to make him disappear was to shine a light on him. Experience? You're a landscape architect, right? You know that. Why ask? She gave a rueful smile. Force of habit, always check. I imagine when you look at a project, you know instinctively what would complete it. It's the same for me. I read a court file and I think, what would I have asked that these detectives didn't ask? I was lucky. I used to work with a detective who had an extraordinary talent for interviewing, and I learned a lot from watching her. So I bring a lot of experience to the table." He was alert now, head cocked, assessing her. "And what did your experience show you was missing in my file?" "I've not dug deep into all of it yet," she admitted, "but there's one thing I would have asked in that first interview that isn't there, and I can't see the answer to it anywhere in the case papers." "So what's this big question the Bradfield cops didn't manage to ask me?" There was a challenge in his expression now, an engagement that hadn't been there earlier. "It's not a big question, but it might have a big answer. Did Lyle Tate say anything about where he was going after he left you?" Chapter 40. A profile only has investigative value, not probative. It's guidance, not evidence. But for detectives attempting to accumulate evidence, it can often point them in directions they hadn't fully considered. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. Steve Nisbet was dangerously close to too close to Paula. "Why's Karim doing the interview with you?" he demanded. "It was our interview that put Keenan in the frame, not his. I've seen his report. He didn't even ask the priest about the other bodies." Paula gave him her hardest stare, refusing to speak till he backed away a half step. "When it comes to the conduct of interviews, you do not question my decisions, Sergeant." She placed the emphasis on his rank. He glared back at her, breathing heavily through his nose. "Fine." He turned on his heel and stalked off. From over her shoulder, Karim spoke quietly. "I don't mind if you'd rather use Steve." "Don't you start questioning me, Karim. Shouting or whispering, it comes down to the same thing. Come on. Keenan's had long enough with his lawyer. It's time to get this show on the road." Paula headed out of the squad room towards the interview room. "How do we play this?" he asked, hot on her heels. "I'll take the lead. You make a show of writing down some of the things he says. It doesn't much matter which things. It's all about unsettling him, making him think we know more than we do." At the door to the interview room, Paula paused, fingertips on the door handle. She took a deep breath, allowed herself to consider what she knew and what she believed about Father Michael Keenan, then walked in, barely sparing him a glance. She didn't recognize the lawyer, a worn-looking woman in her 40s, in a jacket that was too tight in the shoulders and upper arms. Paula had a sneaking suspicion she didn't give a flying fuck about it. Karim pressed the buttons, and everyone recited their name for the tape. Before Paula could ask the first question, Keenan was right in there. "I want to make an official protest about the way I've been treated. I am an ordained priest of the Catholic Church. If you had asked me to come here to be interviewed, I would have done so. To drag me out of my home at the break of day is offensive to me." Paula adopted an air of boredom as he spoke. "Are you finished?" "Did you hear what I said?" His cheeks were flushed with annoyance. "It's on the tape. I'd like to remind you that you are under arrest on suspicion of murder, and this is an interview under caution." "Precisely whom is my client supposed to have murdered?" The lawyer's accent was about 3 levels further up the social scale than Paula's. She sounded like the lady of the manor meeting the peasants at the annual opening of the garden to the public. It was completely at odds with her appearance. "Person or persons unknown at various points over the past 10 years, approximately." The woman's eyebrows rose. "Could you be any more vague, Inspector?" "The bodies we have recovered are not readily identifiable, but we are confident that forensics will yield some positive IDs as we move on. We do have the remains of 8 bodies so far." "He said 40 yesterday," Keenan interrupted, pointing dramatically at Karim. "Which is it, 40 or 8? There's a bit of a difference." "That does seem extraordinary," the lawyer chipped in before Paula had a chance to reply. "Bizarre though it may sound, we're looking at two separate groups of human remains. My colleague interviewed your client yesterday about the discovery of approximately 40 skeletons of girls discovered in the convent grounds. At this point, we're not considering charging your client in respect of those remains. The focus of this interview is a second set of partially skeletonized bodies found in a different part of the grounds. They came to light as the result of a search using a cadaver dog. So far, we've found 8 bodies. Initial forensic examination indicates they are homicide victims." Paula delivered the information in her calmest tones. "It certainly does sound bizarre," the lawyer said. "And why do you think this is anything to do with my client?" "We have a witness statement that implicates your client." "That's nonsense," Keenan protested. "It's madness to suggest I have anything to do with this. I couldn't kill someone if my life depended on it. They must be more girls from the convent. You need to be asking the nuns these questions, not me." "These are not girls from the convent," Paula said. "They're young men." Keenan reared back in his seat, apparently thunderstruck. "That's impossible," he gasped. "I have some questions I'd like to put to your client," Paula said. "I have advised him not to answer anything." "I have nothing to hide," Keenan shouted over his lawyer. "I know nothing about this. This is an outrage. You're going to be very, very sorry for what you've done today." "Your pastoral care when you were at the Bradesden House of the Order of the Blessed Pearl, did that extend beyond the convent at all?" Clearly it wasn't what he expected. "No, my ministry was to the nuns and the girls in their charge." Then he turned on Karim. "What are you writing down? You've got this on tape. Why do you keep writing stuff down?" Paula answered for him. "The tape doesn't always indicate demeanor, Father Keenan. We'd like our record to be as complete as possible. Did you do any work with the homeless in Bradfield?" "The homeless?" He couldn't have sounded more surprised if she'd asked him about his ministry to the royal family. Doubt stirred in Paula's mind for the first time. She'd encountered Premier League liars over the years, however. A priest was someone accustomed to presenting a facade to the world. She wanted to see his reaction to more pressure than this before she seriously considered whether his protestations might be for real. "Why would you think that?" She shrugged. "I'd have thought they're a group who need all the support they can muster. I'm no expert, but I'm sure you've heard the line before. If Jesus came back among us, he wouldn't be hanging out with the priests and bishops. He'd be down among the drunks and the junkies and the homeless." Keenan looked as if he wanted to hit her. He clenched his fists, then, realizing what he'd done, he swiftly moved his hands under the table. He leaned forward. "Of course the Church has an active ministry among the weakest members of our society, but I am not part of that team." "That's odd. We've been told that you took a very active role within that community." He flushed. "Oh, is that what this is? Dead young men and a priest in the vicinity? Nothing like a sitting duck, is there? Not all priests are abusive. Not all of us are hiding terrible secrets. I am not homosexual. I am not a paedophile. I am no kind of predator. I am a dedicated priest. Whoever these poor souls buried in the convent grounds are, they are nothing to do with me." His rage ran out of steam, and he hung his head, breathing heavily. "Nothing to do with me." Paula waited a few seconds, then continued. "Our witness says you brought these bodies to the convent for burial, that you said they were young men who had been living on the streets when they died, young men who had nobody to give them a Christian burial." Keenan gave his lawyer a desperate look. "This is madness," he protested. How am I supposed to have brought these dead bodies to the convent? On the number 47 bus?" "In your car," Paula said. "I don't have a car," he said, enunciating every word distinctly. "I don't even have a driving license. You can check with the authorities here and back in Ireland. I never had so much as a driving lesson. So how exactly am I supposed to be driving around Bradfield with a boot full of bodies?" It was, thought Paula, something of a killer punch. "According to our witness, you turned up with another man. It must have been his car." "And who is this mystery man?" the lawyer finally interrupted the flow. "Do we have a name, a description, a make and model of the car, a registration number? If I saw a pair of men regularly dumping bodies, I'm pretty sure I would have jotted down a few details." She paused. "No? Nothing?" Paula ignored the lawyer and said, "How did you get around when you were based at the convent without a car?" "It's not like I went running around all over the place," he said. "Mostly I stayed put. The convent had a couple of cars, and if I needed to go somewhere, one of the nuns would run me up to the main road to catch the bus, or they'd give me a lift." "So you had access to a car?" "Theoretically, I suppose, but I can't drive, so what use would it be to me?" Keenan ran a hand through his hair. "This so-called witness of yours, is it Jeza Martineau?" Paula said nothing, staring him out. "It is, isn't it? He's the only one who could possibly have witnessed anything like what you've accused me of. Why are you believing him, not me? He's the one who dug all the graves for the nuns. If anybody was burying bodies at the Blessed Pearl, it must have been him. Him or somebody he owed a favour to. And I'll tell you one thing for nothing. I'm the last man walking that Jeza Martineau would do a favour for." Chapter 41. Examining the contradictions between witness statements often tells us where we need to look to find what we need to learn. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. Rutherford pounced as soon as Paula and Karim left the interview room. "I was observing you," he said. "Nicely done. I've told Sophie to set up a remit briefing straight away so we can decide how to progress this new information. Squad room." He glanced at his smartwatch and tapped the face. 10 minutes. He walked briskly away. "Barely time for a pee and a coffee, never mind digesting what we've just heard," Paula grumbled, heading in the opposite direction. Karim hesitated for a moment, then made his way to the squad room. By the time Paula arrived, he was tapping frenziedly at his keyboard. Clearly he wasn't going to be caught napping with his reports a second time. By the time Rutherford returned, they were all there. Alvin had scarcely had time to take his jacket off, but the DCI turned to him first, asking for an update from the forensics lab. Alvin flicked through the pages of his notebook, passing on what Chrissy O'Farrelly had said. He spared them no details, and was gratified to see a couple of them looked as green around the gills as he'd felt when he got to the bit about the contents of the plastic bag. "They're confident they'll get DNA for some of the victims," he concluded, "but that may not in itself lead us to an ID if they're not on the database." "Which is a pity," Paula said. "As Tony Hill always says, the more you learn about the victims, the more you know about their killer." Rutherford gave her an unfathomable glance. "Well, theory is all very well, but we're dealing in hard facts here, D.I. McIntyre, which brings us to D.C. Chen. What have you got for us?" Stacy glanced over from behind her barricade of screens. "I've tracked down all of the nuns from the Bradesden convent. Alvin has already spoken to the ones in York. The Mother Superior was sent to Galway in the first instance, and although she doesn't show up in the convent roster now, she's on the electoral register, and I have an address for her that appears to be very close to the convent. There are 4 other women registered at that same address, but none of them corresponds to the names on the electoral roll for Bradesden." Rutherford nodded. "We're going to have to talk to her sooner rather than later. I'll task that later today, when I have a better sense of who's doing what. Anything on the second group of victims?" "I've compiled a list of MISPA males who fit the rough age guidelines, and the timeline we've got so far," Stacy said. "But I don't have to tell you how partial that's likely to be when it comes to street people. They're where they are for all sorts of reasons, and a sizable tranche of them will not have been reported missing. To make it to the list, you have to have come from a place where somebody cares enough to mind that you're not around." A moment's silence as they all digested that. "Pass that list to Sophie," Rutherford said. "Sophie, spread that out among D.C. Fielding's team. Let's get as much background running as we can." "Good luck with that." Paula was relieved she hadn't been landed with that particular piece of baton passing. But her turn was coming. Rutherford took a long swig from his brushed steel water bottle. "D.I. McIntyre, today's star turn so far. Time to share your interview product?" Paula led them through their interview with Father Keenan, step by step, giving her opinion on his demeanour throughout. She gave Karim regular questioning glances, checking that her recollection chimed with his. His denials were, as I've said, vehement and apparently sincere. We'll have to check his assertions about access to a vehicle and lack of driving experience, and the absence of a license, or indeed a driving test. Where it gets interesting, I think, is when he puts two and two together and works out that Martineau is our key witness against him. She leaned forward in her chair, elbows on knees, hands clasped. He claims Martineau has made accusations against him because he bears a grudge. Once he'd calmed down a bit, Keenan made a serious allegation against Martineau. He says he caught Martineau spying on the older girl's dormitory. Quite a detailed claim. Martineau had drilled a spy hole in the ceiling of the room. The priest discovered it because Martineau had to pass his rooms to get to the loft above the dormitory. He wondered why the handyman was going up to the loft so often at odd times, first thing in the morning, late in the evening. So next time he passed, he followed him and caught him in the act. Keenan claims he thought Martineau was going to attack him, but thought better of it. Keenan reported the matter to the Mother Superior, Mother Mary Patrick. Martineau was abjectly contrite, offered to do whatever penance they thought was appropriate, begged to keep his job. "Should have reported the sleazebag to us," Steve muttered. "You're probably right, Steve," Rutherford said. "But when you preach the forgiveness of sins all the time, you have to put the theory into practice every now and then." "And it meant his employer had power over him," Paula said. "Anyway, by that time, Martineau had bought his cottage from the church. Mother Mary Patrick and Keenan both knew the convent closure was on the cards. The last thing they wanted was a stain on their reputation as they continued their careers in the church. So it suited everybody to keep quiet. The key part of this sordid tale is that Martineau isn't interested in boys. He's very interested in teenage girls. That's borne out by the internet porn he accesses most frequently," Stacy chipped in. "He's not been looking at guy-on-guy action at all. It's all straight. A bit rapey, but nothing that would indicate any homosexual tendencies." "Yeah, but you don't have to be gay to kill men," Steve offered. "It might be that his victims were gay. They might have come on to him, and he was so disgusted that he decided they didn't deserve to live." Paula pulled a face. "Once or twice, maybe, but 8 times? He's not that hench. I can't see him regularly sending out the kind of signals that would draw enough attention from gay men to provoke a murderous response. I'm not saying this lets Keenan off the hook, but it does speak to Martineau having a reason for dropping him in the shit." We need to check out his assertions about cars and driving licenses. D.C. Chen, get on that right away. Alvin, you spoke to the nuns in York. Get back onto them and ask whether Keenan ever drove them around." Rutherford turned back to Paula. "But you're not finished, are you?" His smile was conspiratorial. A man happy to take credit for the successes of his team. He harped on about Martineau being the gravedigger. He had the equipment and the expertise, and nobody would question whatever he was doing in the grounds. He said if it wasn't Martineau doing the killings, it must be somebody he knew, one of his friends or some other kind of contact. When I pressed him for more detail, the only name he could come up with was Martineau's cousin. Martineau's big obsession is Bradfield Victoria, and his cousin shares that. The cousin regularly comes round to Martineau's cottage to watch football on his big fuck-off TV. But it's Martineau who owes his cousin big time, because the cousin is on the board of Bradfield Vicks, and they go together to games, home and away. Martineau goes to the boardrooms with him, watches the games from the director's box, gets to meet the players. "We know this? How?" Alvin asked. "Keenan says Martineau would get autographed photos of the players for the girls sometimes." "So who is this mysterious cousin who's important enough to be on the board of a top-flight football club?" Rutherford butted in. He knew the answer. He'd been observing the interview, but he clearly enjoyed a grandstand moment. "He's a businessman called Mark Conway. He owns the Mark sportswear chain and a couple of smaller, more exclusive outdoor stores." "He's Mark Conway?" It was Sophie, startled into looking up from her tablet. "You're kidding, right?" "No. Why would I be kidding?" Paula was bemused. Sophie shook her head, bewilderment on her face. "I used to work for Mark Conway." Chapter 42. By its nature, therapeutic practice is a lonely business. You are hedged in on every side by patient confidentiality, and you can't readily bounce your ideas off anyone. Working as a profiler is the diametric opposite of that. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. Just as the briefing was coming to an end, Paula felt the vibration of a phone alert against her leg. She slipped her phone out of her pocket and gave the screen a quick, nonchalant glance. A flash of panic seized her, and her heart raced. She'd completely forgotten that she'd booked a couple of hours out that afternoon. The office diary said hospital appointment, but that was not her destination. Rutherford finished handing out assignments, charging her with interviewing Martineau again. She waited till the others had filed out, then spoke to him. "I've got a hospital appointment," she said. "It's a scan. It might be serious. I'll only be gone a couple of hours, and then I'll get straight back to Martineau. In the meantime, Karim can build some background." He looked outraged. "Can it not wait? I've been waiting. It's women's stuff, you know. It's hard to concentrate, worrying all the time." He shook his head and sighed, the perennial put-upon man. "I thought your partner was a senior consultant. Can she not pull some strings, rearrange the appointment?" "She's already pulled strings. That's how I got this slot." With ill grace he turned away. "Get back as soon as you can." Sometimes it worried Paula how convincingly she could lie. By tea-time, half the squad would be convinced she was facing terminal cancer. She didn't enjoy being duplicitous, but she knew there was no chance of keeping her appointment if she told the truth. The traffic was relatively light, and she got out of town onto the motorway sooner than she'd anticipated. The journey passed quickly. Sophie's revelation had given her food for thought. At first they'd all expected her to be able to give them an inside track on Mark Conway. But it was soon clear that although Sophie had climbed the managerial ranks, She hadn't got high enough up the greasy pole to make it to a level where she'd learned anything beyond the superficial. At least, that was all she was admitting to, and Paula had no reason to doubt her. Paula parked the car and walked up to the entrance of HMP Doniston. She mingled with the other visitors, then, when her name was called, presented her VO, gritted her teeth through the humiliating procedures, and finally followed the flow into the dispiriting visiting room. Serried rows of tables, uncomfortable chairs facing each other. It looked like speed dating for the dysfunctional. She could have used the fact of her job to make a police visit, but that would have been a flashing light in the system that a routine visit was not. So she endured the waiting and the humiliation for half an hour with one of her best friends. Tony was third through the door, his face lighting up at the sight of her. He dropped into his chair and grinned. "It's great to see you." His face looked puffy and pale, but that was the only real change in his appearance. His body remained wiry and lean, his eyes as sharp and lively as ever. He sniffed noisily. "You use Evian skin cream, and sometimes you wear L'air du Temps, but not today." She snorted with laughter, recognizing the quote. "And how are you doing, Dr. Lecter?" "I think I'm slowly getting the hang of this place. How to keep busy, how to stay out of trouble, how to be useful." His smile was tinged with sadness. "I've always liked to be useful. Still teaching them how to meditate?" He smiled. "It's a better way of helping people stay calm than the sea of drugs that washes up in here. No blowback from twats who think you're taking the piss?" He shook his head. "They probably think I'm too insignificant to bother with. I'm no threat to their little fiefdoms, and smacking me around would just give me credibility. The other thing I'm trying to get off the ground is basic literacy classes. I'm dressing it up as a way to be a better dad. Learn to read to your kids, give them the childhood you never had." His hands were moving constantly, fingers fidgeting, touching the table, touching his thighs. There was a nervous energy to him that was unfamiliar to her. "That's an interesting approach. How are you going to manage that? I don't imagine you've got many kids' books in the prison library." Tony tapped the side of his nose. "I called my publisher, who's very happy with me because I'm writing the book they contracted years ago. I told him we needed a big box of children's books, ASAP, and he's promised to sort it out." "Result? And how is the book going?" "Well, I've got no excuse not to be writing, have I? 500 words a day. I should have the first draft by the end of the year. The only problem is not having access to my notes or to the internet. I'm having to rely on memory, so there'll be a lot of fact-checking and filling in the blanks afterwards." "Is there anything we can send you? Books or copies of your notes? Torin's down at Steeler 2 or 3 times a week. He likes the peace and quiet down there. It'd be easy enough for him to dig out what you need." Tony smiled. "You're such a good friend, Paula. I'm not asking any more of you guys than you're already doing for me. How is Torin? And Eleanor?" She gave him a quick update, then added, "We had dinner with Carol last night." The fidgeting stopped. "How is she?" "She told Eleanor she's seeing someone about her PTSD. An alternative therapy, apparently. I don't really understand it, but it's all about body work." He closed his eyes momentarily, then gave a pained smile. "I've heard about it. With a degree of skepticism, I have to admit, but if it's helping her, that's the best news I've had in a while. She seems less wound up, that's for sure. She's not drinking, and she's doing some investigative work." He looked suddenly wary. "What do you mean?" "There's a group of professionals who have got together to form a sort of innocence project. They call it After Proven Guilty. They work on it in their own time. They take on cases where they think there's been a miscarriage of justice, and they reinvestigate. It's Bronwyn Scott's baby, so that should give you a flavour of how seriously it's being run. Anyway, Bronwyn showed up at the barn and pitched Carol. She's a bit tentative about it, but I think she's definitely hooked. And that can only be a good thing, right? Using the skills she's got. Tony ruminated for a moment. Probably. What happened to the carpentry thing? Is she still doing that? Paula spread her hands. As far as I know, she was the last time I was out there. She learned so many new things when she was gutting the barn and rebuilding it. I think she's really come to enjoy working with her hands. But it's good for her to be using her head too, I reckon. And that's the only investigative work she's doing? It was, she thought, an odd question. It's all she told us about, unless you know different. And how would he, given he hadn't been in touch with Carol since he'd begun his prison sentence? Unless— I know nothing, he said, channeling Manuel from Faulty Towers. I just wondered if she'd got the taste for it again. But what about you? What are you working on? And so she told him. A breakneck run-through of the past few days, a key-point breakdown of what they were looking at. As she spoke, she saw the old Tony surfacing, the frown of concentration, the flicker of the eyes as he scanned his memory banks, the tilt of the head as if he was listening to an interior voice. Clearly separate cases, he said, when she finished her account of the interview with Keenan. Do you like the priest for it? Paula gave a sardonic chuckle. I did until I interviewed him properly. Now, I'm not so sure. He's an easy scapegoat. These days, Catholic priests have got a target painted on their backs, and for good reason. If I was looking for somebody to frame for a crime like this, and I had a priest handy, that'd be my first port of call. Do you think the groundsman is smart enough to have worked that out? I'm not sure. He's hard to read. He's scared of something, but we both know that might just be the product of being arrested and locked up. And he's admitted to digging the graves. He knows that means he's more than likely going to jail, which is also a scary prospect. Tell me about it. He could just have kept his mouth shut, but he chose to go for the priest. He's trying to divert attention from someone he's worried about betraying. Is it because he's scared of that person, or is it because he can't bring himself to betray someone he owes a debt to? You're thinking about the cousin, Paula said, Mark Conway. Sophie was adamant that it couldn't be him. She had a senior job in one of his retail companies before she joined the police. She had direct dealings with him. She says he was all about getting people to be the best they could be with a carrot, not a stick. Doesn't sound like a serial killer of homeless lads to me. Is he married? Does he have kids? I don't know. Why are you asking? There had to be a reason. Tony never went in for idle questions. I'm curious. To build an empire like he has, a person has to have real drive. And the one thing they always want, once they've succeeded, is legacy. They want to pass on the torch, to know the empire will continue to thrive, to grow even. I just wonder where Mark Conway is looking for his legacy. You need to find out more about his background. Don't worry, we will be. But what should we be looking for? No obvious heirs, no sons, sisters' sons. I'd be interested in his own jumping-off point, too. What was his childhood like? How did he get started in business? Does it map onto the victims in any way? Paula stared at Tony. Not for the first time, his lateral approach caught her on the hop. But why would he kill kids with the same sort of background he had? Surely he'd be looking to find a way to help them reach their potential. That's what Sophie says he's like. What if you made your selection and they weren't up to the mark? What if they weren't a mini-me? Worse, What if they were complete no-hopers? How would you feel then? What a judgment that would be on your acumen. The words hung in the air between them. It was an angle, Paula thought. More than that, it was a motive. Over the years, Tony had persuaded her to the belief that nobody does anything without a reason. They might not be able clearly to articulate that reason, or it might be a reason that made sense to them and no other living soul. She might think a failure of judgment an insufficient reason for murder, but Mark Conway might not. She sighed. Something to think about, at least, but since I have no access to the files, maybe not something to grace with a lot of weight. You're always worth listening to, and not just professionally. We miss you, mate, but I'm really glad to hear you're doing positive things now. You and Carol. You're both healing, aren't you? In your different ways. He dipped his head. I hope so, Paula. I need to make changes. The work was eating into me. He gave a little laugh. I wish I'd found a slightly less disruptive way of going about it. She shook her head. You know that was never going to happen. Doing things by half measures isn't your style. No. I sometimes wonder if that's the one useful thing I inherited from Vanessa. There has to be something, I suppose. She checked the wall clock behind Tony's head. I'm going to have to run. I told a little white lie to get out of the office, and it's got a limited shelf life. Okay. I'll see you in a week or two? Yes. Send me a VO, and maybe at some point you could send one for Torrin. I know he'd like to see you. Sadness filled his eyes. Do you think that's a good idea? I am not much of a role model in here. You're the best man in his life, Tony, by a long way. Let him back in. Chapter 43. It's a rare criminal who doesn't resort in the first instance to denial, but the form and shape of that denial can be very telling. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. Paula managed to slip back into the squad room without encountering Rutherford. Not glancing up from his screen, Karim said, He's been off for the last hour, having a meeting with DCI Fielding. You're in the clear. Okay. Got anything interesting on Mark Conway? Are you okay, Gov? Karim's eyes were worried. Like with you being at the hospital? No secrets in a nick, Paula said ruefully. Just some tests, Karim. It's something and nothing. Women's stuff. He didn't look reassured. Yeah, but I got a mum and sisters and aunties. I know women's stuff covers all the ground between something and nothing. Don't fret. I promise there's no need. Mark Conway? She pulled up a chair and sat at the end of his desk. Karim brought up a page of notes on his screen. No criminal record, clean driving license, drives a Porsche Cayenne. You know, the big SUV. Paula grinned. You know Phil Jupitus, the stand-up? I once heard him do this brilliant routine about a Porsche 4x what's it for. So, we do know fairly definitively that Conway's a bit of a wanker. A self-made wanker, though. Karim clicked to a magazine profile of Mark Conway. He looked crisp and clean-cut in the photos. Conway in hill-walking gear with somewhere in the white peak in the background. Conway in shorts and T-shirt, sensibly not lycra, on a bike trail in a wood. Conway in a sharp suit and open-necked shirt on the pitch at Bradfield Vicks. He had a pretty rough upbringing, never knew his father, then his mother died when he was 11. He was taken into care, spent the next 5 years in children's homes. He highlighted a section of text. I hated every minute of it. It was a training ground for bullies and abusers. The so-called carers turned a blind eye. It was too much trouble to try to police what was going on. As soon as I turned 16, I got a job on a market stall selling fake branded trainers. That was me done with the home. For the first 6 weeks, I slept under the stall till I got enough money together to rent a bedsit." "Interesting," Paula said. "Yeah, he's had a taste of life on the streets, just like the victims, apparently." Paula shook her head. "It's too early to jump to conclusions, Karim. We've not got the IDs yet. We don't know if these victims really were homeless. We've only got Martinew's word for that, and he might be spinning us a pack of lies. And even if they do turn out to have been living on the streets, I think if Tony was around, he'd be cautioning us against mapping one thing directly onto another." "What do you mean?" "We shouldn't leap to the conclusion that Conway's tough teenage years give him some connection to victims who've had similar experiences. A connection isn't necessarily a consequential relationship." As she spoke, Sophie walked past Karim. She glanced at the screen and stopped in her tracks. "You're not still on about Mark Conway? I'm telling you, Paula, you are so wasting your time looking at him." "Got to follow where the breadcrumbs lead us," Paula said us. "You're probably right, but it's not just in Agatha Christie novels that the least likely person turns out to be the one with the darkest secret." Sophie tutted. "You should be looking at Martinew's other contacts, going through his phone and his email." "We are," Paula said. "His computer's an open book, according to Stacy. If we don't get anywhere with Conway, we'll dig deeper. Don't worry, we're not obsessing with one single line of inquiry. What have you got going on in the incident room? Anything coming out of interest?" Sophie shook her head. "The cupboard is bare. Fielding's champing at the bit to interview nuns. She wasn't happy to hear Sergeant Ambrose had already been to York. She's pitching to do Norfolk, Liverpool and Galway, but the boss is holding his ground. He said his way might take longer, but it would be consistent." Paula smiled. "Good to hear." She stood up. "Right, we're off to talk to Martineau again, see what he has to say about the non-driving priest." She watched Sophie continue on her way, but before she could drill Karim on the forthcoming interview, Stacy slipped out from behind her screens. "I don't know if it helps, but I checked out Martineau's cottage. There's no mortgage registered on it, but there's a charge on the property." "What's that?" Karim asked. "One day, when you're old enough to buy a house, chances are you'll have to borrow the cash," Paula teased. "Whoever you borrow your money from registers a charge on the property. When it's sold, whoever holds the charge on the property has to be paid off before you get anything. So, come on, Stacy, I know you're dying to tell me. Who owns the charge on Martineau's cottage? Is it the Order of the Blessed Pearl? Oh, no, it's much more interesting than that." "We've got a bit of a problem here, Jezza," Paula said, forearms on the table, hands clasped. "You told us the priest brought the bodies to the convent to bury them in the holes you'd previously dug." "That's right, Inspector," Karim said, referring to his notebook. Martineau looked at his lawyer for guidance. Cohen nodded. He was equally immaculate today, his suit a dark blue with the faintest of pearl-grey pinstripes, his tie a rich purple-shot silk. "You've answered this before." "Yeah," Martineau grunted. "Constable, what exactly did Jezza say?" Paula kept her eyes fixed on Martineau. Karim flicked the pages till he came to the line he'd lifted from the recording. "He'd drive in, usually with some deadbeat in the passenger seat." "You're sure about that, are you? He'd bring a passenger with him?" He nodded. "Mostly, not every time." "You see, that's what I'm having trouble with. Father Keenan doesn't have a car. He didn't have a car then. In fact, he's never had a car." Martineau's eyes widened as he saw the chasm open at his feet. "He must have hired one then, or borrowed one. They all hang together, these priests." He spoke quickly, his eyes flicking to his lawyer. "He couldn't have hired one, Jezza, because he's never had a driving license. Not here, Not in Ireland. Paula tipped her head towards Karim. Constable Hussein checked it out. He's very thorough, is Constable Hussein. Michael Keenan can't drive. He's never even had a provisional license, never had driving lessons. He was too busy studying to be a priest. A long silence. Martineau swallowed hard. Cohen cleared his throat. My client may have been mistaken in his recollection. Mr. Martineau, perhaps thinking back, you might have misremembered? Martineau clutched at the straw. Maybe I did. It was dark when they came. I might not have seen exactly who was where. It sounded weak, unconvincing. I don't think so, Paula said gently. I think the priest was just a handy scapegoat. Not a very clever move to try to frame someone who knows your own little secrets. Martineau flushed a dark red. He's a liar. You don't even know what I'm going to say. It doesn't matter. It'll be a lie. He's trying to smear me to make out like I'm the guilty one, the liar. To be honest, Jezza, we don't need Father Keenan's testimony to work out that you're a liar. And besides, the material on your computer reinforces what he told us. You lied about who delivered those bodies. Is there a question in there, Inspector? Cohen was trying belligerence now, but his manner was too languid to be entirely convincing. No, but there is one coming. You leave us with two options, Jezza. Either you committed these murders yourself— I never! He shouted. I'm not a killer. He slammed his hands down on the table. I never killed anybody. Either you committed these murders yourself, or you're shielding the person who did, Paula continued, apparently unperturbed. Which is it? Martineau looked at the table. I did not kill those people. Then who are you covering for? Whoever it is, they clearly don't give a damn about you. They're happy to let you sit here, hour after hour, carrying the can. You let yourself be used when you dug those graves, and you're letting yourself be used again now. Cohen leaned over and murmured something in Martineau's ear. He nodded and straightened up. No comment. A bit late for that, Jezza. You're already condemned out of your own mouth. Illegal burials, aiding and abetting a murderer. You're going to jail, Jezza, for a long time, maybe a life sentence. Say goodbye to fresh air and fresh vegetables, and the boardroom at Bradfield Vic, and spying on teenage girls in their underwear. And for what? For somebody who'll stay in the shadows and watch you twist in the wind. He clenched his fists tight and glared at Paula. No comment, he ground out, his lips tight over his teeth. Paula let the silence grow. She could almost feel a crackle in the air from the electricity between them. Then she glanced casually at Cohen. Is it the same person who's paying for your expensive lawyer and his expensive suit? Because I don't usually see Mr. Cohen in here defending working-class lads like you. He doesn't usually get out of bed for anyone who lives in a house worth less than a cool million. Who are you shielding, Jezza? He blinked furiously, as if on the point of tears he'd die before shedding. No fucking comment. Is it Mark, your generous cousin Mark, who takes you to the boardroom at Victoria Park? Your helpful cousin Mark, who lent you the money to buy your little slice of paradise, complete with its unorthodox fertilizer. Martineau stiffened, gripping the edge of the table, white-knuckled. Paula waited, then said, Not got a no comment for me this time? This is nothing to do with Mark. He spat the words out. I don't believe you, Jezza. I'm not seeing anybody else in your life that you'd protect like this. I'm giving you a chance now to save a bit of your skin. I can't keep you out of prison, but if you help us now, we can find a way to keep your jail time as low as possible. Again Cohen leaned into his client's ear. He put a hand on Martineau's arm and gave it a squeeze. Martineau looked away, and this time when he met Paula's eye, there was something like a plea there. He sighed. "No comment." "You leave me no choice, Jezza." Paula's voice was a caress. She stood up and casually said to Karim, "Charge him," before walking out of the room. She made it to the women's toilet before she started shaking from the release of tension. Every time she came up against the moment in an interview when she knew she'd found the answer, it was the same old story. The cold sweat running down her body, the racing of the pulse, and the clenching in her guts. She'd seen colleagues come out of the interview room punching the air and doing little victory dances. She'd seen Carol Jordan walking away as if she'd done nothing more momentous than the weekly shop. But for Paula, every time was a starburst of debilitating relief that she could still knock an interview out of the park. She leaned her forehead against the wall, breathing as rapidly as if she'd run up too many flights of stairs, and wondered how many more times she could do this before she ended up as damaged as Carol Jordan. Chapter 44. It's always tempting to wait for more information when you're preparing a profile, but criminal investigations proceed piecemeal, and it's very rare that you get all the pieces for your particular jigsaw. Sometimes you have to work with what little you have. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. The rising sun was a dim red ball behind a bank of cloud. A thin north wind brushed the surface of the sea into stiff waves. Carol savoured the salty air as she walked along a narrow path behind low sand dunes. Not another living soul in sight, not even an early morning dog walker. The peace and the view were scant compensation for being the tool of Vanessa's vengeance. She'd arrived in the tiny Northumberland coastal village under cover of darkness and scooped out the address Stacey Chen had pulled out of the land registry records. Carol wasn't sure how she'd narrowed down the dozens of seaside properties that must have changed hands around the right time, but there it was on the record, Cove Cottage, owned by OTG Holdings. OTG, the initials of Oliver Tapsell Gardner. "I can't find anything on OTG Holdings," Stacey's covering email had said. "That would lean towards it being a private trust rather than any kind of company. It fits with the info you gave me. They bought Cove Cottage 11 months after Oliver Gardner was born, and it's not listed as a holiday rental with any of the online agencies. The council tax is paid by OTG Holdings from a bank account in the Isle of Man. No chance of getting any more information out of them. Not even I can manage that. Bournemouth is blink and you'd miss it. The winter population is 340, which climbs to around 600 when the holiday cottages fill up. There's not much there. A general store and a pub that only opens at lunchtimes. It's got a rather lovely white sandy beach, but there isn't a lot of it. Cliffs at one end, and it's cut off by the estuary of the River Balm at the other end. There are a lot of bigger beaches with more amenities dotted up and down the coast, so it's mostly a haven for locals trying to escape the crowds." As she had many times before, Carol marvelled at what Stacey could dig up in what must have been a short break from the Bradesden convent inquiries. Now she'd have to play a waiting game. She'd parked her car at the far end of the village and set off along the path which was separated from the seafront cottages by a narrow strip of scrubby marram grass and a single-lane tarmacked road. Cove Cottage was marked clearly on the land registry plan, and Carol was trying to identify it as she walked. Second cottage past the pub, she thought, slowing slightly. She could see a name etched in a curly script on a piece of slate, but it was too small to read at this distance. As yet there had been no sign of anything with a pulse in Bournemouth, so she took a chance and strolled across the grass towards the cottage. As she drew near, she felt a moment's satisfaction as she read Cove Cottage. There was a narrow passage that ran down the side of the cottage, and she turned down as if it had been her destination all along. The cottage looked well maintained. The render was painted sky blue, with the window sills and the front door a contrasting darker shade. 2 windows on either side of the front door, 3 windows on the first floor. She took all this in as she passed, as well as the fact that the curtains were drawn in the downstairs rooms, and 1 upstairs window. No lights were showing yet, but it was early, and drawn curtains weren't incontrovertible evidence that there was anyone home. Cove Cottage was clearly a single room deep, with a boxy extension on the back that looked like a kitchen with a bathroom above. A low wall surrounded a paved backyard, just big enough for an uncomfortable-looking wrought-iron table and 2 chairs, and beyond them a trio of wheelie bins. No plants, nothing that demanded attention. Beyond it, a single-story building shielded it from whatever lay on the other side. Carol emerged from the alleyway onto another single-lane roadway, lined with a similar group of cottages. A couple of them had cars parked in what had clearly been part of their original front gardens, but the road was too narrow to allow roadside parking. Nowhere to sit unobtrusively in a car. No cafe with a convenient window table for a stakeout. No handy woodland to lurk in. Harrison Gardner, if this was indeed his bolt hole, had chosen well. Carol ambled along the road, still the only visible living thing. She wished she had Flash at her side, for companionship as much as camouflage, but she'd had no idea what the day might bring, so she'd left her with her neighbour. She had brought a pair of binoculars, thinking she might be able to pose as a bird-watcher. A website she'd checked had informed her that this part of the coast was famous for its seabirds. Particularly migratory birds, it had said. Not that she would have recognized one of those if it had landed on the bonnet of her car. The only drawback was that any self-respecting twitcher would be looking out to sea, not focusing on one of the cottages in the middle of the village. She came to the end of the cottages and turned back towards the waterfront. She gazed up at the cliff and wondered if she could find a vantage point there that would allow her to look down at the cottage. Only one way to find out. Quarter of an hour later, Carol was perched on a flat rock close to the edge of the cliff, her binoculars trained on the front of Cove Cottage, grateful for the level of fitness she'd gained from walking the moors a couple of times a day with Flash. It turned out that the dog had bestowed more than companionship on her. She'd scrambled easily up the precipitous track that twisted up from the dunes, almost losing her footing only once when a shard of loose sandstone had slipped from under her boot. She'd come equipped for a long wait. She took a folding sit-mat from her day pack and opened it on the rock. Carol was trying to avoid thinking about Vanessa. The only way she could get through this was to consider it in the most abstract sense as the pursuit of justice. Harrison Gardner was a predator and a crook. Once she'd extracted Vanessa's cash, she could hand him over to the police and find some satisfaction in seeing him miss out on his well-padded retirement. All the same, Carol hated that she was here at Vanessa's behest. She loathed the woman for the way she'd treated Tony over the years, from his brutal and neglected childhood onwards to her attempt to cheat him out of his inheritance. She despised herself for giving in to the woman's emotional blackmail. If Carol had been the only one facing the consequences, she'd have taken great pleasure in telling Vanessa to fuck right off and keep going. But the bitch had the power to do even more damage to Tony's future. And so she was here on this chilly clifftop, watching and waiting. To distract her from her destructive thoughts, she plugged earphones into her mobile and settled down to listen to one of the podcasts she downloaded regularly. The time drifted past without tedium, and at last Bournemouth started to stir. Dog walkers first, a couple with a pair of lurchers, an elderly man with a border terrier, a young woman with a waxed jacket and a black lab. The dogs crossed paths with obvious familiarity, the lurchers frisky, the border grumpy, the lab wagging its whole body in greeting. A van drove into the village and parked beside the shop. A young man got out, took a bundle of newspapers from the passenger seat, and rolled up the shutters that covered door and windows. The first podcast came to an end, and Carol clicked on to the next. She sat patiently through the morning life of the village. There was no sign of activity in Cove Cottage, however. Not a curtain twitched, not a light gleamed at the edge of a window. As the morning tailed off, she moved back out of sight to pee, but when she took up her station again, it didn't look as if she'd missed a thing. Towards noon, 3 children came zigzagging up the slope at the back of the cliff, with an overexcited Springer Spaniel running circles round them. They looked astonished to see Carol, muttered to each other, and veered off back down towards the shore. Now she felt guilty for being a killjoy. The sun burned off the last of the clouds by lunchtime, and she had to remind herself she wasn't here for pleasure, as she tucked into her cheese and salami sandwiches. Carol was about to bite into an apple when her phone rang, loud in her earphones. Startled, she dropped the fruit and answered before she'd registered the name on the screen. "Carol?" The voice was unmistakable. "Vanessa," she said wearily. "How are you getting on? Have you tracked the bastard down yet?" "I'm not sure. I've found the holiday cottage, but the curtains are closed and there's no sign of life." "Well, you have been busy." Vanessa managed to make the praise sound like an insult. "Where are you, exactly?" "I'm on a cliff top in Northumberland, trying to look like a very assiduous birdwatcher." "Yes, but where? Don't be coy, Carol. I need to know." "Why? I'm managing this." "And if something happens to you, if you have an accident, if Gardner turns on you, I'm sure you'll have told one of your old cronies what you're up to. I'm not carrying the can if you disappear. Tony wouldn't like that one little bit, would he?" Did she never give up? Not water on stone so much as a hammer drill. "I'm in a village called Bournemouth, watching a house called Cove Cottage, but I don't think there's anyone in it. I've been here since dawn." "Better give it till dusk, then. Maybe Gardner's turned into a creature of the night." "You'd know, Vanessa." A dry chuckle. "Good to see there's still a bit of fight in you, Carol. Stick with it. Let me know as soon as you've dealt with him." The call ended abruptly. "Fuck you!" she yelled, enjoying the feeling of letting rip. She pulled out her earphones and straightened her spine, then ran through a set of her exercises in a bid to loosen the tension Vanessa had provoked. Then she stood up and stretched, stiff from sitting for so long. Time to make a move, do a circuit of the village, and find another vantage point. Maybe in the dunes? She took her time descending, careful of her footing, conscious that her knees were protesting at being wakened from their fixed position. A sign in the store window promised a coffee machine, so she went in and helped herself to an insipid-looking cappuccino. Exchanged a few words about the weather with the man she'd seen opening up earlier, and who clearly couldn't be bothered developing conversation with someone he'd likely never see again. Carol walked back along the front, sipping her coffee and casually turning down the Ginnel by Cove Cottage again, and felt as stupid as she'd ever done when she passed the gable end and saw a man sitting at the wrought iron table with a glass of white wine and a book. It hadn't occurred to her that Harrison Gardner would go straight out to his sheltered backyard, invisible from her viewpoint on the cliff, because who'd sit in a yard with no view when the sea was spread out before you? She hadn't bargained on the fact that the sun had moved round and turned the yard into a sun-trap, if indeed it was Harrison Gardner. On a quick pass it was impossible to be certain. He looked the right sort of age, but he was wearing a baseball cap pulled low and wrap-around sunglasses, not to mention a rather distinguished beard that had featured in none of the photographs she'd managed to track down. She carried on without a backward glance and turned left, so she was obscured what turned out to be a low stone byre converted to a studio holiday home. Carol pulled up the photos of Gardner she'd loaded onto her phone. Only one gave her what she needed. Ears were always the giveaway. Change the hair, stick in coloured contacts, alter the eyewear, but there was nothing you could do with the ears, short of mutilation. She hunkered down and finished her coffee, letting a few minutes pass. Then she set off back down the alley, unhurried, casual. Gardner didn't even look up. She gave him a quick glance as she passed, just enough to compare it with the photograph she'd committed to memory. There was no doubt in her mind. She'd found Harrison Gardner. Chapter 45. When police officers have insufficient evidence, they tend to go on fishing expeditions. That's not generally an option open to profilers. We have to wait for the evidence to come to us. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill.
"We need to bring in Mark Conway," Rutherford said. "Good work, Paula. It would have been great if you'd broken the wee shite, but how you read his reactions is good enough for me. Let's get Conway in and nail him to the wall. 8 murders, and nobody joined up the dots? What kind of coppering do they go in for in Bradfield?"
"All due respect, sir, we've got no evidence." It was Sophie who spoke up. Paula couldn't disagree with her.
Rutherford scowled. "We're not arresting him, just inviting him to come in and answer some questions."
"Which he might not want to answer," Paula said.
"Most people don't know they can just tell us to piss off," Steve said. "Chances are he'll come right along with you. He might be screaming for his brief all the way, but he'll come." "Steve's right," Rutherford said. "Set Paula on him with the psychological thumbscrews and we'll get something. Meanwhile, Stacy, pass all the contacts from Martinu's computer onto Karim. Karim, talk to them. See what they know about the setup between Conway and his cousin. And Sophie, you worked for Conway. You must know people in the organization you can talk to about him. Do some digging. Use your contacts. Remember, we're the ones you owe your loyalty to now."
Sophie looked, Paula thought, as if she'd swallowed some particularly unpleasant medicine. She was going to have to learn the hard way that when you were a cop, all the old allegiances counted for nothing. You drew on the bank of trust till you leached it dry. It never ceased to amaze her that she'd managed to hold fast to Eleanor. But maybe it was simply that so far she hadn't needed anything from Eleanor that wasn't given freely. "You want me to front up Conway?" she asked.
"It makes sense," Rutherford confirmed. "You're across it already. Alvin, link up with Paula on this. It won't hurt to show a bit of muscle on the doorstep." He glanced at his watch. "Sophie, does he work late?"
She shrugged. "Depends what's going on. But he makes a big thing about working smart, not working long. When he's in the office, he's usually gone by 6. She scoffed. "I always suspected he just carried on working at home. He didn't seem to have much of a social life. He definitely isn't a party animal.
Helpful. Do us a background brief when you've done your fishing.
He fixed his stare on Paula.
You still here?
Mark Conway lived less than a mile from his company headquarters on the outskirts of Bradfield. Although it was less than a mile from one of the main roads into the city, it was surprisingly secluded. There was a handful of sprawling modern houses on the road, all with triple garages and electronic gates, which Paula suspected belonged to footballers. Conway's home, by contrast, had probably started life as a substantial farmhouse. From the side, the roof line resembled an upside-down letter W. It made the place look like two houses glued together. It was a design Paula had seen all over the north of England. Conway's version was built of dressed local stone. The roof slates had the gleam of good repair, and the paintwork round the windows and the porch looked smart and fresh. A horseshoe of mature trees protected it to the rear, and a low, dry stone wall separated it from the road, with a traditional wooden 5-bar gate closing off the pea-gravel drive. The soft glow of indirect lighting shone warmly from two of the ground-floor windows. Looking at the sat-nav map, Paula realized it was only about 3 miles from Bradesden via a network of country lanes. You could probably get there without troubling any ANPR cameras. Always convenient for nefarious doings. The gate wasn't locked, so they drove up to the front door. Alvin tugged an impressive iron bell pull, and an incongruous series of electronic chimes rang out from inside. It was always the details that betrayed people, she thought. Mark Conway had learned how things were supposed to look, but that doorbell was all wrong. Mark Conway opened the door just wide enough to stand in the gap. Baggy white linen shirt over khaki cargo shorts, bare feet. He looked relaxed but curious, eyebrows raised in a question. Paula and Alvin both flashed their IDs, and the curiosity was replaced by resignation.
"I've got nothing to say to you people."
"We'd appreciate your help in a major inquiry we're dealing with right now," Paula said, amiable but firm. "Can we come in? It's a bit chilly out here."
"I don't care if it's freezing.
Unless you've got a warrant, you're not crossing my threshold. And I've already told you I've got nothing to say. So you may as well go back into the warmth of your car and leave." He was equally amiable and equally firm. Paula shrugged. "You're quite within your rights, of course, but I should warn you we tend to draw inferences from refusals like yours, because people with nothing to hide have no reason to fear talking to the police. So when someone tries to stonewall us, we are inclined to look at them a bit more closely." She pulled a rueful face. "Because we think they just might have something they're keeping hidden, something that might have unpleasant consequences if it were to come out. Up to you, of course." Now his charm slipped from his face as if it had been wiped off with a damp rag.
"That sounds very like a threat to me. Are you threatening me, officer?"
"No, sir, just making an observation."
"I don't like your tone. You should know that your chief constable is a good friend of mine."
The first recourse of the rich and powerful, Paula thought. Bludgeon me with your influential contacts. But she wasn't having any of that. "I doubt it, sir." He looked affronted, his chin jutting forward.
"Are you calling me a liar?"
"No, sir, just ill-informed. Our unit is not answerable to the Chief Constable of Bradfield Metropolitan Police. We come under the direct control of the Home Office, so we don't actually have a Chief Constable for you to be a good friend of. Sir, can I ask you to reconsider your decision not to talk to us?"
"You can ask, but you're wasting your breath. Why would I say anything to you? You've got my cousin locked up. I can't even speak to him. I don't know what trumped-up charges you're laying on him, but I'm not giving you the chance to do the same to me." He made to close the door, but Alvin leaned his weight against it. "Get off!" Conway sounded genuinely outraged to be thwarted on his own doorstep. "Your cousin is singing like he's auditioning for the X Factor," Alvin said. "If I was you, I'd want to get my version on the record. First one out of the blocks always looks the most credible. You must know that. You'll have had to mediate in plenty of disputes over your business career." It was a good pitch, Paula thought. What have you got to lose, if your hands are clean? I don't know what you're trying to frame my cousin for, so I don't know how to avoid something you could twist to his disadvantage. So I am refusing to answer any of your questions. If you want to talk to me, arrest me. If you want to come into my house, get a warrant. And in the meantime, fuck right off." He pushed the door again, and this time Alvin stepped back. Nothing else he could have done, Paula thought. They walked back to the car in silence. "That went well," Alvin said as he started the engine. Paula twisted in her seat to look back at the lit windows. Mark Conway was outlined against the light, his face a dark blur. "There's a kind of man who thinks money and power insulates you against the rules the rest of us live by. I don't care what Inspector Valente says about Mark Conway. In spite of his performance of being one of the good guys, I think he's one of the other kind, and I think he's in this up to his perfectly shaped eyebrows." Alvin grinned as he pulled onto the road. I didn't like him either. "All we need is some shred of evidence, one loose thread we can pull on to unravel this whole case." "He's the kind of man who carries nail scissors to cut off all the loose threads," Alvin grumbled. "One way or another, we'll just have to blunt his blades." Chapter 46. I've spent hours interviewing patients over the years. Some of them have committed terrible crimes, but many of them have been brought into our care before they have reached that pitch. But no matter how well prepared I am before those initial interviews, there is always a bolt from the blue that takes me aback. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. Getting his plan off the ground had gone better than he'd expected. Salty Davy Smart, the prisoner who effectively ran the library, had been delighted at Tony's suggestion, and so books to share with your kids had been booked in for the following afternoon. 4 men had turned up at the appointed time, and had been only mildly disgruntled that no actual books had arrived yet. Salty Davy had unearthed a battered copy of Hans Christian Andersen fairy tales that had found its way into a donated box of assorted books. It was a long way from what he had in mind, but Tony had skimmed it in his cell overnight and reckoned the language of the translation was simple enough to be a starting point. They'd sat round a table in the furthest corner of the library, as far from casual encounters as possible. Tony had never felt this nervous facing a group of students. 2 of them looked barely old enough to be in an adult prison, one still ravaged by teenage pimples, the other by the kind of tattoos that made potential employers blanch. The third was in his 20s. He had shaggy blonde hair, a wispy beard, and the fidgety twitches of someone who was barely managing to satisfy the drug habit that had put him behind bars in the first place. "Thanks for coming," Tony began. "Makes a change," Wispy Beard said. "Anything to relieve the monotony." Before Tony could get started, they were joined by a man he recognized as one of the Lithuanians that Matis Kalvaitis hung out with. He nodded gravely and sat down. "I join you," he said. "I can read, but my English not good." There was another man lurking behind him. The Lithuanian half-turned and said, "Gordo, get in here." Gordo glowered, chubby arms crossed tightly over his chest, shaven head cocked to one side as if daring Tony to make something of it. "I don't need to waste my time on this." His accent was local,
Tony imagined he was the Lithuanian's muscle, paid in tobacco or drugs or phone cards. "I'm here. You're here. Sit down." There was no room for argument. The big man sat. He didn't look happy. Tony managed a strained smile, trying to cover his unease. The drugs that swilled around in the prison made for unpredictable responses. If any of them were boosting their confidence with something extra, there was no knowing what might set them off. None of the usual group icebreakers Tony had used in the past were going to work with this lot. No point in splitting them into pairs to learn what they could about each other in 5 minutes, then introduce their partner to the group. Prisoners guarded themselves too carefully for that. No point either in asking them to introduce themselves. They would simply proffer what lies seemed most utilitarian. So he began with, "I'm Tony. Some of you might have heard me on Razor Wireless." "You're the shrink," Pimples said. "I am. I've worked with a wide range of people over the years." "Nutters," Gordo ground out. "Not just nutters. But one of the things I have learned is that we can improve the life chances of our kids with one simple thing, and that's reading to them and with them." "You got kids, then?" Tattoo Boy spoke. It didn't sound like a challenge, more of a genuine question. But in prison, making assumptions could get your face rearranged. "I don't, but I was one once. Here's what I know about kids and reading. If they have bedtime stories, if they discover the magic of books when they're tiny, they do better at school. They concentrate better, they're more interested in learning, and they find it easier to look at the world through someone else's eyes. But the best thing, from your point of view, is that it builds a bond between you and your kids. Reading stories with them is something they'll remember for the rest of their lives." Silence. Gordo looked bored, the others blank. Tony persevered. "I'm guessing none of your dads ever read you a bedtime story." "You got to be joking," Pimples confirmed. "He was too busy getting off his face." "Never saw him," Tattoo Boy said. Gordo snorted. "Only thing my old man read me was the riot act." "No father," the Lithuanian said, "and my mother not read." Nothing from Wispy Beard. "We're going to get some kids' books delivered soon so we can work with those. Right now, all we've got is this." Tony picked up the Hans Christian Andersen. "It's old-fashioned fairy tales. Some of them you might know from Disney movies, but I thought we could make a start on these today." "Make a start? How?" Wispy Beard was paying attention now, chewing at his bitten fingernails. "I want to help you develop your reading skills." Gordo unfolded his arms and slammed his hands on the table. "Are you saying you think we're thick, that we can't read?" "No, there's a difference between being able to read on the page and being able to read aloud." He gestured at the Lithuanian. "Like your friend here, who can read, but wants to improve his English reading aloud. You want to give your child the best possible experience when you share a story, something to cherish. That's what we're aiming for. But even if some of you can't read very well, there's no shame in that. There are a lot of reasons why people can't read, and they're nothing to do with intelligence." A mutinous stare from Gordo. His presumed boss picked his teeth with a thumbnail. The other three stared at the table. Tony ploughed on. "So what I thought we'd do was each read a bit from the story so I can get a sense of how comfortable each of you is with reading aloud." Stony silence. "I'll start then. I thought we'd begin with a story called The Ugly Duckling." He picked up the book and began at the page he'd bookmarked. It was spring in the farmyard. Mummy Duck had laid some eggs in her nest. She'd been sitting on them to keep them warm, and one sunny morning she felt the eggshells begin to crack. She was very happy to see 6 little duck chicks hatch from the eggs, but when she looked at the chicks, she got a surprise. He stopped and offered the book to Pimples. He took it reluctantly and began to read in a painfully slow monotone. One of the baby ducks looked different from his brothers and sisters. They were yellow, and he was brown. They were little and cute, and he was big and clumsy. He did not fit in. All the other ducks called him names and picked on him. The end of the paragraph was an evident relief. He thrust the book at Tattoo Boy, who looked at it as if it might bite him. It was an obvious struggle. He had to sound out the words in his head, forming the shape in his mouth before he spoke it out loud. He was very unhappy in the farmy.
Farmy? Gordo scoffed. What's a fucking farmy?
Farmyard, Tony said. We are not here to have a go at each other. We are here to support each other. We are going to come across unfamiliar words here, and we'll help each other. He smiled encouragement at Tattoo Boy, who had a thin sheen of perspiration on his top lip. Do you want to carry on? He nodded. In the farmyard. So he made up his mind to run away. He wiped the sweat off with the back of his hand and gave Tony a thumbs up. Great start, both of you. Thank you. He nodded towards Wispy Beard. Your turn. He took the book and frowned at the page. I'm dyslexic, he said.
Bollocks,
Gordo muttered.
Nobody's thick anymore, are they? It's dyslexic, or what do they call it? ADHD. Total bollocks.
Wispy Beard flushed.
I've been tested. It's not bollocks.
But I'll give this a try.
I want to be able to share with my son. I never had the chance with my dad. He died before I was born, in Iraq.
He took a deep breath and ran his finger along the line.
No,
that doesn't make sense. One night? That's right, Tony said.
One night when they were all as asleep?
He was guessing clearly, and it was an effort, but he was working at it.
He crept out of No, that's not it. Out of the barn. He grinned. Out of the barn. He went to the river and hid in the reeds.
Reeds?
Reeds, Tattoo Boy said, looking over his shoulder. Reeds, man. Is that them tall grass things you get beside rivers like?
That's right, Tony said.
Well done. You're going to get the hang of this when we get proper books to work with.
Because you're dyslexic, there's a little workaround we can use to begin with. I'll work on one particular book with you, and you can learn the story well enough to tell it to your lad. So when you get out, you can get a copy of that particular book and read it together, and it'll help you develop your reading skills. He fiddled with his beard and nodded acknowledgement at Tony. He went to pass the book to Gordo, but he slapped it away.
Fuck this for a game of soldiers, he said. We're not fucking babies.
Tony's scalp tightened with anxiety. Gordo turned to the Lithuanian.
It's a bloody insult, giving us kids' books like this to read. He comes in here, treating us like we're too fucking thick for proper books. Condescending cunt.
He was on his feet now, his face plumb with rage.
I'm not going to sit here and let him treat you like you're a fucking retard.
These are the books you'll be reading to your kids. That's why we're working with them. Tony was also on his feet now, trying to keep eye contact with the furious man.
You're supposed to be teaching us, not making fucking fools out of us.
He waved a hand at Wispy Beard.
Farmy, Reds, he mocked. Come on, boss, you got more important things to do.
The Lithuanian leaned back in his chair and laughed. "Clever bastard, doctor," he said. 6 months this cunt is my muscle, and I never knew. "You cannot read, Gordo. You are the retard, not me." The man roared in fury and tipped the table over, sending it crashing to the floor. He took a step forward and grabbed Tony by the throat. "Don't come the cunt with me," he yelled, slapping the side of Tony's head with his free hand. It felt like an explosion inside his brain. The hand on his throat was tightening. The other hand had become a fist heading for his face. A bedlam of noise filled his head. Then nothing. Chapter 47. Everybody thinks their view of the world is civilized and appropriate. They cleave to their taboos. They know their limits. What's amazing is how quickly we find reasons to cross those red lines. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. Carol had found a spot in the dunes where she could keep obs on Harrison Gardner's cottage. There was no exit from the backyard apart from climbing the wall, and she didn't anticipate him choosing that as a means of leaving his property. But just in case, she'd set herself up opposite the end of the alley so she had a view along most of its length. Now she knew he was in residence, there was nothing to stop her confronting him. But she wanted to wait until darkness fell. There were practical reasons for that. If there was any kind of showdown on the doorstep, it would be less likely to be witnessed after nightfall. Fewer people would be around, and it would be harder to see anything from a distance. But there were also psychological reasons. Daylight held few threats, but everyone knew that bad things happened after dark, and she needed all the help she could get. There was no escaping that what she planned was fraught with risk. Gardner hadn't looked like a man used to physical confrontation, but people found unsuspected reserves when they were under threat. Nobody knew that better than her, and she had no backup, no team covering her, nobody who'd come running if she called. She'd had to fly solo in the past, but she'd been younger then. More significantly, she'd had no direct experience of what violence and violation felt like. She'd never be that gung-ho again, not after what she'd gone through over the years. Carol understood intellectually that PTSD had turned her into a risk-taker. But knowing it and combating it were two very different things. She'd come some distance, thanks to Melissa, but she had no idea how fronting up Harrison Gardner would feel. The only way to find out was to do it, and do it unarmed, just in case. The afternoon wore into evening, and she remained undisturbed except for the startled intervention of a labradoodle bounding through the dunes. He leapt backwards with a bark of surprise, then took off in a different direction. She moved on from podcasts to an audiobook to keep boredom at bay. Lee Child was the perfect choice. Improbable, but somehow plausible. Lots of action and an interesting setup. Carol thought that if his hero was real, after what he'd been through in 20-odd books, he'd be in dire need of Melissa Rintoul's services, which reminded her to run through a set of exercises. Just before 9, she judged it was time. There was no sign of life on the main street. Even the dog walkers were home in front of the TV or their computer screens. A telltale thin line of light ran along the top of the left-hand window in Cove Cottage. Harrison Gardner was home. Settled in for the evening, doing whatever he did to pass the time in his self-imposed exile behind closed curtains. Carol stood up and stretched, shaking sand out of the creases in her trousers. She walked calmly out of the dunes, across the grass, and paused on the edge of the road. Time to put on her old self, the one who instinctively knew how to find the weak spots in a defensive wall and barge through them. She wasn't sure whether she could still inhabit that Carol Jordan, not now she'd come so far, but she was willing to try. For Tony's sake, she was willing to risk losing the ground she'd so agonizingly gained. She opened the gate. Not a creak from the hinges. If she'd been hiding out, she'd have made damn sure her gate creaked like a Hammer horror movie door. 4 strides and she was at the door. No bell push that she could see, just an iron knocker in the shape of an ammonite. She gave it a double tap and stood close to the door. No reply, but out of the corner of her eye she saw a quick spill of light as the curtain eased open. Breathing faster now, she knocked again, and this time she was rewarded by the sound of a key scraping in a lock. The door inched open, the gap curtailed by a chain. Half a face appeared, anxious lines in the forehead. It was the man she'd seen earlier, and without his sun hat and wraparound sunglasses, there was no doubt about the identification. Yes? There was nothing welcoming in his tone. Carol smiled. Mr. Gardner? He shook his head, but she saw a flicker of fear before he managed to hide it. You've got the wrong house. There's no Gardner here. The door began to close, but Carol was too fast for him. She rammed her shoulder against it, pushing it back to the full extent of the chain. I am your worst nightmare, Harrison, she hissed. I am Nemesis. I am the woman with nothing left to lose. His eyes widened, and he took an involuntary step backwards. It was all the leeway she needed. Grateful for the solid muscle she'd built during the barn renovation, Carol steadied herself and threw her whole body at the door. The screws holding the chain to the jamb tore free, and the door flew open, thudding into Gardner and throwing him off balance. Before he could recover, Carol was inside, slamming the door behind her. "Get away from me!" he screeched, rearing up against the wall. Carol grabbed him by the shirt front and hauled him away from its support, then pushed him through the doorway into the room, whose light she'd spotted from outside. He stumbled, bumping into a low table and falling backwards over it. He cried out and curled into a ball against a bookcase crammed with paperbacks. "Get out," he whimpered. "Or what? You'll call the police?" She marveled at how easily she'd found her way back to intimidation. "I don't think so, Harrison. Now get up. Don't make me come and get you." He scrambled to his feet. "Who the fuck are you?" "Never mind who I am. It's who you are that counts." She pointed to an armchair. "Sit down." When he hesitated, she raised her voice. "I said, sit down. Do not make me hurt you." This was too easy, she thought, as he collapsed into the chair. She despised herself for how few scruples she had when it came to threatening a pathetic white-collar criminal. She doubted whether he'd ever thrown a punch in anger or even in drink. Still, she had a job to do. "You think you've got away with it, don't you? All that money salted away, and all you have to do is lay low for a while, then slip out of the country once the heat's died down. Well, Harrison, you didn't do your research very well, because one of the people you thought was an easy mark is the opposite of that." "I don't know what you're talking about." There was a stubborn cast to his mouth, which Carol was unhappy about. She wasn't uncomfortable with how easy she was finding it to bully Gardner. She'd hoped he would be a complete pushover. "Let's not play games, Harrison. I know you're a crook. You know you're a crook. Ponzi schemes always collapse. You just weren't smart enough to get out of the jurisdiction before you got caught out. I appreciate you don't want to go to jail, and that's where I can help you out. All I'm looking for is a repayment of the money you stole from the person I'm representing. She doesn't want to go to the police. She's got a grudging respect for what you did. All she wants is her money back." Carol leaned against the mantelpiece and swept her hand along it, consigning a crystal candlestick and a rather splendid carriage clock to smithereens. Shameful rather than satisfying, but effective, judging by the panic on Gardner's face. Who sent you? How did you find me?" His voice was a stutter of syllables crashing into each other. "You should not have messed with Vanessa Hill." A moment of stillness. His mouth became a thin, bitter line. "What we are going to do is very simple. You're going to access whatever bank account has enough in it to cover what you took from Vanessa. You're going to transfer that money to her, and then I'm going to walk out of your life. And you should consider yourself very lucky to have got off so lightly." "And what if I don't? What are you going to do, beat me up?" He gave a little snort. "I doubt you've got the stomach for it. You're all bluff, I can tell." She didn't know where he'd got his nerve from, but it had come creeping back. "You could be right," she said. "But Vanessa's another matter. She's killed before. The only thing that's keeping you alive right now is the prospect of her getting her money back." From behind her, the chilling sound of a familiar voice. "She's right, you know, Harrison." Chapter 48. The strategies the predator uses to stake their claim, to preserve their territorial advantage, to fend off enemies and rivals, are constantly shifting. The faster and more effective the adaptation, the higher that predator climbs up the food chain. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. The body language was textbook, Paula thought, the minute she and Alvin walked back into the remit squad room. Rutherford and Alex Fielding stood opposite each other, a metre apart, both leaning in, heads thrust forward. He towered at least half a metre over her tiny frame, but nobody would have classed her as the lesser combatant. The most extraordinary thing about the scene was that it was playing out in the middle of the room. When Carol had been leading the team, confrontations happened behind the closed door of her office. "You told me to leave the interviews to you," Fielding said, her posture an accusation in itself. "And what have you done so far? All I've seen is—" she looked around and pointed at Alvin, "his completely inadequate interviews with a handful of the nuns in York, including 2 with dementia. My team have been busting a gut to get to grips with what's coming out of the ground, and you're doing nothing. Oh, no, you're not doing nothing. You're doing the sexy case, the one that's going to end up in court, maybe. If your so-called crack team can actually find anybody to charge with anything more than illegally disposing of a body—" She shook her head and looked around, contempt written all over her. Sophie Valente looked astounded. Karim and Steve Nisbet stared at the whiteboards, and Stacy slouched even lower behind her screens. But Rutherford wasn't in the least abashed. "We've had to chase your team for case materials. It's quite clear from our brief that we are the go-to guys for the exceptional cases. The clue is in the name. Major Incident Team. Your detectives, their job is to do the second-tier work. And that's what the skeletons are. They don't even look remotely like homicides. If the second lot of bodies had turned up completely independent of the skeletons, you wouldn't be anywhere near this case, DCI Fielding." Paula feared Rutherford would live to regret this argument. Alex Fielding was not a woman you'd willingly go up against, as Paula knew only too well, and they'd need her goodwill for future investigations when they needed boots on the ground to boost their numbers. "In that case, get your DI out of my incident room. You want the credit, you can do the grunt work that goes with it. I'm going to the ACC to insist that these cases are separated. You don't get to run my incident room and have my guys running around doing the stuff that's beneath your lot." Stay away from the nuns, and I'll stay away from your headline-grabbing homicides.
That's just stupid. The nuns might have evidence relating to our cases.
Rutherford was getting riled now. His neck was bright red against his white shirt collar. And if they do, I'll make sure you get it. Just the same as you'll pass on to my team any product from your interviews that might have a bearing on ours. If you can manage to get any product without muddying the waters beyond recognition.
What's that supposed to mean?
Father Michael Keenan, a key witness in how things were run inside the convent, how the nuns treated the girls. But now he won't talk to us, not a cheep, not after you hauled him out of his house at the crack of dawn, arrested him and interrogated him. Well, thanks very much, remit. She bit her lip. Paula could almost read the should-have-been-me on her face. Just stay away from the nuns.
Rutherford shook his head. I'm afraid that won't be possible. D.I. McIntyre is on the morning flight to Galway. We need to interview the Mother Superior. I'm sure D.I. McIntyre will give you a full brief when she gets back.
Paula couldn't quite keep the surprise from her face. Fielding clocked it and looked as if she might be a candidate for spontaneous human combustion. You've absolutely not heard the last of this, she stormed at Rutherford before she marched to the door and slammed it behind her. Rutherford watched her go, shaking his head.
Is she always like that?
He asked the room. Nobody replied. Fielding might be intemperate, but it didn't take much insight to figure out that provoking her might not be the best route to take. I'm going to Galway? Paula asked. Rutherford gave her a rueful grin.
Looks like it. Better get your flight booked before Fielding buys every ticket on the plane.
Is there even a flight to Galway?
Not anymore. The airport closed a few years ago. You have to fly to Shannon and hire a car, Steve said. I went for a weekend with a lass last year. Rained solid for the entire 47 hours we were there. Nothing for it but to shag and drink.
Rutherford tutted.
Never mind hiring a car. Talk to the local Garda and get them to send you a liaison officer to drive you around. Then they can't complain about us treading on their jurisdiction.
Great. Paula sat down and battered her keyboard.
You haven't told me how your interview with Conway went.
Rutherford perched on her desk as if nothing untoward had happened. When exactly was she supposed to have done that? Paula wondered. That's because there was no interview. Conway refused to talk to us unless we arrested him, which I decided was a bad idea in the absence of any evidence. He refuses to let us in the house without a search warrant.
So, all we've achieved is showing our hand, Rutherford said. Now he knows how little we've got, and that we'll be looking for more.
Which was your idea? Paula gave him a dead-eyed stare, then turned back to her computer. Manchester Shannon flights, she typed. She'd barely begun looking when a group message from Stacy pinged on her screen. DNA lab results. The lab have extracted DNA from all 8 victims of the second tranche of bodies. I've been running them against the database, both for direct hits and for familial results. I've got 4 direct hits and 2 indirect. The 4 direct hits are all from Bradfield. Connor Weston, Durban Swayze, Lyle Tate, Jason Combo. I've attached records and details for all 4, 3 listed as mispers. Paula had to read it twice to make sure she wasn't imagining it. Lyle Tate. The boy whose supposed murderer had been behind bars long before the latest victim of a serial killer had been taken. Lyle Tate. The boy whose supposed killer was the focus of Carol Jordan's innocence investigation. She clicked on the attachment. Lyle had 3 convictions for soliciting, 1 for possession of cocaine. He was NFA, no fixed abode, for the first 2, but there was an address for the last 2. He'd been reported missing, but by the time he'd appeared in the system and anyone had joined up the dots, he was old enough to make his own choices. Those choices had put him in the path of a murderer, but not the man who was serving life for his murder. She knew she was breaking the rules, but there was a man behind bars who didn't deserve to spend another day there. Paula took out her phone and called Carol's number. Chapter 49. Control is an illusion we all need to keep the chaos at bay. Losing control is what the predator fears. Losing control is when we make the mistakes that cost us most dearly. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. It took every ounce of composure she possessed to stop Carol whirling round to face Vanessa. "I gave you your chance, Harrison," she managed to squeeze out. The adrenaline surge made her feel faintly nauseous. Vanessa stepped forward into the pool of light thrown by the lamps, her hair gleaming soft in their glow. "Did you really think I'd send someone in alone to sort this out? She's just here to soften you up. That's why she didn't lock the door behind her when you invited her in." She was dressed like the villain in a Bond movie, Carol thought. Long black leather coat over a tailored suit in grey leather. Black leather gloves, obviously. "It's showtime, Harrison. I'm offering you the deal of your life. You pay me what you owe me, and we walk out of here. I won't go to the police. I won't harm a hair on your devious little head, and you can get on with this magnificent life you've made for yourself." She waved a hand at the cozy living room, making no attempt to disguise the sneer. "And if I say no?" Vanessa gave a theatrical sigh. "You didn't mount your grand scheme to die an ignominious death in a shitty little 2 up, 2 down in the arse end of nowhere. You've got more than enough salted away. She was telling you the truth. I have killed a man before, up close and personal. It was him or me, and right now, when I think of what you've done to me, it feels like the same equation. Your life or mine. So get your bank account on the screen and let's get this bloody mess sorted out." His eyes moved between the two women. "I don't believe you," he said. "You talk a good game, Vanessa, but that's all." She took another step forward. "I found you, didn't I?" Technically, Stacy did. "What would you rather, Harrison? Death or jail? I'm happy to call the cops and wait till they get here, because we've done nothing wrong. You invited us in, after all." Carol smiled. "Either way, you wouldn't get your money." He actually smirked. "Neither would you," Carol snarled. Vanessa took off one glove and theatrically struck him across the face. Left cheek, right cheek. Just as he had when Carol had burst in, he folded in the face of violence, letting out a scream of pain. "That's just the beginning, you little shit. You've got more than enough to go around." She fumbled inside her jacket and pulled out a leather sheath. Seconds later, a slender silver stiletto jutted from her gloved fist. She loomed over him, the blade touching the tip of his chin, a geriatric Valkyrie, as terrifying as Brunhilde in her prime. Gardner held his hands up in surrender. "Fuck it," he said bitterly. "My laptop's in the kitchen." "Don't kill him while I'm gone." It was a relief to get out of the room. Carol's pulse was a jackhammer in her throat, and cold sweat was trickling down her back and her sides. She'd been kidding herself when she thought she was learning to control her PTSD. She was as much in its grip as she'd ever been. The laptop sat on the kitchen table. The Telegraph website opened to a business page. She carried it back and handed it to Gardner. "You need to move the knife," he muttered. Vanessa obliged and stood where she could see what he was doing. Carol joined her just as he opened the site of a bank in the Caribbean jurisdiction of Nevis. He had to pass through 4 levels of password security, his fingers flying over the keys more swiftly than Carol could follow. Then an eye-watering balance appeared on the screen. "Bloody hell," Vanessa said. $5.25 million's just a bloody flea bite. You greedy bastard." There was almost a note of admiration in her voice. "I'm very good at what I do. Your bank details?" Vanessa nodded to Carol, who took a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it over. Gardner worked his way through the transfer, then sat back with a sigh. "All done. That's the beauty of private offshore banks. No stupid daily limits on transfers. You'll want to check it's arrived?" Vanessa turned away and huddled over her phone. "Hello, old friends," she said after a couple of minutes. "How lovely to see you again." Gardner stood up. "Now you can both fuck off." As soon as the door of Cove Cottage closed behind them, Vanessa crossed to her car, parked on the verge opposite. Carol had to hurry to catch up, reaching her just as she released the locks and went to open the door. "What the fuck was that about? A knife to the throat? Are you crazy? You could have made me an accessory to murder." Vanessa raised her eyebrows. "It wouldn't be the first time, Carol." Fingers on the handle, door opening. "Just keeping it in the family." Carol grabbed Vanessa's arm, drawing her away from the car. "You don't get it, do you? You sent me to do a job, then you waltzed in and turned it into, I don't know, some sort of Tarantino game show." Vanessa pulled herself free. She chuckled. "I like that. A Tarantino game show. Listen, if you wanted me to stay out of it, you shouldn't have told me where you were. I got the job done, didn't I? You'd have been there all night, smashing ornaments and chatting away. I thought you were tougher than that, but you're as soft as my useless son." Something inside Carol's head seemed to shatter, filling it with white noise. She grabbed Vanessa by the shoulders and screamed at her, spittle flying. "Stay away from us, you bitch! We're done with you. Come near me or Tony again, and I'll be the one with the knife. You want to take a chance on how soft I am? Bring it on, bitch!" She pushed Vanessa away from her, hard, so she faltered, then tumbled to one knee. Carol stepped back, breathing hard, hating herself, hating her rage. Vanessa looked up at her, calculating. Then she relaxed and pushed herself upright. She brushed the dirt from her knee, tutting at the damage. "Have you any idea how much this suit cost? I should bill you." Carol shifted onto the balls of her feet, teeth bared in a snarl. Vanessa gave a little laugh. "Well done, Carol. But we are through now. No more fun outings for us. There's no reason why I should ever bother you or that pitiful excuse for a man I have to call my son." Carol turned and jogged down into the dunes. The alternative would have been to descend even further into the hell that evening had become. She'd never had a particularly close relationship with her parents. That had been the role of her brother Michael, and since they held Carol responsible for his death, they'd become even more distant. But she couldn't imagine living with the knowledge that Vanessa was your mother. It was amazing that Tony had survived her, a miracle that he had become the man he was. There was a storm raging inside her now, a turmoil of panic and grief and disgust. All the work she'd done, all the progress she'd thought she'd made, all stripped away. She was back where she'd started, a failure. She walked down the beach towards the sea. distant at low tide, the ruffled surface silvered under a 3/4 moon that pulled her just as it pulled the sea itself. She knew what she had to do. The question was whether she had the courage to do it. Chapter 50. The more the neuroscientists tell us about the workings of the human brain, the more we psychologists have to factor into our assessments. For example, it's now well documented that frontal lobe damage can lead to personality changes, including lack of inhibition, aggressive behavior, and risk-taking. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. Dr. Eleanor Blessing shrugged into her white coat, slung her stethoscope round her neck, and slipped from the locker room to the coffee station next door. She filled her water bottle at the cooler, tuning out the chatter around her as she considered the morning rounds ahead of her. She was roused from her thoughts by a lanky junior doctor saying her name. "You know him, don't you, Eleanor?" She half turned. "No, who?" "The murderer on Ward 14. "What on earth are you talking about, Chisholm?" More irritated than interested by the exchange, she turned back to her bottle. "The murderer on Ward 14. You know him?" She sighed, exasperated. She didn't like Chisholm. He was flippant, dismissive, and prone to making so-called jokes at patients' expense. This sounded like one of his usual inappropriate comments. Saying the same nonsense twice doesn't make it any clearer. You're not going to have much of a career as a medic if you can't explain yourself lucidly. He rolled his eyes. "There's a guy in the side room on Ward 14, neurosurgery. He was brought in last night with a depressed skull fracture. He's under guard because he's a prisoner at HMP Doniston." "Tony?" Shock clutched at Eleanor's chest. "Tony Hill?" Chisholm grinned triumphantly. "I knew you knew him. I said to the charge nurse, Dr. Blessing's wife worked with him before he went on the rampage." She was already halfway to the door. She paused and turned back to face him, eyes dark with anger, voice icy. "Shut up, Chisholm. You do not go around breaching patient confidentiality in this hospital, especially not when you're as full of shit as you are." Eleanor yanked the door closed behind her, his words floating after her. "But he did kill someone. There's no getting away from that." Down the hallway, follow the line of blue tiles to the lift, press the button pointlessly again. 5th floor, follow the red tiles to the wards, 12, 13, through the double doors to the reception desk of Ward 14, neurosurgery. Eleanor only realized how grim she was looking when she registered the startled look on the nurse's face. She found a smile and stuck it on. "You've got a patient called Hill, Tony Hill?" A quick flash of curiosity, hidden immediately. Nurses hated giving anything away, especially to doctors who weren't their doctors. "Anthony Hill? What's the score?" Reluctantly, the nurse said, "We got him from Doniston General last night. Depressed fracture of the skull, subdural hematoma. He's down for a burr hole trephination later this morning with Mr. Senanayake." "Is he conscious?" "We've got him under a light sedation." "Okay. He's an old friend of mine. Can you have somebody beep me when he's come round after his surgery?" She showed her pager number to the nurse, who pursed her lips but took a note of it. "Thank you. I'd like to take a quick look. Is he on the ward?" She made to head for the corridor leading to the 4-bed wards. "No, he's in a side room. Other way, round the corner. There's a prison officer posted outside. I'm not sure if you should—" But Eleanor was already gone. Outside a door sat a man in uniform. She worked the magic of the white coat plus a sense of purpose and swept past him with a nod. And there he was, in the dim light, head bandaged, arms outside the covers, one wrist handcuffed to the bed rail. Automatically she reached for the clipboard at the foot of the bed, the validation of her presence if the officer checked in on her. She cast an eye over the notes and the scans. Nothing too worrying. If a bleed on the brain could ever be dismissed as nothing too worrying. Everyone was diminished by hospital beds. It wasn't as if Tony was a big lad to start with. He looked pale and frail, hooked up to beeping machines, dark circles round his closed eyes, nose swollen and purple. On the other hand, he was breathing without a ventilator, and his pulse looked stable. She spoke his name softly. No response. "We are here for you, mate," she said, replacing the clipboard and leaving the room. "What happened?" she asked the officer, casually, as she closed the door behind her. "The usual kind of thing," the man said indifferently. "Got into a ruck with the wrong person? You're the one doing the operation, then?" "No, but I have an interest in cases like these." She was already on her way back to the front desk. "Thanks," she said to the nurse. "I'll pop back later, but keep me posted if there's any change, please." She checked her watch as she headed back to the lift. She was going to be late for her rounds, but not by much. Time to make a phone call. Paula liked airports. She liked the anonymity and the possibility of the junk food Eleanor frowned on. She liked browsing the kind of shops she'd normally not bother with, taking a delicious pleasure in the knowledge that she'd never be stupid enough to spend £700 on a handbag or a pen. And she liked that she didn't bump into anyone she had to give orders to or take orders from. She was sipping a mocha, topped with a ridiculous swirl of whipped cream, when her phone danced on the tabletop, and Eleanor's name lit up on the screen. Surprised, since there was seldom any reason for Eleanor to call when she was at the hospital, Paula snatched up her phone and took the call. "Thank goodness I caught you before you boarded," Eleanor said, without preamble. "What is it? Is it Torrin?" Paula's first thought, even though she wasn't technically the boy's parent. "No, it's Tony." "Tony? He's been admitted to neurosurgery." "At Bradfield Cross? But that's miles from Donniston. Why is he there? What's happened?" Anxiety raised her voice, and a woman at the next table stared unashamedly. "He's here because we're the regional centre of excellence for neurosurgery. Donniston General shipped him across last night. He's got a fractured skull and a brain bleed." "Dear Christ, no. That's terrible. What happened?" Paula turned her head, lowered her voice. "I don't know any details. The officer guarding him said he got into a ruck. But look, Paula, don't panic. It looks like a pretty straightforward injury. It's a small bleed, and it's not in a critical area. They've scheduled him for a routine op this morning. It should be a straightforward job. They'll drill a little hole and drain the blood to relieve the pressure, and that should be the end of it. Well, they'll maybe leave a drain in for a day or two, but he should be absolutely fine. I just wanted to let you know, because it'll be all over social media in no time. You know how leaky hospitals are." "Poor Tony. This is awful, Eleanor. And a fractured skull? It's not too bad, truly. From the scans, it looks like he might have hit something with an edge, a shelf or a table or something, but I'm no expert. I can be there in half an hour." Action, always the panacea for fear. "There is genuinely no need. I'm calling not because I think you need to be afraid, but because I wanted you to hear it from me. Trust me, I'm a doctor." Affection rather than sarcasm. "Something like that? Now go to Galway, and I will call you as soon as I hear anything at all. I promise." A thought struck Paula. She couldn't believe it had taken so long. "I'll have to tell Carol." "You will. It does need to come from you." Paula sighed. This is so not what she needs, not when she's making progress. "You can't not tell her." Paula gave a soft laugh. "Not if I don't want to join Tony in neurosurgery." She glanced up at the departures board. They're not boarding us yet. I'll call her now." But there was no reply. Carol's phone went straight to voicemail, just as it had the previous evening. After the beep, Paula said, "Carol, give me a call when you get this. It's important. I'm about to get on a plane. I'll be on the ground just before noon. Talk to you later." She stood up abruptly, and, appetite gone, she walked away from her unfinished drink. She wondered where Carol was and why she wasn't answering her phone. She couldn't help a frisson of fear for her friend. How much more could Tony and Carol go through before one of them broke for good? Chapter 51. Even psychopaths have their breaking points. The issue is finding the pressure point that takes them there. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. Melissa Rintoul liked to arrive at work at least half an hour before her first appointment. Her standard preparation was a 10-minute meditation, then a swift look through the appointment schedule to make sure she was primed for what lay ahead. Over the years, she had trained herself not to be taken by surprise. It didn't help patients if you showed your shock or revulsion at the things they told you. But even she struggled not to indicate that it was far from normal to find a client sitting on her doorstep, head bowed and arms wrapped tight around her knees when she arrived at 7:30. "Carol," she said, her voice calm and quiet, "why don't you come inside and have a cup of tea with me?" Carol looked up, her face haggard and her red-rimmed eyes empty. "I failed," she said, struggling to her feet, staggering as her legs cramped under her. Melissa held out an arm to steady her, but Carol grabbed at the door jamb instead. She led her straight to her consultation room, and Carol followed meekly, taking the chair that she gestured towards. "Tea," she said, going back to the reception area. She boiled water and dropped a couple of green tea bags into cups, aiming for speed rather than delicacy. She was back with Carol in a couple of minutes, handing her the drink. Melissa sat down opposite. "Why do you think you failed?" Carol stared into her cup. "Last night, I bullied someone. He wasn't a good person, but that's no excuse. Then I stood by while someone else threatened him with a knife. I did nothing to stop it. I colluded in it. The worst part is that she sighed heavily, I reveled in it. While it was happening, I enjoyed that sense of power, even when I knew it was wrong. I hated myself, but it was like a drug. I couldn't stop it." "Did either of you physically hurt this person?" Carol shook her head. "Not really." "Not really? What does that mean?" Shamed, Carol muttered, "I pushed him. He fell over, but he wasn't hurt, just scared. And then he caved in. But if he hadn't—" Another sigh. "I think the other person would have hurt him, and maybe I wouldn't have stopped her. I was so hyped up." "How did you feel? Physically, I mean?" "My heart was racing. My pulse was pounding. I felt almost sick with the surge of adrenaline." "But you didn't actually attack this man? You kept control of yourself, Carol." Carol shook her head. "No, I was so close to tipping over the edge and losing it. But you didn't. I was willing to. All this work I've been doing, all these exercises, I thought I was getting somewhere, but at the first crisis I fell to bits again." She put her tea down and grabbed her hair with both hands, covering her face, rocking in her chair. Melissa waited till Carol dropped her hands to her lap again. "What did you do afterwards?" Carol sniffed. "I was so disgusted with myself. I've always been someone who tried to do the right thing, tried to behave decently, honestly. I despise bullies. I don't think I abused my power when I was a police officer. I exercised power, I know I did, but I didn't exploit it. But now I'm a stranger to myself." "What did you do afterwards?" Carol stood up abruptly and walked to the window. With her back to Melissa, she said, "I was beside a beach. I ran through the sand dunes and walked towards the sea. It was a long way out. It must have been low tide. I felt drawn to the sea. I wanted to walk into the sea and just keep going till none of it mattered any more." "I'm so glad you didn't do that, Carol. Can you tell me what it was that stopped you?" Carol gave a little snort. "The thing that always stops me. Duty. Obligation." "Obligation to whom?" "Not to whom. To what?" She turned back, her face twisted in a sardonic smile. "Justice. Making things right. See, I'd made a commitment I couldn't keep if I was at the bottom of the sea. So I dragged myself back up the beach and drove here, to confess my failure to someone who would understand why I despise myself so completely right now." "Please sit down, Carol. It's not good to move so restlessly when you need to find the calm space inside yourself." Carol threw herself into the chair like a sulky teenager. "I thought I was managing my PTSD, but it all went to shit at the first test." "No, Carol, you're not a failure. The fact that you are here and not at the bottom of the sea, not in police custody for beating someone up, not drunk in a gutter somewhere, all this tells me that you are the opposite of a failure. You are not in the same place as you were when you first arrived here. You have made progress, Carol. I know it doesn't feel like it this morning, but you are getting better." "But I'm not fit to be out in the world." "That's not true. And you are shifting from genuine remorse to self-pity, even in this short space of time. That's not a healthy place for you to be. And I think you know that very well, Carol. What we're going to do now is a series of exercises to ground you, to bring you back to where you want to be, to remind you of how that feels." And so Melissa began to lead Carol back through the process she had already taught her once. They were less than 5 minutes into the arm exercises when Carol collapsed to her knees on the floor and began sobbing, the abandoned weeping of a deserted child. Melissa knelt next to her and took her into her arms, holding her close but not tight. If she could make Carol feel safe through this catharsis, there was every chance that she see this as brief backsliding, 2 steps forward and 1 back, perhaps, and not as the disaster she'd believed she'd brought to the door that morning. At last Carol had no more tears. She slumped against Melissa, exhausted. "I'm sorry," she croaked. "No need for that, I promise. You will not sink this low again. You're here, and that's because this process is working. You trust me, don't you?" Carol thought for a moment, then nodded. "I think so, yes. Now you have to extend that trust to yourself." Melissa gave her a last hug, then helped her to her feet. "I have another patient right now," she said. "Before you drive anywhere, I want you to rest and to do a full set of your exercises. We have a room upstairs where you can lie down and sleep for a while." Carol followed her out through reception, where a middle-aged man slouched in a chair, glowering. "I'll be with you in a moment, Pete," Melissa said, leading the way upstairs to a tiny room furnished with a daybed and a side table. "Stay here as long as you need," she said. "But before you leave, Promise me you'll do your exercises." Meek as a child now, Carol nodded. "Thank you." She sat down as suddenly as if her legs had given way. "I thought I'd never find sleep again when I came here in the middle of the night. I think I was mistaken." Melissa gave her most reassuring smile. "Be kind to yourself, Carol. You deserve kindness." And she left Carol, refusing to allow herself a moment's doubt that her patient would indeed find her way back to a version of herself with much less pain. Chapter 52. Most of the earliest texts on offender profiling insisted on dividing serial offenders into organized and disorganized. It was a binary that failed to stand up to any degree of close scrutiny. Serial offenders generally exhibit behavior that falls into both of these areas of distinction. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. Paula navigated Shannon Airport on automatic pilot, following the same signs as everyone else, clearing passport control effortlessly. "Make the most of it before Brexit fucks everything up," the young woman beside her in the line muttered. Paula emerged in the arrivals hall to be confronted by a man in a bottle green suit with shoulders like a prop forward and a shock of bright ginger hair, waving a sign that read Di McIntyre, as if Diana were her first name. "I'm McIntyre," she said. "Thanks for coming to pick me up." He beamed at her and extended a hand that completely enveloped hers. "Detective Sergeant Fintan McInerney," he announced in a voice that needed no PA system. "I'm a regional detective based in Galway. At your service, ma'am." Paula winced. Like Carol Jordan, she hated the formal address. It made her feel like an irrelevant old lady. "Skip the ma'am," she said. "Paula will do." He looked pained. "My boss is a bit of a stickler. He wouldn't like that." Paula cracked a smile. "Just go with Inspector then, Sergeant." He grinned back at her. "I've got the car right outside." He reached for her overnight backpack. "Can I take that?" She let him. Feminism was all very well, but there was no need to suffer for it. Sergeants were called bagmen for good reason, and McInerney looked as if he could tote her bag with his pinky. He was true to his word. Immediately outside the terminal, a shiny 4x4, elegant as a rhino, sat on double yellow lines with a uniformed guarder standing next to it. He nodded to McInerney and walked away. They were out of the airport and onto the M18 motorway in a matter of minutes. There was no dawdling in McInerney's driving. He overtook like a fly-half dodging a fullback, coming right up on the car in front before swerving dramatically into the outside lane. Paula, who hadn't been in the west of Ireland since a very damp camping trip in her early 20s, was pleasantly surprised not to be dawdling along one of the country roads she'd travelled then. As if reading her mind, he said, "Have you visited here before?" "So long ago it feels like a past life experience. A lot of Guinness, a lot of life music, and a lot of rain is what I mostly remember." "Nothing much has changed, except the roads have got better, and so's our economy. It's a shame it's raining now. This is a grand drive when you can see it." "Maybe it'll clear up." "I think it's set in for the day, but you're not here to see the view, are you? Nuns, is it?" "Just the one." She used to be the Mother Superior of a convent in Bradesden, just outside Bradfield. "I went to Bradfield once. My cousin married a lad from there. To be honest, I don't remember much about it. The reception was in an Irish club, and it was more Irish than anywhere I've ever been in my life, if you take my meaning." "So, this nun, you think she'd been abusing the children in her care?" "It looks that way. It's hard to track down the former residents. They were in care for the kind of reasons that don't tend to lead to stable, regular lives. But what we have so far is one key witness statement about girls being beaten and psychologically tortured." Paula stared out of the window. "And around 40 skeletons buried under the front lawn." McInerney whistled.
That's not something that happens by accident.
The trouble is, it's hard to prove abuse. There's no physical evidence of cause of death, and we've got the convent priest basically shrugging and saying, children die.
And despite all the terrible things that have been coming out about what nuns and priests have been doing with the children and young people in their care over the years, there are still plenty of people who absolutely refuse to believe it. My Nana, she's one. She thinks it's all a pack of lies from people who want to get money out of the church. Everybody knows the church is loaded, and she thinks it's an easy touch for blackmailers and lawyers.
He shook his head.
She's deluded, of course, but her generation, they've given their lives to the church. How in the name of God are they expected to cope with the disgusting stories coming out all the time?
I take your point, but you don't think like that, right?
Me? God, no. I always thought the nuns were evil. Have you ever noticed the word convent contains the word coven? We had one old bitch. She loved taking the ruler to the backs of our hands. We'd have to put them palms down on her table, then she'd flex the ruler high as she could, then wham! She'd let it go. And I tell you, it would bring tears to the eyes of Superman himself. Jesus!
He shivered theatrically.
I can still remember the sting of it.
And nobody made a fuss?
He roared with laughter. If you went home and complained, you'd get a bang on the ear. You must have done something terrible to drive Sister Augustine to such a pitch, my mother would say. No, when it comes to nuns, I'd believe just about anything. You ask me, Hitler could have got them to run his concentration camps, no bother.
I'd have thought that was an outrageous statement until we found those buried children at the Blessed Pearl Convent. There was silence for a couple of miles. Then McInerney spoke.
I was maybe a wee bit over the top there. My boss tells me I speak before I think. But we're not actually going to the convent of the Order of the Blessed Pearl itself, are we?
No, Sister Mary Patrick isn't living in the convent. I don't know why that would be. I'm not exactly au fait with the finer distinctions of life inside Catholic religious orders.
My guess would be they know she's crossed a line, and they don't want her contaminating the other sisters. They don't like exposing the postulants and novices to bad influences.
He snorted.
Mind you, most of the old nuns are such a right bunch of old sadists, one more wouldn't make any difference.
He yanked the wheel sharply to the side as they shot past a lorry full of sheep with inches to spare. Paula was convinced the sheep looked as terrified as she felt.
So she'd be in disgrace? Right enough, but she's still living in a church property. I think it used to be one of the priests' houses. It's about a mile away from the convent proper. They're not taking their eye off of her.
Why don't they, I don't know, sack her?
He laughed. You can't sack nuns. It's the very last job for life. You could be excommunicated, I suppose, but I never heard of that happening to anybody in these parts. I think they only do it for full-on heresy. Battering kids, well, apparently that's not heretical.
Before she could respond, Paula's phone rang. She pulled it out of her pocket, and seeing it was Carol, she killed the call. "I need to return that call," she said. "Is there somewhere you can pull off? I'm sorry, it's confidential."
"Sure, no worries. There's an exit slip a couple of miles up the road. I'll take that."
Paula barely noticed the next few miles as she tried to work out what to say to Carol. She could hardly go, "Do you want the good news first or the really bad news?" before she'd formulated her strategy. McInerney had parked up on the grass verge and was climbing out.
"I'll wait outside," he said. "Rain doesn't bother me. I've lived in it all my life. Besides, I can have a wee smoke."
Left alone, without excuses, Paula rang Carol's number.
"What's so urgent?"
Carol said as soon as the line opened. "You're not driving or anything, are you?"
"No, I'm alone. What is it?"
A sharp intake of breath.
"It's Tony, isn't it? Something's happened to Tony."
It was, Paula thought, exactly how she would instantly imagine any catastrophe call being about Eleanor.
"He's in Bradfield Cross," she said, "but the prognosis is good." "What happened? Has he been attacked?"
I told them he'll be vulnerable to attack. He's helped put a lot of people away. I don't know the details of what happened. All I know at this point is that he was involved in some sort of a ruck. He either hit his head on something or somebody hit him, I don't know which. Eleanor called me to tell me, and she's got no access to information beyond the medical. She told me he's got a skull fracture and a brain bleed. Oh, God, no, Carol moaned. So, how bad is it? What did she say? They're doing that procedure where they drill into the skull to drain the hematoma and reduce the swelling. Eleanor says it looks pretty straightforward. Obviously, she's not a neurosurgeon, but she can read a chart. Is he conscious? He's under sedation. I think they do it to keep the patient from moving around and doing more damage. You think I should go? Yes, I do. He's under guard because that's how it works. But once he's conscious, I'm sure Eleanor can wangle you in. I don't know if he'll want to. They both knew what she couldn't say. This kind of thing resets the zeros, Carol. Recalibrates what's important. I don't know. Uncomfortable, she alighted on something to shift the conversation sideways. So, when did this happen? I'm not clear. He was moved to Bradfield Cross last night because that's where the regional neurosurgical unit is based. Eleanor found out this morning when she went into work. This morning? That can't be right. Carol's voice was sharp. You left me 2 voicemails asking me to call you. The other one was yesterday evening. I didn't notice it till this morning. I was busy sorting something out. And then my phone died, but you left it yesterday. As if she'd needed a reminder that Carol was the sharpest detective she'd ever worked with. Yeah, that wasn't about Tony, Paula said. I was going to leave that for another time. Tony's much more important than anything else. I can't argue with that, but you might as well tell me now I'm here, something to distract me. She caught her breath. I need something else to think about till I can get back to Bradfield. Where are you? You're not at home? No, Never mind. It's not relevant. What's this other thing you have to tell me? It's about the Saul Nielsen case. You said it was purely circumstantial, yes? That's right. And no body. Well, now we've got a body, Paula said. You've got to be kidding, Carol scoffed. It's true. We got the DNA confirmation that it's Lyle Tate yesterday afternoon. So where's he been all this time? How did he turn up? Remember I told you about the second group of bodies in the convent grounds? Yes? He's not one of those, is he? Carol sounded as if there were a bubble of incredulous laughter just below the surface. He is. He's one of 8 young men buried in a different area from the child skeletons. A serial offender, Carol breathed. Oh, my God. One we didn't know existed. His victims all seem to have been young men, either homeless or living on the outside edge. But here's the thing, Carol. Some of those bodies are more recent than Lyle Tate. Saul Nielsen couldn't have killed at least 2 of them because he was inside. Once we get all the forensics nailed down, you've got your boy off the hook. Now Carol laughed. Bronwyn Scott's going to think I'm some kind of a witch. That may not come as a surprise to her. Look, I've got to go. There's a poor gardener standing in the rain waiting for me to finish this call. I hear anything about Tony, I'll keep you posted. And if you want the DNA details, have a quiet word with Stacy. Will do. Wish me luck, Carol said. No, scrap that. Wish Tony luck. He needs it more than me. You both deserve it, Paula said, ending the call and tapping on the window to beckon McInerney back behind the wheel. And if there was any luck left over, she'd happily claim it. If Sister Mary Patrick still had God on her side, Paula would take all the help she could get. Chapter 53. One of the benefits a profiler can bring to the investigation is to suggest possible directions for inquiries. It is our job to help the investigators to keep an open mind. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. It was hard enough keeping up with the forensics when he was face to face with Dr. Chrissy O'Farrelly in the lab, but talking through results on the phone was almost impossible for Alvin.
"Hold on a moment, Doc. You're going to have to take me through that again."
Thankfully, she chuckled rather than sighed. "I'm going to email you the results, Sergeant, but I hoped it would be helpful to run through the headline points."
"It would be if I wasn't so far out of my comfort zone." "I get that. I'm just not very familiar with this stuff."
"Let me try again. On first pass, there are no indications of cause of death because we've got no soft tissue and no obvious damage to the bones. When I say no obvious damage, I'm talking the kind of cuts and nicks we get from knife wounds or fresh blunt trauma. No bullet holes in the skulls." Her voice grew more serious. "But there are a significant number of healed fractures, arms, ribs mostly, but a few leg breaks and even a couple of old skull fractures. None of these is sinister in itself. Children have accidents. They fall out of trees, off swings, off walls. What is striking here is the proportion of injuries we are seeing. 40 skulls, indicating at least 40 sets of remains. And so far, we've recorded over 70 broken bones. That's a lot, Sergeant. I've got 3 pretty lively sons, and between them they've racked up 1 broken collarbone."
"That doesn't look good," Alvin said. "Would you say we're looking at evidence of abuse?"
"I don't make those judgments. That's for the likes of Tony Hill to work out." A pause. "You must miss him."
"We do.
But surely my job is to report the facts, to give factual conclusions, not tell you guys what to think. So I will say that there is a much higher level of skeletal damage among these remains than I would expect to find in a general population."
"Okay, I take your point."
"The other news I have for you is that we have made some progress on the labels. The nuns may have taken a vow of poverty, but that didn't extend to pants. Almost all of the underwear labels we've been able to identify came from Marks & Spencer, and of course there is a man in a cupboard somewhere who knows everything there is to know about M&S labels since the dawn of time. I'll send you his report, but the key points are these. Nothing more recent than 6 years ago. We've got 14 underpants labels that originated between 6 and 15 years ago. In the 10 years before that, 7. 4 from the early 1990s, 6 from the 1980s. And that's where we're up to right now. The chemists are persisting for more results, but we are not hopeful," she sighed. "Poor wee buggers."
"We see a lot of bad things in this job, but this is one of the worst. What kind of lives did these kids have? All these broken bones."
He shook his head.
"Because we're not looking for personal data, we've been able to get some information from Bradfield Cross Hospital. One single case of a girl from St. Margaret Clitheroe's with a compound fracture of the arm in the last 10 years. And yet you tell me there were dozens." He could feel the rage bubbling up inside like heartburn.
"They would probably have had nuns who were trained nurses," Chrissy pointed out. "You should check that out. I'm not expressing a professional opinion here, because I'm as outraged as you are about all this, but it may not have been quite as grim as you fear." It was small reassurance. After the call, he turned to the reports Chrissy had sent over. The stark facts on the screen hit even harder than her words had. He thought about the way his own kids drove him to distraction sometimes, but he'd have cut his hand off before he'd have struck one of them. The idea of breaking a child's bones filled him with rage. He wished he hadn't given up his boxing training. There was nothing he'd have liked more right then than half an hour with a heavy bag. Chapter 54. A lot of people have a low opinion of the police, and over the years I've met my fair share of officers you wouldn't want to break bread with for all sorts of reasons, but most of the cops I've ever worked with aren't just dedicated to doing the job. They're committed to going the extra mile to get the right answers. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. Stacey Chen had already decided that she didn't like DCI Rutherford's way of doing business. So while she understood that the way to a quiet life was to provide him with the information he required, she had no intention of letting that interfere with her personal work habits. There were two kinds of detectives, she'd realized over her years of quiet observation. The ones who listened to instructions and fulfilled them, often very efficiently, full stop. Then there were the ones who paid attention to what they were told to do, and then went about it in their own sweet ways. Stacey liked to think of herself in that second group. It gave her scope to do what the hell she wanted, as long as she ticked the boxes of what the investigation needed. Carol Jordan had had a knack for picking detectives with a well-developed maverick streak, whose effective result rate ran well above the average. So Stacey had always felt validated and vindicated by what she saw around her. The remnants of her old squad all had that same tendency of coming at things from an unexpected angle. She knew where she was with Paula and Alvin, and to a lesser degree Karim. But Sophie Valente and Steve Nisbet were a different matter. She'd checked them out online, of course. Her trawl had been disappointing. There was nothing there to suggest either of them was anything other than a rather dull straight line. So it was up to her and the old crew to prove Remit was worth its budget. Stacey had been trawling the databases for days, some of them via legitimate access, some via a variety of back doors she developed or invested in over the years, a couple thanks to favours exchanged with friends with more than a toe in the Stygian waters of the dark net. She'd drip-fed details of the locations and official names of the Bradesden nuns to Sophie's incident room, and she'd filleted all she could lay hands on about missing young men in the right age range. The numbers filled her with dismay at the waste of potential they represented, even after she'd whittled the total down by cross-referencing them with criminal records, registered deaths, and those who had resurfaced in their old lives years later. And now the DNA results were coming in from the labs, she'd set her systems crawling through the databases again, trying for formal identifications of 8 young men whose families and friends would finally find answers to the questions they'd been asking for years, or, as Stacey suspected in some cases, not been asking, because they didn't notice, didn't care, or preferred an absence to the problems a presence brought. The forensics teams had swept Martineau's vehicle for anything evidential, but so far they'd drawn a blank. There appeared to be no DNA from any of the identified victims, and it wasn't because Martineau was a clean freak. His car contained the usual detritus of food wrappers, soft drink cans, and parking receipts. Just nothing to indicate any of the victims had ever been there. That made sense if he'd just been the gravedigger, but they only had his word for that. Stacey hadn't interviewed him, so her overview wasn't contaminated by having directly heard his version of events. It was easier for her to come at the case laterally. What if there wasn't anybody else? What if Martineau was himself the killer, putting on a performance that would protect him from the worst consequences of his actions? What would he need to have put in place to cover his back? He wouldn't be the first serial offender who had led investigators up the garden path, literally in his case. Stacy had let the idea tick over in the back of her mind while she worked on what she'd been officially tasked with, and now she had cleared some space for herself to put her conclusions to the test. If Martineau was the killer, how did he get his victims to their graves? Those young men didn't walk from the centre of Bradfield to the convent. They probably didn't come by bus, because the nearest bus stop to the village was a mile away on the main road, and frankly, Bradesden was the kind of place where lads like these walking through would provoke a call to the local community bobby. They didn't drive there because none of them owned a car. She'd checked with DVLA. That was a matter of record. The obvious answer, the only answer, was that Martineau had access to another vehicle. If it belonged to a friend or a family member, she'd be out of luck. But using a borrowed car to ferry round strange young men or their corpses was taking a lot of chances. He'd want to be in control of that environment. Maybe he'd bought another car, a car he kept well away from where he lived, a garage somewhere else, a quiet side street where nobody would pay attention to a car parked for days at a time. It wasn't hard to hide a car in plain sight. You just had to choose an area where the local residents didn't have a parking problem that made every unfamiliar set of wheels a hate object. It would have to be reliable. The last thing you wanted was a breakdown with a body in the boot. So that ruled out the truly dodgy end of the motor trade. Most people had no idea how to buy a legitimate car without their name and address ending up on the registration document. There was no indication that Martineau hung out with criminals, so there was a slim chance he'd done things the straight way. Humming softly under her breath, Stacy made her way inside the labyrinth of DVLA. She'd been there before. It held no terrors for her. Their search engine was surprisingly competent for a government agency, and within seconds she was presented with what she'd hoped for. Jerome Martineau of Garden Cottage Fellside Road, Bradesden, was the registered keeper of the Toyota SUV that the forensic scientists had been crawling over like human hoovers, and also a 3-year-old black Skoda Octavia Estate. The corners of her mouth twitched in an almost smile. Step 1 had produced what she'd hoped for. Now for the second step. Thanks to the ever-vigilant civil liberties organizations who made her job harder, the records for the number plate recognition system that covered almost every major road, and many minor ones, were only held for 2 years. But that might be enough to prove Martineau was in the habit of driving round the parts of town where victims had last been seen. Stacy entered the details into the ANPR system. "Showtime, Jezza," she thought. Chapter 55. The practical ways we deal with love and with anger are formed at a very early age. As Richard Dawkins says, "The Jesuit boast, 'Give me the child for his first 7 years, and I'll give you the man,' is no less accurate or sinister for being hackneyed." From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. "Used to belong to one of those Anglo-Irish families that lost all their money in the Great Depression," McInerney said, gesturing with his thumb towards an ugly but imposing grey mansion on the outskirts of Galway. "So the Blessed Pearl snapped it up and installed a bunch of nuns." "Nice view of the sea," Paula pointed out, turning her head to look out of the other window. "Doesn't really make up for the drafts and the damp." McInerney suddenly wrenched the wheel and threw the car into a narrow side street. "Whoa! Nearly missed the turning there." The road climbed steadily through high hedges and banks of gorse, not a house in sight, till they rounded a bend and came upon a squat Victorian villa. "Here we are." He pulled into a gravel drive with weeds sprouting unchecked. For some reason, the house had been built at right angles to the sea view, so that only a couple of windows in the gable end benefited from it. The door was opened by a woman in what Paula thought of as nun civvies. Grey skirt, white blouse buttoned to the neck, grey cardigan, and a minimalist head covering that barely skimmed her shoulders. She seemed to be at some indeterminate point of middle age, and greeted them with a sweet smile. "Good afternoon. How may I help you?" "We're here to see Sister Mary Patrick," McInerney said. "Garda Sergeant McInerney and Detective Inspector McIntyre." "Guards?" She looked astonished rather than afraid, and quickly crossed herself. "Is it bad news?" It was an odd question, Paula thought, because when the cops came to call it was never good news. Even when they came to report an arrest to victims and their families, it was a reminder of the bad thing that had preceded it. "Sister Mary Patrick?" Paula asked. "Why don't you come in and I'll see what's what?" The nun led them to a small parlour close to the entrance vestibule. "I'll just go and—" she added vaguely as she disappeared. The room was plainly furnished with generic modern chairs around a table that looked like it had escaped from a coffee shop. A print of the Virgin Mary cradling her dead son hung above a fireplace with a dust-covered grate. "Cheery," Paula muttered. McInerney grunted. "You wouldn't call the Catholic Church happy-clappy." The door opened to reveal a tall woman in a black nun's habit, crucifix on her breast, amber rosary beads gleaming at her waist. "I am Sister Mary Patrick of the Order of the Blessed Pearl," she said, her voice firm and clear, her northern accent faint but definite. She swept across to the table and sat with her eyes fixed on Paula. McInerney might have been invisible. He rattled through the introductions again, explaining that Paula was from Bradfield, but the nun remained unmoved. She must have been handsome in her youth, Paula thought. High cheekbones, a slender nose, a chiseled jaw that was barely beginning to sag. Paula knew from the files that she was 59, but she'd have guessed at least 5 years younger, in spite of the violet shadows under her dark blue eyes. "You know why we're here," Paula said. "Do I?" "The remains of 40 children have been found in the grounds of the convent where you were Mother Superior. I can't believe nobody mentioned that to you. I've nothing to say about this." She folded her hands loosely on top of the table. "You were responsible for the girls in your care. The convent has been there since the 1930s. There were several Reverend Mothers before me." Paula took out her phone and consulted the email Alvin had sent her. "How long were you in charge at St. Margaret Clitheroe?" "I'm not entirely clear what right you think you have to question me, Detective. This is not your jurisdiction." "Detective Inspector McIntyre is here with the full support of the Garda Síochána," McInerney interjected. "Good man. It'll save everyone a lot of time if I don't have to repeat all of her questions over a jurisdictional quibble." He pulled out his phone. "And I will be recording this interview so that we all know where we stand." Sister Mary Patrick was momentarily disconcerted, but she recovered herself quickly. "Very well. To answer your questions, I was Mother Superior for 12 years, until the convent closed 5 years ago. I spent a brief period in the Mother House at York, and then I was sent here." "Why were you sent here? What was your role here?" Paula's tone was casual, but her interest was not. Was this punishment or warehousing? "Prayer and contemplation." "All by yourself?" "You have already met Sister Dorothy. She is housekeeper here. Sister Mary Frances and Sister Margaret also live here." "Praying and contemplating?" "You'd have to ask them. I am not responsible for them." "It seems an odd place for a Mother Superior to end up." Running a convent, a girls' home and a school is a very demanding occupation. I did it for 12 years. A time of renewal is a needful thing. And are you renewed yet? Sister Mary Patrick simply stared at her, blank of expression. I'd like to go back to those years when you were at Bradesden. Our forensic experts tell us that at least 14 of those bodies date from that period. It's hard for me to get my head round this. But 14 dead girls were illegally disposed of while you were in charge. Sister Mary Patrick sighed and shook her head. There's nothing sinister in that. Children die. These children had nobody to claim them. We gave them the dignity of a Christian burial. Under cover of darkness? To me, that looks like you had something to hide. We had a duty not to upset the living. Little girls are easily upset. And without bothering with the inconvenience of death certificates. Paula couldn't keep the ice from her voice. I know nothing about that. How can you know nothing? You had legal responsibility for those girls. She gave the ghost of a smile. I delegated it. Sadly, Sister Gerardine, who was in charge of the girls' health needs, is now afflicted with dementia. She's living in the mother house in York. But these days she doesn't even know her own name. So I doubt she will be of much assistance to you. Paula understood she was facing a formidable opponent. It would take all her skills to garner any substantive evidence against Sister Mary Patrick, a woman who had clearly planned for this eventuality. She took a short moment to tamp down her incredulous anger. We have witness statements alleging brutality and psychological torture at St. Margaret Clitheroe. There are specific accusations against you. I'm sure there are. Some of the girls we dealt with at the Blessed Pearl were quick on the uptake, as well as utterly amoral. As soon as this story hit the news, I knew there would be opportunistic liars, quick to make unsubstantiated allegations. The Church's failures to deal with abusive priests over the years has made us a cheap target for charlatans. I could probably give you a list of the names of these accusers. In their eyes, we're an easy payday. She pushed her chair back. Now, I have been very generous with my time and my answers, but I have reached the limit of that generosity. So, if you have nothing more— I do, as it happens. I wanted to ask you about your groundsman, Jerome Martineau. Now something crossed her face that might almost have been surprised. What about him? He dug the graves, right? She inclined her head in acknowledgement. He did, without question. He understood his duty to the convent. Were you aware of any other graves he dug within the convent grounds? She gave a little shrug of indifference. Only the one. Chapter 56. The cases that always took the most out of me were the ones that awoke echoes from my own past. Sometimes I learned as much about myself from the process of drawing up a profile as I did about the offender. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. Another day would make little difference to Saul Nielsen, Carol told herself as she hurried down the stairs of Melissa Rintoul's consulting rooms. She'd talk to Bronwyn Scott when her mind was clear. No time to thank Melissa or even to say goodbye. Right now, there was only one place she wanted to be. She ran down the lane to where she'd left the Land Rover, tearing off the parking ticket stuck to its windscreen and throwing it onto the passenger seat. She started the engine, then forced herself to pause for breath. Melissa's words bubbled up in her head. Before you leave, promise me you'll do your exercises. Carol knew it made sense, not just for her own sake, but in the best interests of everyone else on the road between Edinburgh and Bradfield. And so she sat behind the wheel and worked her way through the now familiar exercises, trying to banish her impatience and instill a sense of calm. By the time she'd finished, her breathing was steady, her palms no longer sweating. She plugged her phone into the sound system and chose the playlist mix of Jocelyn Puck, Lisa Gerrard, Johan Johansson and Olafur Arnalds that she'd put together to help her stay chilled and in balance. Only then did she ease out of the parking space and into the traffic. In spite of her best efforts, her imagination was working overtime. What if the injury was worse than Paula had admitted? What if Tony had sustained more profound damage? She'd worked cases where people's personalities had been permanently affected by brain injury. What if that happened to him? What if he wasn't the same man when he recovered? How would he cope if he had lost his ability to empathize, or his capacity to analyze the manifestations of human behavior and draw unexpected conclusions? Would he even be Tony anymore? The last time they'd spoken to each other, he'd told her he loved her. True, he'd then broken all contact with her until she'd taken steps to recover from the PTSD she was still in denial about. But she'd done that now. She was on the road to rehabilitation. What if he couldn't recognize that in her? What if he didn't feel the same about her? If he no longer loved her? And what if she didn't feel the same about him? "This is ridiculous," she shouted. She reminded herself that she'd been trained to deal in facts. Speculation was only valuable if it led to answers, and there could be no answers till she had seen him for herself. The journey seemed endless, even though she knew she was making good time. Carol tried to think about other things, about the difference the DNA evidence could make to Saul Nielsen's case. It certainly led to a strong supposition that Lyle Tate was one of a string of victims who couldn't all have been killed by Nielsen, since at least 2 of them had died after he'd been incarcerated. But she had to acknowledge it didn't completely exonerate him. To do that, Paula and her team needed to find a killer and tie him to Lyle Tate's death. That would take them over the line. But there were other avenues she could explore. Tate had had a flatmate. There must have been other people who knew him. As far as Carol could tell from the original defense material, the effort to find anyone who might have spoken to him after he left Nielsen's flat had been desultory. She'd wondered why that had been. His defense solicitor wasn't a name she was familiar with. To take her mind off Tony, she decided to call Bronwyn. This late in the afternoon, she'd be back from court. "Carol," Bronwyn said, "have you got news for me?" "I'm working on it," Carol said, not ready yet to pass on what she had. It was hard to break the habit of building a complete case before she let an outsider anywhere near it. "I've had a chance to look more closely at the defense files, and it doesn't look like his solicitor was very diligent when it came to looking for witnesses to Lyle's movements after he left Saul. I've never heard of this lawyer. Was there an issue there?" Bronwyn snorted. "Just a bit. Saul had too much money for legal aid, so he hired an old school friend who hadn't defended a murder before, or anything like that serious. And because Saul didn't have any experience with the criminal justice system, he didn't realize his mate wasn't out of the top drawer." "Obviously, he should have gone to you," Carol said dryly. "Obviously. You think there's any mileage in it after all this time?" "I won't know until I try. Do you know where I can find Lyle Tate's flatmate?" "I thought you were the investigator." "I am. That's why I asked the question. So, do you have any idea?" "No, sorry. You'll have to dig that up yourself. You could start with the flat they shared." Carol rolled her eyes. "No, seriously? You think?" Bronwyn laughed. "Let me know when you've got somewhere." She cut the call. Really, Carol thought, Being on the same side as Bronwyn wasn't so difficult to being up against her. Maybe later tonight she'd try Tate's old flat, after she'd seen Tony for herself. The miles passed slowly, but they passed. When she saw the motorway mileage sign that read Bradfield 15, she called Eleanor. "I'm sorry to bother you, Eleanor," she said. "I've been expecting to hear from you. Paula said she'd managed to get hold of you." "How is he?" "They operated this afternoon, and the signs are good. They've reduced the hematoma, and when I checked in about an hour ago, the last of the seepage had stopped. He's sedated, but the prognosis is looking good. I spoke to the neurosurgeon, and he thinks there's probably no need to operate on the fracture, as it's not actively pressing on Tony's brain." Eleanor was brisk but reassuring. "Can I see him?" Carol knew she sounded desperate, but she didn't care. "If it was up to me, I'd say yes, absolutely, but it's not quite that straightforward, because technically he's a prisoner. There's an officer on guard outside the ward, checking people in and out." "You managed to get in, though." "Yeah, but I'm a consultant on the staff here. Nobody's going to question my right to be there." "Please, Eleanor, can't you think of something?" A pause. Eleanor sighed. "Where are you?" "About 20 minutes away." "I shouldn't even be contemplating this. You know the Starbucks outside the main hospital entrance? Meet me there in half an hour." And she was gone. Eleanor used her pass to open the locked gate to Ward 12. "It's visiting hours in here. Nobody will look twice at you," she'd said on the way in. She walked past the nurse's station to the end of the corridor, then led Carol into a walk-in cupboard. The shelves that lined it were stacked with laundered bed linen and surgical scrubs. "Green or navy blue?" Eleanor asked. "Does it make a difference?" "Not really. Whatever you're wearing, you'll be found out as soon as anyone asks you a question." "Navy blue, then. It goes better with my hair." Eleanor grinned. "Your hair's mostly going to be covered." She rummaged through the pile and handed Carol a set of scrubs, then moved along the shelves to find a hat and mask. "Let's go full on," she said. Carol stripped to her underwear and pulled on her disguise. "How's that?" "Pretty good. Let the mask hang round your neck till we get out of this ward." She slung her stethoscope round Carol's neck. "Okay, let's do it." Carol stuffed her clothes at the back of the bottom shelf and followed Eleanor. Heads together in muttered consultation, they made it out into the main corridor and to the Ward 14 entrance. Carol tugged the mask over her nose and mouth. The nurse on station barely glanced at Carol. "Back again, Dr. Blessing?" "Last check for tonight," Eleanor said. They headed down the hall. The prison officer paid more attention than the nurse had. "Another visit, Doc? I wish I got as much attention from you ladies as he does." Eleanor chuckled, hand on the door. "Don't wish too hard for what you want, officer. Next time it might be you lying in there. I just need to check his vitals, and my colleague here has to make sure the tube's clear." She pushed the door open, and they slipped inside. In the dim light, Tony looked like a statue on a tomb. Carol took a moment to collect herself, then approached the bed. A bandage circled his head, a thin plastic tube snaking out from under it and into a plastic bag held on a drip stand. The bag was empty, the tube almost completely clean, apart from a single thread of blood about an inch long. She stared down at the face she loved, its familiar planes and curves more still than she'd ever seen him. His was a mobile face, constantly changing in response to what he saw and heard and felt. Even in repose, the sharp intelligence in his eyes was discernible. But now there was nothing, just the marks of injury. His chest barely moved with his shallow breaths. Carol stretched out a hand and touched the arm that was cuffed to the bed, the warmth of his skin a reassurance. She glanced at Eleanor. "Is he really all right? He looks absent." "He's sedated, Carol. If he's stable tomorrow, they'll let him come round. If he was in danger, he'd be on the high dependency ward. I know this seems like a catastrophe to you, but honestly, to these guys, this is a routine case." Carol felt tears pricking her eyes. "Will you get me back in to see him after he's conscious? I need to speak to him, Eleanor." She saw the sympathy in her friend's eyes. "Of course, but I think we should go now before the guard starts wondering what's taking so long." Carol bent impulsively and kissed Tony's cheek. "I'll be back," she said. "Sleep well." Then she followed Eleanor from the room and back into a world of sound and movement, knowing she would not be happy till Tony was back there too. But for now, at least she had something to distract herself with. Chapter 57. The art of diverting an interview is one that psychopaths excel in. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. The nun's words hit Paula like a shock of static electricity. Then she caught sight of the faint smirk of satisfaction Sister Mary Patrick hadn't quite managed to hide. "And what one would that have been?" Paula demanded, a low threat edging into her voice. "I am not a good sleeper," she said. Bad conscience, Paula thought. "I often wake up in the night and struggle to get back to sleep, and so I get up and spend some time in prayer, or I read devotional literature. There was a little attic room at Braidstone that we used as a kind of library, and I would often go there in the night when sleep had failed me. It has a single window which overlooks Jerome's vegetable garden." She paused, considering how to proceed. "And you saw something?" She nodded. "Usually I pay no attention to the view, because there was no view to speak of. It was too dark to see anything. But on one night in particular, there was a clear sky and a full moon, and the garden was lit up like a Paul Delvaux painting. And then movement caught my eye. At first I couldn't really make out what was going on, so I turned out my reading light. When my eyes grew accustomed to the dark, I could see it was Jerome and another man carrying a bundle across the garden to one of the raised beds. They were made out of old railway sleepers, so they were quite sturdy." Paula realized she was holding her breath and forced herself to breathe naturally. "Go on," she said. "They lifted the bundle over the lip of the raised bed. It looked quite heavy. There was a spade on the ground, and Jerome climbed up onto the edge of the bed with it. He shoveled soil for a short time. I presumed he was covering whatever they'd put in there. Then they walked back towards Jerome's cottage." Sister Mary Patrick started working the fingers of one hand over the amber beads of her rosary. She seemed to think she'd reached the conclusion of what she had to say. "Did you get a good view of the other man?" Paula asked. "I did. Even though it was some distance away, the moonlight was bright enough to see clearly. I knew Jerome as soon as I saw him." Now for the crucial question. "And did you recognize the other man?" Sister Mary Patrick fixed her with a level gaze. "She knows how to work the room. She must have run the convent like her personal empire. No wonder none of the sisters was giving her up." "I would not say this if I were not certain," she said at length. "To bear false witness is, as you doubtless know, against the 8th commandment. In our church we regard those as moral imperatives. The man with Jerome that night was his cousin, Mark Conway." Paula did not let her face betray her excitement. "And you're absolutely certain of this?" "Oh, yes. It wasn't simply that I recognized his face, although that is the case, but that was confirmed by what he was wearing." She paused again. She clearly revelled in the power that tantalizing them gave her. "And what was he wearing?" For now, Paula would play the game. "The only thing I ever saw him wearing. He would visit Jerome regularly, which is how I came to meet him. Conway would come round to watch football on TV with his cousin, and he invariably wore a Bradfield Victoria top. They are very distinctive, Inspector, bright canary yellow. So let me get this straight. In the middle of the night, not the middle of the night, Inspector, it would have been around 1 in the morning. The nun corrected her as if she were a particularly slow student. Paula acknowledged the correction with a wry smile. In the early hours of the morning, Jerome Martineau and his cousin Mark Conway buried something in a raised bed in the vegetable garden? That's right. What was this bundle wrapped in? I couldn't tell. Something light-coloured is all I could make out. There was some sort of tape or rope holding it together. And the shape? It wasn't any particular shape. Quite long, quite bulky. Like a dead person? I don't know what a dead person taped up in a bundle looks like, she said disdainfully. Paula gave herself a moment to get a grip on her temper. Can you remember which of the raised beds this was? She frowned. It's a long time ago. It must have been 6, maybe 7 years. I don't know if the beds are still configured in the same arrangement. As far as I can recall, it was the second or possibly the third from the left, as I was looking at them from the window. Did you ask Martineau about it? She raised her eyebrows. Why would I? The garden was his concern. It didn't strike you as suspicious? The tip of her tongue ran swiftly along the underside of her top lip. I really didn't give the matter much thought. It was a curious incident, but why would I leap to suspecting a man who had worked for us for years, who was trustworthy and reliable and discreet of any wrongdoing? You didn't think they might be burying a body? Paula asked. She was struggling to keep her composure through these ridiculous responses. I am not a police officer, the nun said with an air of contempt. I do not view the world through the lens of suspicion. I assumed it was some sort of fertilizer. Fertilizer? Wrapped in bin bags? What kind of fertilizer would that be? Animal carcasses make good fertilizer, don't they? Inasmuch as I gave it any thought, I imagined it might be a dead dog. A dead dog? Paula let the words hang in the air. A passing thought, Inspector. You're telling me you thought it was normal behavior for your groundsman and his cousin to be burying a wrapped-up dead dog in a vegetable bed under cover of darkness? Sister Mary Patrick lifted her chin slightly. I had more important considerations than that. Really? Here's the thing, sister. I do have a suspicious mind, and what I'm wondering is whether you kept quiet about what you saw that night because you knew that if you reported Jerome Martineau and his cousin to the police, he'd shop you in a heartbeat. And you had too much to hide to risk that, didn't you? Chapter 58. Over the years, I've met people who are seduced by what they see as the glamour of serial murder. I'm pretty good at walking in other people's shoes, but I've never managed to wrap my head around that. There's nothing glamorous about serial homicide. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. Campion Boulevard carved a line through the center of Bradfield that demarcated communities as effectively as the Berlin Wall. On one side, the thriving city center with its various money-making machines, from shops and bars to insurance headquarters and art galleries. On the other, the former Victorian mill landscape. Some of the old industrial brick buildings had been renovated and transformed into so-called luxury flats that everybody knew were really a different kind of machine for making money. Others stood semi-derelict, like rotten teeth in a Victorian smile. In the gap sites between were squat buildings that had been thrown up between the wars to house workers displaced by slum clearance. The flat Lyle Tate had lived in was in one of those jerry-built blocks. A scabby concrete stairwell whose ground-level reek of urine morphed into the funk of stale cooking and rotting rubbish led to an open third-floor gallery that ran the length of the building. Carol picked her way along the dimly lit landing, accompanied by the sounds that leaked from badly fitting doors and windows. EastEnders theme tune, a man and woman having a shouting match about a pizza, a raucous burst of Amy Winehouse, a throbbing bass line from something Carol was delighted she didn't recognize. Lyle Tate's former home was the last door she came to. Someone had painted it purple, drips and smears making it almost a statement rather than a demonstration of incompetence. A dirty plastic doorbell had a smudge of purple paint down one side. It produced a long, deep buzz when she pressed it. She didn't have to wait long before the door was opened by a skinny boy in a mohair sweater and fashionably ripped jeans. He had a pair of flip-flops on his feet, revealing toenails painted the color of black cherries. Sculpted black hair and a goatee emphasized a face like a satyr on a Greek vase, an impression only slightly marred by a scatter of pimply scars around his sharp nose. He looked her up and down with an air of faint amusement. "I think you're in the wrong place, love," he said. "Are you Gary Bryant?" Carol asked, eyebrows elegantly raised. "Oh, no, you've missed him by about 6 months. He got sent down for dealing, love. What did you want him for? I don't mean to be a bitch, but you're very much not his type." "I wanted to talk to him about Lyle Tate." Now the affectations fell away. "Poor Lyle, that was terrible," he said. "Did you know Lyle then?" "Know him?" He perked up. "I think I was the last person to talk to him the night he died." This was far more than Carol could have hoped for. "That's interesting. Sorry, I don't know your name." He frowned. "Are you the police? Only you haven't identified yourself." "My name's Carol Jordan. I used to be a police officer, a detective, but I'm retired." It was a hard moment, the first time she'd admitted that as her status. "So why are you looking to talk to Gary about Sugar Lyle?" "There's some question about the validity of Saul Nielsen's guilt." He gave a harsh bark of laughter. "You're kidding me. You telling me you fucked it up, and now you're, what, trying to get out from under?" "Not me, no. It wasn't my team who investigated Lyle's murder. I wasn't even a BMP officer at the time. And I'm freelance now." "So who you working for? Who cares what happens to the bastard who offed Lyle?" "An organization called After Proved Guilty. Look, can I come in and talk to you? It's freezing out here." She gave him her best smile. These days she didn't think there was much wattage, but it was better than nothing. He stuck his head out of the door and looked past Carol, checking nobody was watching. "I suppose," he said, leading her down a narrow hall. Someone had painted a mural along one wall. Carol recognized a stylized version of a corner of Temple Fields, the rainbow flag flying above the frontages of bars, fast food joints, and a tattoo parlor. There was even a corner of the Indian restaurant where she and Tony had often sneaked off for a curry in mid-investigation. "Nice work," she said. "Cheers. I did it when I moved in last year to stop the place looking like a complete shithole." She followed him into the living room. Another mural, this time of the park in Temple Fields with its riotously decorated bandstand. "Is this what you do, then? Murals?" He shrugged. "These ones are for me. Mostly I do shit for rich bastards who want a Caravaggio on their dining room wall." Apart from the mural, it was a typical young man's flat. Beanbags, futon sofa with a grubby cover, ratty carpet with more stains than original colour, dirty mugs on a cardboard side table made to resemble a stack of pizza boxes. The room smelled of stale takeaways, overlaid with coffee. "You live here alone?" Carol asked. "Yeah.
For as long as I can afford to.
You didn't tell me your name.
Not just a pretty face, then.
The archness was back. It'll take me about 7 minutes to find out, so do yourself a favour and save me the bother. She smiled to take the sting out of it. He snorted.
Sit down, Carol Jordan. I'm Captain Scarlet. No, really, he added, seeing her frown. I changed it by deed poll as soon as I was 18. I'll show you my passport if you don't believe me. People call me Cap.
She eyed the futon. She'd sat on a lot worse. She grinned at him and perched on the edge. So, Cap, how come you didn't come forward to say you'd seen Lyle that night?
Simple, love. I didn't know anything about it. The next morning I was off at the crack of Sparrowfart to Australia.
Australia?
Yeah. Big island in the Pacific, where Kylie comes from.
Carol rolled her eyes. What were you doing in Australia?
Following my boyfriend. He was a DJ. He'd scored a long-term gig in a club in Sydney, so off I went like a good little camp follower.
He gave a flounce and fell back into one of the beanbags.
We weren't exactly keeping up with events in the old country, so the first I knew about Sugar Lyle was when I came back last year. Gary knew he was going down, and he wanted somebody to sublet the flat to. I asked what had happened to Sugar Lyle, and he told me the poor boy had been murdered, and nobody had seen him since the night before I'd left. He caught her eye. And don't go looking at me like that. I could no more murder a sweet boy like Sugar Lyle than fly back to Australia without a plane, where I would not be welcome, since the DJ and I did not part on the best of terms.
So when exactly did you see Lyle?
I'd been for a farewell burger with a couple of pals. Graphic artists. They've got a studio in Manchester, in the northern quarter. They'd gone off to get a train around 10, so it must have been about past.
After Saul Nielsen claimed Lyle had departed. Where did you see him?
There's an alley just off the main drag in Temple Fields. It opens out about halfway down into a courtyard. There's an old reading room or something there, with a little porch 3 steps up. It's a bit of a hangout for boys looking for custom. Lyle was the only one there. He was all huddled up on one of the steps. I stopped to say hello, but he wasn't up for a chat. He said he was on his way home, but he'd come over all faint. He'd had a nosebleed, he said. He was really fucked off, said it had totally wrecked his evening. I left him to it and carried on my merry way.
He lolled back and pulled a shiny scarlet vape from his pocket. He pressed the button and took a couple of quick primer puffs before delivering a cloud of coffee-scented vapour into the room. Carol kept a straight face, not revealing what this information meant to her.
I don't get it, she said. It was my understanding that Lyle didn't show up on the CCTV around Temple Fields that night.
A shout of laughter.
Oh, such beautiful innocence. Dear Carol Jordan, all of us lost boys know exactly where all the CCTV cameras are. We know every twisty route through the labyrinth, so you can't see where we've been, and where we're going, and what we're doing, and who we're doing it with. If Lyle didn't want to show up on screen, he'd have worked his way across Temple Fields and out the other side, and your lot would have been none the wiser.
This was news to Carol, but it didn't surprise her. And if there's an inconvenient camera, you just black out the lens, she said wearily. His tricorn smile was wicked.
That's for amateurs.
And you didn't see anyone with Lyle? A puff of vapour enveloped his head.
No, Lyle was on his own, feeling sorry for himself, and I was on my way home to finish packing. And I didn't notice anyone else hanging around, apart from the usual wastrels, and none of them could make Lyle disappear.
I'm going to need you to give us a sworn affidavit about your encounter with Lyle.
What? You want me to help get his killer off the hook? You got to be joking.
No, I want you to help me nail the real killer. Saul Nielsen didn't kill Lyle Tate. There's new evidence that proves that. Well, almost. And I think we can replace Saul Nielsen behind bars with the bastard who actually did kill Lyle. Are you up for that?" He cocked his head to one side, considering. "It goes against the grain to help the police, Carol Jordan, but I suppose you're not really police." He leapt up and crossed to the mural. "You see that one there?" He pointed to a capering figure in a canary yellow shirt. "That's Sugar Lyle in his Bradfield Vic's top. He never wore it when he was working. He kept it for Lyle time. I so don't get football. Too much mud and violence. But Lyle loved the Vics, and I did like Sugar Lyle. So, okay, I'll help you." That tricorn smile again. "And if it gets my name in the papers, it's bound to drum up some work, which, frankly, I could use right now." Chapter 59. When we enter somebody's home, we immediately make judgments about them based on their level of cleanliness, their taste, the contents of their kitchen cupboards, if we get that far. So when we gain access to the home of someone suspected of serial offences, we tend to look at that environment as if it's a kind of primer that will elucidate them to us. But sometimes we are dealing with a highly sophisticated mind, a mind that creates a stage set that its creator believes will hide rather than reveal. It's up to us to look behind that veil to see what lies out of sight. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. Everyone in the remit squad room had stopped what they were doing. Even Stacy had come out from behind her screen to join the huddle round Alvin's desk. Rutherford had already ejected him from his chair so he could be front and center in front of Alvin's computer. The sound quality from its speakers was tinny, but the audio file that Sergeant McInerney had pinged across the Irish Sea to Alvin was as crisp as a radio broadcast. When they reached the revelations about Mark Conway, Sophie gasped and Steve muttered, "Fuck me, nailed by a nun." Rutherford shushed them and leaned in closer to make sure he missed nothing. At the end, Karim muttered, "That Paula, she is pure class," to Alvin, who grunted in agreement. Rutherford pushed back in the chair, almost running over Karim's foot. He stood up, chest out and shoulders back. "This is what we've been waiting for. Sophie, assign some bodies from Fielding's crew to make up the numbers. Alvin, Steve, Karim, get over to Mark Conway's house and bring him in. Arrest him if need be. Chen, get a warrant in place for a search of his house and vehicles." "What about his office?" "Yes, that too, if you can manage it." The look Stacy gave him could have sliced granite. "I'll see what I can do, sir." "Shouldn't we wait for Paula? She cracked this. It should be her collar," Alvin rumbled. "We haven't got time to sit on our hands. Besides, this is a team. We don't chase individual glory here, Alvin. I'll speak to the crime scene manager, make sure we've got a full forensics team on board. Alvin, arrange transport to the scene. Chen, why are you still standing here?" Stacy didn't react. She simply leaned across Alvin's keyboard and copied the interview across to her system, then walked calmly to her chair and started typing. Target of warrant, reasons justifying the issuing of a warrant, locations to be covered by the warrant. She checked the list of duty magistrates and chose one she knew they'd worked with in the past. If she'd done a good job of pitching their reasons, he'd issue the warrant electronically. If not, he'd come back to her on Skype and she'd have to be persuasive. It wasn't a skill that came naturally to her face-to-face. Meanwhile, Alvin lined up his search team. He'd use the officers from Fielding's team to secure the property and the outbuildings. The house search he'd leave to the three of them, because they knew best what they were looking for. Once he'd arranged for transport and confirmed the forensics team was on standby, he ambled over to Stacy's desk, hands stuffed in his trouser pockets. "How's it looking?" She shrugged. "This Madge usually comes back pretty quickly, if he's happy. My guess is he's running it past somebody else. We just have to wait and see. When's Paula due back, do you know?
Her flight gets in around 6. I'll try and stall the start of the interview till she gets back, but I don't think the boss will go for that.
Me neither. Stacy sounded glum. It's not just that this is Paula's work product. She tailed off, not wanting Alvin to think she didn't rate him.
It's that she's better at the head-to-head than any of us.
He glanced at his watch.
I'm going to get a pie from the canteen. Do you want anything?
Chips, Stacy said.
Alvin gave her a puzzled look. You never eat chips.
I want to feel bad about myself because all my digital wizardry got knocked out of the park by a nun, which is about as medieval as it gets. He patted her shoulder and headed out of the room. But before he could satisfy their cravings for junk food, his phone rang. "Get back now," Stacy said. "The warrant's through." There was nothing subtle about Remit's arrival at Mark Conway's house, but it soon became obvious there was nobody there to be alarmed about the arrival of a cavalcade of police and scene-of-crimes vehicles. Alvin directed the BMP officers to check out the garage and the other outbuildings and to secure the house once they'd taken the battering ram to the back door.
"Makes it less obvious if Conway comes back in the middle of our fun and games," Alvin said.
From the well-equipped utility room, he called Sophie in the incident room to report Conway's absence.
"Can you get someone to check whether he's in his office?" Alvin asked.
"Have we not got a team at his office?"
"We didn't get the warrant for his office, just his home. The magistrate didn't think there was sufficient cause for us to raid his company HQ, at least not yet."
"Why did nobody tell me that?" Alvin decided to treat that as a rhetorical question.
"So we're going to crack on with searching the house. The forensics crew are on site."
"We're going to end up with egg on our faces," Sophie said. "I'm as keen as anyone to catch this killer, but I simply can't believe Mark Conway is a serial killer, full stop. And young boys? That makes no sense. I got no gay vibe off him, ever."
Alvin shrugged. "Doesn't mean he wasn't perving over teenage boys. If we've learned anything from the whole #MeToo thing, it's that powerful men are very good at using their power to hide the bad stuff they do."
He wanted her to stop defending Conway so he could get on with his job, but she was the ranking officer, so he had to put up and shut up. He stared unseeingly at a shelf of laundry products and let it wash over him. Yeah, but a lot of the time their behavior was an open secret among the poor sods who had to keep their mouths shut to save their jobs and their own reputations. I never heard anything like that about Mark. Sure, he was supportive of young men coming up in the business. He often talked about how he'd had to overcome so many obstacles when he was starting out. But he held out a hand to young women, too. There was nothing inappropriate in any of it. There was a defensive note in her voice, as if she was waiting to be shot down in flames, unreasonably.
"Well, maybe you're right, and we're all going to look like a bunch of fuckwits. But I wouldn't like to try to pull the wool over Paula's eyes."
Sophie harumphed. "Nobody's infallible, Alvin."
"I need to get on, Gov," he said, closing down the call. He knew who his money would be on if this were a race. "Right, Steve, you take the home office. Karim, living room. I'll do the master bedroom."
Gloved and suited up, he moved upstairs, checking each room on the first floor as he went. The master bedroom was unmistakable. Not only was it the largest, with a luxurious ensuite bathroom and a separate bedroom, it was the only one that showed any sign of being inhabited. The laundry basket contained underwear, socks, a T-shirt, and a dress shirt. The pillows were randomly depressed, and the duvet on the Super King bed was rumpled. Clearly Conway didn't have live-in staff, or even a daily housekeeper, even though he could have readily afforded it. Alvin wondered whether that was because he was anxious about prying eyes. A massive TV filled most of the wall opposite the bed. Alvin picked up the remote and flicked it on. The default was a sports channel, showing a repeat of Liverpool's remarkable European Championship semi-final victory over Barcelona. Not a glory likely to crown Bradfield Vic's season any time soon, Alvin reckoned. Next to the remote on the bedside table, a thin hardback called Black Boots and Football Pinks. Alvin picked it up and thumbed through it, some sort of nostalgic tribute to the beautiful game. There was little else of interest in the room. No drugs stash in the bedside table drawers, unless you counted a box of vitamin C and zinc supplements. No porn tucked under the mattress. No sex toys in the ottoman at the foot of the bed, unless a fake fur winter-weight throw was what turned you on. Even the decorations on the walls, 3 framed, signed Bradfield Vic shirts, gave nothing away about who Mark Conway was beneath his carefully confected public image. The bathroom offered no surprises. An array of expensive toiletries lined the glass shelves, a box of condoms, a blister pack of ibuprofen, a half-squeezed tube of hemorrhoid cream, a jar of CBD muscle rub, a tub of cotton wool buds, and an electric razor were the entire contents of the mirrored bathroom cabinet. In the shower, a large sponge sat in a chrome caddy alongside shampoo and shower gel. Conway didn't even have gold taps, which Alvin had thought was compulsory for any self-respecting, self-made man who was also a football fanatic. The dressing room revealed that his suits were all made to measure by the same Bradfield tailor. Alvin, a relatively recent immigrant to the city, didn't recognize the name of a craftsman who had made his reputation in the 1990s, providing sharply styled suits for a slew of famous actors and musicians. He did recognize that the quality of the clothes made his own off-the-peg M&S sales suit look shabby. Opposite the 20 or so suits were about 3 dozen dazzlingly white shirts, sheathed in dry cleaner's plastic. Next to them, a tie hanger with an array of silk ties that would have left Alvin scratching his head over the choice every morning. Who had the time for stuff like this? Well, obviously, a man who didn't have kids and had control over his own working life. The end wall was divided into open cubicles above 3 shelves of shoes, dress shoes arranged from tan through to black, a dozen pairs of trainers, deck shoes, Chelsea boots, an old creased pair of docks that were the only nod to the kind of world Alvin inhabited. The cubicles were just as neatly organized, jeans and joggers, T-shirts and sweatshirts folded, grouped by color, shorts likewise, and right in the middle, if Sister Mary Patrick was to be believed, the body disposal outfit of choice for Mark Conway. 4 cubes filled with an array of Bradfield Victoria replica shirts, home and away. Alvin pulled out the top cube. 8 neatly folded tops, the current season's home kit on top. He flipped through the pile, realizing they were arranged in chronological order. There was no way of knowing which shirt the nun had spotted, except that it would have had to have been more than 5 seasons ago, given when the convent had closed its doors. To be on the safe side, he bagged and tagged all of the canary yellow home shirts. There was nothing more for him to do. It was time to leave the bedroom to the forensics team for what he expected to be a fruitless search for traces of young men who might or might not have been here over a long span of years. He headed downstairs, hoping Steve or Karim might have had more luck. But before he had the chance to seek them out, another figure emerged from the utility room, barely recognizable in her white suit and hood. "Boss!" Alvin exclaimed. "I wasn't expecting you for another—" He glanced at his watch. "Hour and a half, at least. How did you manage to get back so soon?" "On my broomstick," Paula said. "There was an earlier flight to Liverpool. I don't know how I made it. Then I got the local traffic boys to whiz me over here. So, where's Conway?" "All I know is not here." Bugger! What have you got there? A pile of Conway's Bradfield Vicks replica shirts. Not that I imagine there'll be anything there for forensics to find. And I don't suppose there's any chance of your nun picking out the particular shirt in question. More chance of the Pope joining a boy band. But she frowned as if something was tugging at her memory. Lyle Tate, she said slowly. One of the victims, right? Yes. She drew the word out over a few syllables. Somebody went down for his murder. He couldn't have done the most recent bodies because he was banged up. So unless he was working with Conway on the earlier murders, it's got to be a miscarriage of justice. That takes us where exactly? You think the perp on the Lyle Tate murder can maybe give us Conway? That's not what I was thinking, but I suppose it's an outside possibility. No, what I'm getting at is that I took a look at the Lyle Tate case, and according to the accused, the reason for the blood in his flat was that Tate had a nosebleed earlier in the evening. If that's true, and it's looking likely now that we've got the wrong guy, since he couldn't have done the later victims, if he'd got into a struggle later, his nose might have bled again. What do you think? Maybe one of Mark Conway's football shirts has traces of blood. Without them noticing, Karim had approached. These Conway shirts? Alvin nodded. Chronological order, looks like. Surely he'd have washed them if he'd got any blood on them, Karim said. Fuck, Alvin breathed. He pushed past Paula and hustled into the utility room. She followed and found him gazing at a shelf of laundry detergents. What is it? They're all non-bio, non-allergenic. Still take stains out, Paula said. A wide grin spread across Alvin's face. I've got one word for you, boss. Chromophores. Chapter 60. Some killers know they're smart. They believe they can outsmart the system, and they often succeed to a depressing extent. But sometimes their very cleverness can start to work against them as they come up with more and more elaborate ways to outwit the forces pitted against them. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. Incredulous, Chrissy O'Farrelly stared at Paula and Alvin. You're not serious? Look, I mentioned something in passing to Sergeant Ambrose. It's right out there on the edge of what's possible. It's science that's not been tested in the courtroom. Hell, it's barely made it into the peer-reviewed literature. It's all we've got at this point, Paula said. You don't even know you've got it, if I understand you correctly. But there's a good chance, Alvin chipped in. I thought you scientists liked a challenge. Chrissy shook her head. Oh, no, you don't catch me out like that. I've been flattered by experts. I don't even know how we'd go about something like this. We'd certainly end up destroying the garment because we'd have to test so many pieces. And your DCI would be screaming about his budget. Murder always trumps budget in my book, Paula said. If there's a point to it, yes. It felt like stalemate. Paula had been convinced by Alvin's sketchy explanation. There are these chemicals called chromophores that make blood look red. Washing them gets rid of the visible stain. But the bit of the blood with the DNA in, it stays in the material if you've washed it in non-biological detergent, he'd said. It sounded unlikely to Paula, but Alvin was positive he'd got it right. And now Chrissy O'Farrelly was snatching away the one corroboration they had of Sister Mary Patrick's evidence. But Paula wasn't going to give up without a fight. What about your students? You must have some keen young researchers who'd love to make their mark by helping solve a high-profile series of murders. Science doesn't move forward because people are scared of busting their budgets, Chrissy. Give us a break here. Chrissy fiddled with her pen. I can't make that call on their behalf. It'd have to be done after hours, when the equipment isn't being used for cases that are logged and listed. but it could be done. You just don't know when to back off, do you, Paula? No, not when it comes to serial murder. This man has killed 8 people that we know of. We don't know why he's doing it, but the chances are his 8th victim isn't going to be his last. Unless he's Chinese and he's got some warped idea about lucky numbers. God, listen to me. I sound like Tony on a mad day. Chrissy, he's going to keep doing this until we stop him. She meant what she said, and it shone through. What was the point of them if they couldn't go the extra mile when it truly was a matter of life and death? Chrissy looked away, refusing to meet the judgment in Paula's eyes. I'm on your side, she said, but I don't know whether I can deliver what you're asking. Thanks to the club website, they'd narrowed down the likely shirts that would have been current at the time of Lyle Tate's murder and placed them in separate evidence bags. Paula dumped the bags on the table and pushed them towards Chrissy. Try. That's all we're asking. You'd be examining these shirts anyway on the off chance of trace evidence. Just push it the extra mile, please. Chrissy gave a tired smile of concession. No promises. I'll talk to the person who raised it in the conference I was at. See if I can figure out how to proceed. Don't put any probative weight on this yet, Paula. Don't be saying, we've got you banged to rights, your shirt's going to put you away. She caught Paula's look of surprise and chuckled. Yes, I know what you lot are like. We'll be as silent as the graves where those young men were buried, Alvin said. Do what you can for us. Don't raise your hopes too high. It might come to nothing. Don't stop looking for other ways to make your case. As if, Paula said. They both longed to go home, to make a brief escape into the normality of family life, where the confrontations were never as grim or as dangerous as the ones they faced at work, the place where they could close the door on the horrors for a short time. Paula and Alvin both had their own justifications for what they did. For Paula, it was a kind of bargain. If I face down the darkness and the pain and the rage out there, in return, my family will be safe. For Alvin, it was a simple equation. Every villain I take off the streets is one less potential threat to my family. Both understood the strength they derived from their home lives. Even when the battle lines were drawn, and every family had its battles, they knew this was what mattered. But tonight they needed to draw on another kind of family. Every case had its own momentum, and there came a tipping point in every case where it might be won or lost. That was when the team had to come together and share. When Carol had been running Remit, there had been no question of her not being part of that brainstorming. This time round, nobody even suggested Rutherford should be included. It saddened Paula that there seemed to be a divide between the DCI and the rest of them. It wasn't good for morale, and that wasn't good for creativity. They met in a corner of the Skenfrith Street police canteen. Alvin and Steve equipped with loaded burgers to accompany their mugs of tea. Paula brought them up to speed on their visit to the lab, and Chrissy O'Farrelly's promise to look at the possibility of invisible blood. The science just gets weirder and weirder, Karim observed. Talking about weird, that house of Mark Conway's is well weird, Steve said through a half-chewed mouthful. He swallowed. It's completely impersonal. Even the pictures he's got framed in his office are like a parody of what you see on the telly. Conway shaking hands with famous people. Conway with some footballer's arm draped over his shoulders. Conway posed with the rest of the directors of Bradfield Vic. But you look beyond that, and there's nothing. No family photographs, no personal letters, no stash of greetings cards from anybody special. He's right, Alvin said. Bedroom's like a stage set, nothing that gives anything away beyond the superficial. Well-groomed rich man who loves football.
I don't have any sense of who he is or what he's like." "I've told you what he's like," Sophie sighed. "He's a decent guy who's built up a successful business from nothing. He encourages his workforce. He doesn't exploit his position in a sleazy way. I still can't get my head round the idea of you all thinking he's some kind of monster." "We don't talk about monsters here," Paula said. "Just people who do monstrous things. When we had the benefit of Tony Hill working with us, we learned to stop demonizing people who perpetrate atrocities. It makes them bigger and stronger in our imagination, and it makes them invisible, because we're all subconsciously looking for somebody monstrous. I've come across quite a few serial offenders now, and not one of them was larger than life." Sophie glared at her, but said nothing. Paula wished they'd got off on a better footing, but she wasn't going to ignore the evidence slowly building up against Mark Conway just because he'd once promoted Sophie, or given her a pay rise, or, God help them, been a referee on her police application form. "So, Karim, any clues in the living room?" "Bland, neat, tidy. My mum would love him. He's got a cupboard full of DVDs, and not a single porno that I could see. A lot of football, a lot of blockbuster action movies. Nothing that would make you go, that's a bit shonky." Karim swigged from his can of Coke. "There was one thing, though. One of the BMP guys told me about it." "Don't keep us in suspense, then," Steve cut in. "We're not coming up to the ad break in a cop show, for fuck's sake." Karim flushed. "There's another car in the garage. Conway's got a Porsche 4x4, which he's presumably driving around in, but there's this other one." "Is it a black Skoda Octavia Estate?" Stacy interrupted. Karim was thunderstruck. "How did you know that?" "I didn't, but I've been ANPR tracking a black Skoda Octavia that's registered to Jerome Martineau. What's the index number?" While Karim consulted his notebook, Paula said, "Why?" Stacy shrugged. "I wondered whether Martineau might actually be the killer, after all, and if so, he'd likely need another vehicle. So I checked the DVLA records and found the Skoda registered to him." "More Martineau's kind of wheels than Conway's," Alvin said thoughtfully. "Maybe another attempt to throw sand in our eyes." Karim showed the number in his notebook to Stacy. "That it?" She nodded. "The same." "You said you'd been ANPR tracking it. Has it done anything interesting?" Paula asked. Stacy nodded again. "Every few weeks it shows up coming into the center of Bradfield. It's not coming in directly from the Bradesden direction. It's the way you'd come in from Conway's house over the Harrystown Bridge. It crosses town towards Temple Fields, then parks in the pay and display behind Uniglow. Then, a couple of hours later, it heads back out of town the way it came." "Any visuals?" "I've pulled some images, but I've not had a chance to look at them yet. I could use another pair of eyes. There's a lot of stuff. Karim, get stuck in as soon as we're done here. Well done picking up on the strange car. And brilliant work, Stacy." Paula grinned. "Next time, maybe give me a hint. Have forensics had a look at it yet, Karim? Can you chase that? We need to establish who's been driving it, and if there's any trace DNA that matches our victims." "I'm on it, Gov." "This is all starting to look a lot stronger," Paula said. "But we've got a way to go before we can be confident about a result. The most important thing is to find Mark Conway. We got lucky with the relatively isolated nature of the house and the fact that we were able to tuck the vehicles out of sight round the back during the search. Amazingly, there seems to be nothing so far on social media. And the one advantage in us not getting the warrant for the office is that they've not been alerted to our interest. Sophie, can you make some discreet inquiries? I presume you know people inside the organization." "I'll see what I can do." It was a less than convincing response, but they were of equal rank, so Paula felt obliged not to call her on the lack of enthusiasm in front of the team. She stood up,
signalling they were done. "I'm heading back out to Conway's place now. In case he comes back tonight, I want one of us there alongside the BMP team. Karim, Stacy, don't stay too late working the ANPR images. Alvin, Steve, go home and get some sleep. I want you with me at Conway's house by 7 tomorrow." She raised an inquiring eyebrow at Sophie. "You let us know if there's anything we should know from the incident room? And Conway's people?" "Of course." Sophie stood, too, meeting Paula's eyes. "I know where my loyalties lie." "And that's what makes me uneasy." Paula smiled and walked away. She was almost beginning to like Sophie. She really hoped that wasn't going to prove a mistake. Chapter 61. We never work with certainties. It's always on the balance of probabilities with us. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. The news of Carol's discoveries would have kept till morning, but she wanted to keep herself clear next day in case Tony recovered consciousness and she could see him. So she texted Bronwyn Scott from outside Cap Scarlett's flat. "Need to meet tonight. Have new info. Where and when?" The reply came when she was only 100 meters further down the street. "Mine, soon as you like," followed by an address less than 10 minutes walk away. Bronwyn Scott lived on the 6th floor of a converted Georgian mill that had once housed hundreds of looms, producing miles of cotton and linen cloth. It had been converted to flats a dozen years before, establishing itself from the start as prime real estate in the city centre. Carol stepped out of the faux industrial lift into a hallway with brick walls and lustrous wide floorboards. Halfway down, Bronwyn stood leaning casually in the doorway, dressed for an evening at home. Bare feet, denim jeggings, a baggy pinstriped grandad shirt. "Thanks for coming over," she said as Carol approached. She moved in for a formal half-hug and air kiss. Taken aback, Carol stiffened momentarily, then forced herself to respond. "I knew you'd want to hear what I found out as soon as possible." Bronwyn led the way into a living room like a feminine take on a gentleman's club. Leather and wood, but soft leather upholstery instead of the buttoned and stuffed kind. The wood was pale oak, rich grain, buffed to a warm glow. Bookshelves lined one wall, their spines brightly coloured and modern, rather than ancient leather-bound volumes. There were a couple of sculptures in bronze of women apparently in conversation on a bench. A low table in front of a long sofa was strewn with papers, a pad and pencil carelessly tossed down on top of them. "Nice place," Carol said. "I was at school with the developer. She asked me to invest in the project at the start, and this was my payday. Good move." Carol stood awkwardly, waiting for an invitation to sit. "Drink?" "I'm fine, thanks. I don't want to keep you from your work." She gestured towards the table. "It looks worse than it is. I'm nearly done. But sit down. You don't have to stand on ceremony here." Easy for her to say, Carol thought, uncertain how much she trusted her new best friend. She settled into an enveloping armchair that was almost too much. Talk about being softened up. "I've met Saul, and like you, I'm inclined to think he's not a killer. Since then, I've made a couple of important breakthroughs. Well, one of them is more serendipity than down to my investigative genius," she admitted. "Sounds intriguing." Bronwyn curled up in a corner of the sofa, legs tucked neatly under her. "I had dinner with Paula McIntyre the other night, and I told her what I was working on. It's so important to keep those lines of communication open in this work. She's my friend, Bronwyn. That's the line of communication I have with her." "Of course, but D.I. McIntyre is such a good operator. So, did she have some startling information from the files that nobody got round to telling Saul's lawyer about?" "You have a very suspicious mind. So would you if you'd been on this side of the fence as long as I have." A pause. "This is not going to work if you see me as someone to beat my former colleagues with." Bronwyn spread her hands and looked repentant. "I'm sorry, Carol. Lazy force of habit. But if they were all like you and Paula, I assume you've been following the Bradesden convent story on the news?" Bronwyn frowned. "Yes, but there's a second group of remains, as well as the skeletons. 8 bodies, young men, and they've been murdered. The assumption is a serial offender." "Bloody hell. How on earth have they kept the lid on that?" "Hiding in plain sight. Everybody's overexcited about nuns and skeletons. It's amazing that there hasn't been a leak from the other side of the investigation. But it's early days. It'll break sooner rather than later, I suspect. Anyway, they're starting to get DNA through from these victims, and Paula called to tell me one of them is Sugar Lyle Tate." "You're saying Saul Nielsen is a serial killer?" No, quite the opposite. There are at least 2 victims killed more recently than Lyle Tate. Saul was already serving his sentence by then, so it's very unlikely he had anything to do with Lyle's death. He was telling the truth, Bronwyn." Her grin was completely spontaneous. "Bloody hell, Carol, that's extraordinary!" She laughed. "I knew I was right to get you on board." She jumped up. "Champagne!" Carol shook her head and steeled herself for the admission. "I don't do alcohol anymore." Bronwyn sat back down abruptly. "Of course. How stupid of me. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. If you want to celebrate, we'll go out for a curry one of these nights. Also, don't get overexcited yet. There's always the outside possibility that the police will try to claim Saul was involved with another person in killing young men, and that his partner in crime just carried on. That would be a hard case to make. Even harder, given what I found out tonight. I've found the missing witness. Bronwyn frowned. What missing witness? The one who's been in Australia since the day after Lyle disappeared. The one who knew nothing about the murder or the trial till he came back to the UK. The one who talked to Lyle in Temple Fields after he'd left Saul's place. You're kidding. I don't joke about murder. Lyle told him about the nosebleed. He's willing to give us an affidavit. That, plus the serial nature of the offence, should be enough to get Saul in front of the Criminal Cases Review Commission, no? Yes, and yes again. Where did you find this guy? He's living in Lyle's old flat. He took over the tenancy when Lyle's former flatmate went down. I couldn't believe it myself, but sometimes the luck turns our way. Not luck, Bronwyn said. You did what any decent detective would do. Victimology. Isn't that what your pal Tony used to push so hard? The use of the past tense made Carol flinch. Pushes. He still pushes it. He's not dead. He's just temporarily out of the game. I get it. Sorry, I seem to be massively putting my foot in it every time I open my mouth tonight. Carol stood up. I'll give you a full report as soon as I can. Make a note of your expenses. We've built up a bit of a war chest, one way or another. It's important none of us feels exploited, and obviously we'd want you to become one of us. I'm not making any snap decisions right now, Carol said. There's things I need to sort out. Anything I can help with? Carol gave a regretful smile. Got to slay those dragons all by myself. And yours is not the help I'm looking for. Chapter 62. Somewhere deep inside, even the most arrogant and organized killer believes they will be caught. Some even come to crave it, but they all think they have an escape route planned. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. Paula was insistent that there be no visible presence at Conway's house. If he did come back, she wanted him to be unaware that his house was stuffed with police officers. Well, not quite stuffed. 3 uniforms, 2 AFOs, and her. She hadn't asked for the AFOs, but Fielding had insisted that if her officers were being sent to apprehend a killer, she wanted armed officers on site. She took up station in the window of the master bedroom with a thermos jug of coffee, thanks to Conway's kitchen. It gave her an uninterrupted view of the drive and beyond to the road. The other officers were scattered around the ground floor, the 2 armed men on constant patrol among them. A 4th uniform was in an unmarked car parked nose out in a side lane a couple of 100 meters further down the road. There was nothing more trying than a stakeout in the dark. Staying alert was a bitch. You couldn't show a light, obviously. Paula had taken to listening to audiobooks, her phone thrust deep in a trouser pocket to hide any telltale glow. But she could only put one earphone in at a time, because she had to listen out for any suspicious noises. It made John le Carré's tenterhooks a little less gripping. It had been worse when she still smoked. The agony of going without a cigarette for hours and having to stay awake without a nicotine hit was probably a breach of the human rights regulations relating to torture. At least with a vape she could risk the occasional pop. And Mark Conway's bedroom had the additional advantage of an ensuite loo, thus overcoming the biggest problem for women officers on stakeout. Just after 1, a set of headlights came up the road and swung in at the gate. "Base to all units," Paula said into her radio. "Be aware, vehicle approaching." Assorted responses came over the air. It wasn't a Porsche. It wasn't even a 4x4. It was a dark BMW saloon, the details difficult to establish because the headlights were blazing. A figure emerged from the passenger's side and crossed in front of the headlights. Paula used up all of her swear words before Rutherford even arrived at the front door. She was reprising them under her breath as she ran down the stairs and elbowed aside the PC who was dithering behind the front door. She yanked the door open and hissed, "Move the car, sir. We're running dark here. We don't want to put the frighteners on Conway. Please, tell your driver round the back." Rutherford shifted his weight forward as if to argue the point, but as he moved, the spill of light from the car headlights illuminated her face, and whatever he saw there changed his mind. He looked over his shoulder and shouted, "Maxwell, take it round the back, and kill the lights." He glared at Paula. "Do I get to come in now?" She stepped back to let him enter. "We've moved our vehicles into the garage. We've done everything we can to make the place look clean." They squared up in the hallway, Rutherford standing over her, right on the edge of too close. "What makes you think he'll come back?" "Because he hasn't done a runner yet. He's confident he's in the clear. If he thought there was a possibility of him being charged with these murders, he's got the resources to get away, even though we've got his passport tagged. We've kept his name out of the investigation. So far, social media's clean. Stacy's got all sorts of alerts out to warn us if the word gets out." "And that's good enough for you?" "Always has been in the past. Stacy is amazing."
"And a law unto herself, if what I hear is true."
Paula shrugged. "I'm not interested in the gossip of envious inferiors. As far as I'm concerned, whenever we've relied on Stacy's evidence in court, there's been no suggestion of her crossing a line." He harumphed.
"Builders call it backfilling. Believe me, I'm going to be taking a close look at D.C. Chen's work product going forward. But right now, we need to be sure what we're doing here. Mark Conway is a successful businessman, a public figure in this community. He's also on the board of Bradfield Victoria FC. How certain are you that he is your man? Could it not be the cousin? The cousin and the priest together? I've been looking at the file, and I think you're being precipitate here."
"We've got the eyewitness testimony of Sister Mary Patrick."
"Who will almost certainly be facing serious charges herself. Had it occurred to you she might be trying to finagle a deal for herself because of her cooperation?"
He made the quotation mark sign in the air, which always provoked feelings of violence in Paula. "I didn't prompt her. She was the one who brought Conway into the conversation. She knew him well enough to recognize him. She said he always wore his football shirts when he was visiting his cousin. She's impressive, sir. Even if her reputation is trashed by then, she'll be a striking figure in the box. We're waiting for forensics on the Skoda and also on Conway's football shirts. If it turns out Conway's DNA is all over the car, it'll be hard to argue it was driven by Martineau on those visits to Temple Fields."
"Now that's another thing," he continued, almost as if she hadn't spoken. "These DNA tests on invisible stains. What in the name of the wee man is that all about? Have you been reading science fiction or the Beano?"
Paula swallowed her anger at being treated with so little respect. Dr. O'Farrelly mentioned to Sergeant Ambrose a new technique for finding DNA from bloodstains after the visible stain has been washed out. She told him it only worked if non-biological detergent had been used. Because he's a good detective, Sergeant Ambrose noticed the suspect's laundry detergent was non-bio. He put that together with the knowledge that Lyle Tate had a nosebleed on the night he died, and thought it was worth a punt to see whether there was any DNA left on one of Conway's shirts. It's what we're meant to do, sir. Form hypotheses based on what we do know and test them." Her voice was tight, her words clipped.
"Nosebleed? Where are you getting that from? I didn't see anything about a nosebleed in the post-mortem report."
Paula took a deep breath. That's because it's not in the post-mortem report. It formed part of the defense in the trial of the man who's serving time for the killing of Lyle Tate. A man who is almost certainly innocent, if this is the work of a serial killer.
And you knew this? How?
Paula glared at him. Because I remember the case, sir. He turned his back on her and paced the hallway.
I came here with the intention of calling off this stakeout. I still think you're a long way from a case we can take to court. But we're all here now. You've got until 10 this morning. Then we'll review the situation.
He grabbed the front door handle and made to leave. Your car's round the back, sir. It'd be easier and more secure if you left that way. She watched him blunder down the hall in the dark. Then the murmured exchange with one of the other officers. Then the back door opening and closing. She waited till she could see the BMW headlights disappearing down the road before she went back upstairs to her vigil. She radioed, "Base to all units, as you were." The gradual lightening of the sky brought no change. The occasional car passed the end of the drive, but none of them was a Porsche 4x4. Paula's mouth was dry and bitter from too much coffee, her eyes sore and gritty from too much staring into the dark. The uniformed officers had been relieved at 6, the AFOs 2 hours earlier. By 8, the daylight was so bright she had no compunction about using her phone. "Morning, gorgeous," she said when Eleanor answered. "Sleep well? I missed you. Are you still on stakeout?" "We are. It's been a long... Oh, fuck, I have to go." Paula ended the call just as the Porsche came into sight on the road. She hit the radio button. "Base to all units. Eye contact with suspect vehicle, turning into driveway now." The big SUV slowed to a halt as it approached the front door. The engine stilled, and Mark Conway climbed out of the driver's seat. He shook his legs and rolled his shoulders as if he'd been sitting too long. "Base to Mobile 1. Move into position across the drive. Repeat, move into position across the drive." Paula spoke softly, as if Mark Conway might hear her through his double-glazed windows. His retreat would be cut off inside a minute. As she had this thought, something caught Conway's attention. He was staring at the ground, turning his head this way and that, angling his line of sight to give him different perspectives. Abruptly, he straightened up and stared intently at the house. "The fucking gravel," Paula said. "Churned up by 6 vehicles, and none of them had thought to rake it over." Conway was already back behind the wheel, the engine roaring into life. "Base to all units! Mobilize! Mobilize now!" Paula yelled, running down the stairs and heading for the front door. She pulled it open just in time to see the police car hadn't quite completed its maneuver to close off the drive. Conway must have stamped on the accelerator, for the Porsche surged towards the gap. He almost made it, but the Porsche smashed into the wing of the police car so hard it rocked on its suspension, then, almost in slow motion, turned on its side. "Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!" Paula shouted as the 4x4 rocketed down the road. A marked police car slid to a halt beside her, and she jumped into the passenger seat. "Go!" she cried, dragging the seatbelt across her body as the car raced down the drive in a scatter of gravel. "Blue lights," she commanded, "and 2 tones." The AFOs were right behind them in their Range Rover, washing them in blue light and deafening sound. The Porsche was already out of sight, but Paula knew there was nowhere to go for the best part of a mile. Then they'd hit morning traffic and the bottleneck of the bridge over the River Braid. As they approached the junction, Conway came into view, snarled up in traffic, waiting to turn right. "Got him," Paula breathed. Too soon. With barely a pause, the Porsche mounted the footpath and careered onwards. Because it was a country lane, there were no lampposts to impede him. His wing mirror clipped a give-way sign, but it didn't stop him. Paula's driver looked terrified, but he followed in the wake of the 4x4. As they hurtled on, Paula saw the white face of a terrified teenager in school uniform who'd thrown himself into the hedgerow. They lurched round the corner. "I think we're catching him," the PC in the back seat said, excited as if he was playing Grand Theft Auto. They weren't. A voice yelled from the radio. "Lay by ahead. Pull in and let us past. We're faster than you." Paula swiveled in her seat to see the passenger in the Range Rover gesticulating wildly. "Pull over, like he said." They tore into the lay-by, tires screaming, and let the Range Rover thunder past. Paula's driver set off after it, gears crunching as he tried to keep up. "The bridge," Paula moaned. "It'll be solid." She'd barely uttered the words when they heard a deafening bang, a scream of metal, the sound of collapsing masonry, and a series of whooshing splashes. Whatever had just happened, it sounded like Mark Conway's bid for freedom had ended spectacularly badly. Chapter 63. The German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche gave a stern warning to those of us who confront the worst that we do to each other. Whoever fights monsters should see to it that in the process he does not become a monster. And if you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you. It's a warning we would do well to heed. Empathy is a necessary tool, but we have to guard against the horrors we see becoming our new normal. From Reading Crimes by Dr. Tony Hill. There was no mood of triumph in the remit squad room. A job well done was a righteous arrest that ended with a successful conviction. Now the murder of Lyle Tate and 7 other young men would never be a job well done. In his feverish rush to escape, Mark Conway hadn't secured his seatbelt. When he misjudged the gap and careered into the bridge abutment, his Porsche had stopped, but he hadn't. Arriving at the scene moments later, Paula had been gripped with shock and revulsion. She'd seen plenty of blood over the years, but that didn't mean she'd lost sight of its significance. One life lost, other lives changed utterly. And now answers would forever be denied to those whose lives had been altered forever by Mark Conway's crimes. "At least now we know he did it," Steve said when Paula walked through the door. "Innocent people don't run." "Well, that's bollocks," Alvin said. "All sorts of reasons why innocent people run. I'm not saying Mark Conway was innocent, but we are no closer to proving him guilty than we were last night." Paula crossed to her desk and sat down. Karim gave her a sympathetic look. "Should you even be here, boss? I mean, you've had a shock. You probably need a bit of space." "I'm fine," Paula said. "I need to write my report while it's fresh in my mind." Before she could start, Rutherford and Sophie walked in together. The DCI took a few steps into the room, then stopped. "Well, that wasn't the result we were looking for. We've got a dead body and a worryingly thin file of evidence." "There'll be forensic evidence in due course," Alvin said. "You hope." He shook his head in disgust. "Looks like DCI Fielding will be the one to get a clean result, even though it'll only be assault, preventing the lawful and decent disposal of all those bodies, failure to register death. Small beer compared with serial murder." Paula and Stacy exchanged a look. They both knew policing wasn't a competitive sport. Even the best results were always tainted with the crime that had preceded them. Sophie, ever eager, chipped in. "Theoretically, you can get a life sentence for preventing the legal disposal of bodies." "If it ever gets to court," Rutherford said cheerily. "From what we know, those nuns aren't the kind of witnesses the CPS rejoices in." He frowned as the sound of Alvin's phone ringing cut across his words. "It's the lab," Alvin said, taking the call. Instantly he had everyone's attention. "Hello, Doc." Then he frowned as he listened. "Just hold on, would you? I want to put you on speaker. We're in the middle of a remit briefing, and the whole team needs to hear this." He fumbled with his phone, then held it up. "Could you just say again what you told me?" They all leaned in and strained to hear Chrissy O'Farrelly. The tinny voice said, "What I told you is that your idea of looking for invisible DNA that's been stripped of its chromophores is looking very promising. One of our researchers is very keen to make it work, and he thinks he's worked out how to do it."
"That's good news, Doc," Alvin said.
"It's interesting news, Sergeant, but it might prove to be unnecessary. We found a fingerprint on the end of one of the pieces of tape used to bind the body wrappings. Whoever did the taping clearly wore gloves. All we've got, apart from this, are smudges, but I think he had already used the roll of tape for innocent purposes. He wouldn't have thought to cut off the first couple of inches before he put it to more nefarious use. So we do have a single, clear print."
"Is it on the database?" Rutherford butted in. "DCI Rutherford here. Sorry, we've not met yet, Doctor."
"It's not on the database." There was a collective sigh. Karim actually groaned. "But don't worry," she continued. "I spoke to the Path Lab this morning, and even though they're up to their back teeth in human remains from the convent, a very helpful technician printed Mark Conway's body when they brought it in." Paula realized she was holding her breath.
"And?"
Rutherford obligingly asked. "It's a match. We can definitely say that Mark Conway had handled the adhesive tape that bound one of the murder victims. I hope that helps."
"It takes us a long way down the road," Rutherford said. "You keep on with the DNA, though."
"It's running as we speak. You know the chromophore theory is untried in the courtroom, yes?"
"It's not going to a courtroom, though, is it?" Rutherford said. "But it's going to cover our backs."
"Not for me to say. I'll be in touch as soon as I hear anything." And the line went dead. Before anyone could react, the door to the squad room opened and a uniformed PC hurried in, pink and flustered.
"DCI Rutherford?"
He looked around, uncertain.
"What is it, Constable?" Rutherford asked impatiently. "I'm in the middle of something here."
"The custody sergeant sent me up. Martineau's been with his solicitor. Now his cousin is dead, he's insisting he needs to make a statement."
Amid the exclamations, Rutherford said, "Sophie, take Karim and see what Martineau has to say for himself. Before the day's out, I want him charged with illegal disposal on all the bodies, the girls and the young men, and accessory to murder, and no deals on the table."
Everyone, including Sophie, looked surprised. Alvin muttered something under his breath as they made for the door.
"D.I. McIntyre," Rutherford continued.
"Sir?"
"There will be an inquiry into this morning's fiasco. Best thing all round is if you go on gardening leave till that's done and dusted."
Paula was taken aback. "That could be weeks, months, and I've got my report to write."
"You can do that from home and email it in to me. You have to look at it from my point of view. It's easy to interpret what happened out there as recklessness on our part. It'll be all over the media and social media. I can't have you doing frontline police work until that's laid to rest."
He folded his arms across his chest and set his mouth in a firm line.
"Doesn't that make it look like you think Paula was out of order? Surely we should have her back?" Alvin protested.
"It's okay, Alvin," Paula sighed, getting to her feet. "The DCI is right. Remit's too new to have a proper track record. You need to look squeaky clean." She picked up her bag. "I'm not worried about an inquiry. I'll be back."
"Though possibly not in this unit," Rutherford said.
That was an insult Paula couldn't stomach. "You're the boss. Much better to stick with the DI who thought the suspect was the good guy." And she walked right past him, head high, refusing to allow him the satisfaction of seeing how upset she was. She'd save that for Eleanor. They met in the Starbucks opposite the hospital, where they'd had their first coffee together years before. Paula's flat white lasted longer than her flat recitation of the morning's events. "He sounds like a fuckwit, Rutherford," Eleanor said. "Not so much a fuckwit as a careerist. He's all about how it makes him look. Couldn't be more different from Carol, she sighed. Speaking of Carol, after you rang, I called down to neurosurgery. Tony's conscious and apparently coherent. For the first time in days, Paula felt a lightening of spirit. She grinned like a happy drunk. That'll be a first. She leaned across the table and gave Eleanor a smacking kiss on the lips. That's wonderful news. Have you called Carol? I thought you'd like to tell her yourself. Sober now, Paula said, I think it's time for her and Tony to talk to each other again. You got Carol in to see him when he was unconscious. How hard could it be to get her in now he's awake? It's a completely different situation. He was unconscious, that's the point. She couldn't upset him by being there. But now, what if he's still determined not to see her? There won't be a better time for ages, Eleanor. Once he's discharged, back to prison, the only way they'll see each other is at visiting time, and that's no place to start a reconciliation. They're our friends. Surely we owe it to them to help them rebuild their relationship. Carol had kept the scrubs she'd worn on her previous visit to Tony's hospital room. As Eleanor had instructed her, she was wearing them when they met in the hospital cafe. Eleanor handed over her stethoscope again, and also a clipboard with a printed form that said Cognitive Examination at the top. That'll buy you some time, she said. Carol looked uncertain. What if he doesn't want to see me? He can say so. I'll go in with you. If he wants you to leave, well, you're no worse off than you are now. Carol gave a twisted smile. At least that way we'll know he's making a good recovery, that he's not lost his memory. Paula put a hand on her shoulder. It's time, Carol. He needs to see how courageous you've been. If you'd seen me the other night, that's not how you'd describe me. Carol visibly pulled herself together and stood up. Let's do it, she said. See you later, Eleanor said to Paula, stopping to kiss the top of her head. Don't fret. The two women walked in silence to the lifts and down the corridor to where a different prison officer sat, reading a cycling magazine. He didn't look up till they were right beside him, Eleanor's hand on the door handle. We need to do some tests, she said. Be my guest, the guard said, already engrossed in his magazine again. Carol's heart was thudding in her chest as she followed Eleanor into the room. She felt nauseous, on the edge of tears. She looked past Eleanor to where Tony lay, eyes closed, face pale, apart from the bruising around his eyes and the still swollen nose, one wrist handcuffed to the bed. Hello, Tony, Eleanor said softly. He grunted and opened his eyes, focusing on the white coat, then looking up at her face. He smiled. Eleanor, I've brought someone to see you. She stepped to one side. Carol opened her mouth to speak, but no sound emerged. Carol? A moment's confusion. Why are you wearing a hat? Because she's pretending to be a nurse, Eleanor said. He struggled momentarily, and Carol was gripped by the conviction that he'd tell her to go. I can't see you properly, he complained. I'll go if you want. No, come closer. She took a couple of steps forward, and he visibly relaxed into the pillow. They gazed hungrily at each other, taking in every detail of the other's changes. I leave you to it, Eleanor said. Neither of them paid any attention as she left. You look terrible, actually, Carol said. I feel surprisingly good. Must be the drugs. But I was always rubbish in a fight. You look good. Strong. He managed a faint smile. A bit short on sleep, maybe. I've had a busy week. He groaned. Oh, God, Vanessa, I am so sorry. She's the exception that proves your rule about there being no such things as monsters. It's amazing you turned out as well as you did. What, serving time for manslaughter, stripped of my professional credentials? When you put it like that, she smiled without tension for the first time in as long as she could remember. How could it be that after so long an estrangement they could simply slip back into this easy an exchange? Paula tells me you've been seeing someone for the PTSD. Several successive somebodies. None of the conventional therapies worked for me. Of course they didn't. You're too private, and you're too good at figuring out what they want to hear. So what did work? Don't laugh. Body work. I do these exercises. I've read about it. EMDR. And it's helped. I have a long way to go, but yes, it's given me back some control. Now, when I panic, I know what it is. I can recognize when it starts, and I can head it off. I'm pleased for you. She laid a hand on his. And I'm not drinking. You got me over the worst, and I've been solid. She heard a tremble in her voice, and stopped. I've missed you, he said. I've missed you too. I know you pushed me away for my own good, but it's been the hardest thing I've ever had to deal with. Carol swallowed hard. All that kept me together was the last things we said to each other after you were sentenced. You remember? He closed his eyes momentarily. Of course I remember. 3 words apiece. 3 words we'd been running away from forever. I love you. She felt a tremble in her chest. Could you really feel your heart contract? I love you too. I want us to find a way to make that work. He coughed, something in his throat, like the lump in hers. I've been doing a lot of thinking. I've had plenty of time. I thought you were supposed to be writing your book, forcing herself to keep it light. You can only write so many hours a day. He sighed. Carol, we've spent years together, you and me, dealing with the worst things that human beings can do to each other. We've seen things nobody should have to see. We've confronted people who strain our belief in the possibility of redemption. We've saved lives, though. We've made some things better, no question. But since I've been in prison, I've started to find positive ways to make things better. I've been teaching meditation on the prison radio. Don't laugh. He chuckled. Okay, my first class in helping dads to read to their kids didn't go so well, but it's starting from a positive place. And what about you? I hear you're using your skills not to put criminals behind bars, but to free people who shouldn't be there in the first place. How's that going? She smiled. Beginner's luck? Looks like my first attempt might be working out. Feels good, doesn't it? I've not had much time to enjoy the experience. She resisted the impulse to stroke his face. I was too busy worrying about you. I'm tougher than I look. You should know that. But here's the thing. He was speaking more slowly now. Tiring, she thought, but he wasn't giving up. I've been forced to figure out a new future for myself. Nobody is going to let me anywhere near a patient or an offender profile again. My past is done with, and, to be honest, I'm not altogether sorry. But that set me thinking about my future, and what I realized was we both spent so long staring into the darkness, we forgot about the light. I'm tired of the darkness, Carol. I want to come out into daylight. And I think you've got to the same point as me, at the same time as me. As his words sank in, she recognized herself in them. He was right. She was so tired of pushing back against a tide that never seemed to turn. Tony had put into words what she'd known subconsciously for some time. Hope, she said, at the risk of sounding like some politician's cheesy soundbite, I think we both need hope. You're right. And in our own different ways, we're starting to find it. Carol, I know it's the best part of a year till they let me out. But when they do you think we might do this together? The hopeful thing? The positive thing? We should try, Tony. We really should try. You've been listening to How the Dead Speak by Val McDermid, narrated by Saul Reichlin. Published by Whole Story Audiobooks, an imprint of W.F. Howes Limited. This work is copyrighted Val McDermid, 2019. This recording is copyrighted W.F. Howes Limited, 2019.